Welcome back to our podcast. In this episode, we will have a look into the rise and the fall of the Aztec Empire. In 1519, the Spanish conquistador Hernán Cortés stood on the shores of Mexico, gazing inland toward a city larger than any European capital of his time. Within 2 years, that empire would be ashes. But what Cortés didn't understand was that the civilization he was about to encounter had risen from nothing barely 2 centuries earlier, built by a people who had once been landless wanderers, despised and hunted by every settled kingdom in the valley. What transformed them from refugees into rulers is one of history's most remarkable stories of ambition, strategy, and reinvention. Around the year 1100 CE, the Mexica people lived somewhere in the north, a place they called Aztlan. Whether this was a real location in what is now northern Mexico or the American Southwest, or whether it existed only in mythological memory, remains uncertain. What matters is that the Mexica believed in it deeply. 7 tribes were said to have emerged from Chicamostoc, the place of the 7 caves, and among them were the people who would one day call themselves Aztecs. But in those early centuries, they were nobody. Nomads, outsiders, a tribe without land, without power, without a home. The migration southward began slowly. Generations passed as the Mexica drifted through hostile territories, driven away by established kingdoms who saw them as barbarians, uncivilized Chichimecs from the harsh northern deserts. Every valley they entered turned them away. Every city-state refused them settlement. They survived by serving as mercenaries, hired muscle for kingdoms who despised them but needed their warriors. It was a brutal existence, defined by rejection and violence. The Mexica learned to fight because fighting was the only skill that kept them alive. By the early 1300s, after more than 2 centuries of wandering, the Mexica finally reached the Valley of Mexico. This was the heart of Mesoamerican civilization, a landscape dominated by Lake Texcoco and ringed by powerful city-states. The Toltec legacy still echoed through the region, and kingdoms like Culhuacan and Azcapotzalco controlled vast territories and tribute networks. The Mexica arrived with nothing, begging for permission to settle on the fringes of this world. They were given the worst land imaginable, rocky hillsides infested with venomous snakes. The established powers assumed the Mexica would either die or leave. Instead, they ate the snakes. This moment reveals something essential about Mexica culture. Hardship didn't break them, it sharpened them. While other peoples might have despaired, the Mexica adapted. They served as mercenaries for Culhuacan, earning a reputation for ferocity that bordered on savagery. But this reputation came at a cost. After one particularly brutal campaign, the Mexica performed a ritual sacrifice so extreme that even their employers were horrified. They were driven out again, forced back into the marshes and reeds at the edge of the lake, and that's when they saw the sign. According to Mexica chronicles, their patron god Huitzilopochtli had promised them a homeland. They would know it when they saw an eagle perched on a cactus, devouring a serpent. In 1325, on a swampy, uninhabited island in the middle of Lake Texcoco, they found exactly that. The island was worthless. No one else wanted it. But to the Mexica, it was sacred ground. They called their new settlement Tenochtitlan, and they began to build. The early years were desperate. The island offered almost no natural resources. Fresh water had to be brought by canoe. Farmland didn't exist. The Mexica were surrounded by hostile kingdoms, any of which could have crushed them if they'd bothered to try. But the island's isolation became its strength. Enemies couldn't easily attack across the water, and the Mexica learned to exploit the lake itself. They developed chinampas, artificial islands built from layers of mud and vegetation anchored to the lake bed. These floating gardens were astonishingly productive, capable of multiple harvests per year. Slowly, Tenochtitlan began to feed itself, but food wasn't enough. The Mexica needed legitimacy. They were still seen as barbarian newcomers, and in Mesoamerican politics, legitimacy came from lineage. So the Mexica did something clever. They intermarried with the nobility of Culhuacan, descendants of the ancient Toltecs. By claiming Toltec blood through marriage, the Mexica began to rewrite their own history. They were no longer wandering outcasts. They were heirs to a glorious past, chosen by the gods to restore greatness to the valley. It was a fiction, but it was a fiction that worked. Political organization in Tenochtitlan followed the Altepetl system, common throughout Mesoamerica. An Altepetl was more than a city. It was a community bound by shared identity, territory, and tribute obligations. At the top stood the Tlatoani, the ruler whose authority came from both divine sanction and noble lineage. Below him were the Pipiltin, the nobility who controlled land, warfare, and religious offices. Beneath them were the Matahualtin, commoners who farmed, traded, and served in the military. At the bottom were slaves, often prisoners of war, or people who had sold themselves to pay debts. This hierarchy wasn't rigid. Commoners could rise through military achievement. A warrior who captured 4 enemies in battle earned the right to wear elaborate costumes and join elite military orders. The Mexica understood that social mobility, carefully controlled, created loyalty. A society where ambition could be rewarded was a society that fought harder. Religion saturated every aspect of Mexica life. At the center of their worldview was Huitzilopochtli, the hummingbird god of war and sun. According to Mexica belief, the universe had been created and destroyed 4 times. They lived in the 5th sun, the age of movement, and this sun was fragile. It required constant nourishment to survive. That nourishment was human blood. The Mexica believed that without sacrifice, the sun would fail, the cosmos would collapse, and humanity would be annihilated. This wasn't cruelty for its own sake. It was cosmic duty. Human sacrifice was practiced throughout Mesoamerica long before the Mexica arrived. But what made the Aztecs different was scale and ideology. Sacrifice became the engine of empire. Conquered peoples were required to provide tribute, including prisoners for sacrifice. Warfare wasn't fought to annihilate enemies, but to capture them. Death on the battlefield was considered wasteful. The goal was to take prisoners alive, bring them back to Tenochtitlan, and offer their hearts to the gods atop the great temple. This created a feedback loop. Religious duty demanded constant sacrifice. Sacrifice required constant warfare. Warfare expanded the empire. Expansion brought more tribute and more prisoners. The system fed itself, and the Mexica built their ideology to sustain it. They taught that they were the chosen people, tasked with keeping the universe alive. Every conquest was holy. Every sacrifice was necessary. Doubt was unthinkable. The warrior class embodied this ideology. Boys were trained from childhood to embrace pain and death. Military orders, like the Eagle Warriors and Jaguar Warriors, represented the pinnacle of martial achievement. These were not just soldiers, they were living symbols of Mexica power, wearing elaborate costumes that transformed them into avatars of predatory violence. Capture 4 enemies, and you joined their ranks. Capture 20, and you became a living legend. The Mexica didn't just fight for land, they fought for status, for honor, for the right to stand before the gods as worthy. The Flower Wars exemplified this philosophy. These were ritualized conflicts, pre-arranged battles fought not for territory, but for prisoners. The Mexica and their rivals, particularly Tlaxcala, would meet on agreed fields and fight until both sides had captured enough enemies to satisfy their gods. It sounds absurd to modern ears, almost sporting. But these were deadly serious events. Warriors died, captives were sacrificed, and both sides maintained their military readiness through constant, controlled violence. But Tenochtitlan's rise wasn't inevitable. In the early 1400s, the city was still subordinate to Azcapotzalco, the dominant power in the valley. The Mexica paid tribute to Azcapotzalco's ruler, Tezozomoc, and served as his mercenaries in regional wars. When Tezozomoc died in 1426, his son Maxtla took power and immediately demanded higher tribute from Tenochtitlan. The Mexica ruler Chimalpopoca hesitated, and Maxtla had him assassinated. This was the crisis that transformed everything. The Mexica faced a choice: submit to Azcapotzalco and remain vassals forever, or fight back and risk annihilation. A new ruler, Itzcoatl, chose rebellion. His name meant obsidian serpent, and he would earn it. Itzcoatl understood that the Mexica couldn't defeat Azcapotzalco alone. So he forged alliances. The exiled king of Texcoco, Nezahualcóyotl, had been driven from his throne by Maxtla and was desperate to reclaim it. The city of Tlacopan, another tributary state, resented Azcapotzalco's dominance. Together, these three powers formed a coalition. In 1428, they went to war. The conflict was brutal and decisive. Azcapotzalco fell after months of siege. Maxtla was captured and executed, and when the dust settled, the three victorious cities did something unusual. Instead of one conquering the others, they formed a permanent alliance. The Triple Alliance was born. Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, and Tlacopan agreed to cooperate in future conquests. Tribute from defeated cities would be divided between them, with Tenochtitlan and Texcoco each taking 2/5, and Tlacopan receiving 1/5. It was a partnership built on pragmatism, and it would dominate Mesoamerica for nearly a century. Itzcoatl declared himself Huey Tlatoani, the supreme ruler of the alliance, but his power was shared with two men who would shape the empire's ideology as much as its borders. The first was Nezahualcóyotl of Texcoco, a philosopher king whose legal reforms and patronage of the arts made his city a cultural capital. The second was Tlacaelel, Itzcoatl's half-brother, and the most important figure in Aztec history who never became emperor. Tlacaelel served as Cihuacuatl, a position somewhere between prime minister and high priest. He was offered the throne multiple times and refused every time, preferring to shape policy from behind it, and shape it he did. Tlacaelel was the architect of Aztec ideology. He elevated Huitzilopochtli above all other gods. He institutionalized human sacrifice on an unprecedented scale. He rewrote Mexica history, literally, by ordering the burning of older codices and replacing them with new texts that placed the Mexica at the center of cosmic destiny. This wasn't just propaganda, it was state building. By rewriting history, Tlacaelel transformed the Mexica from upstart mercenaries into the rightful heirs of the Toltecs, chosen by the gods to rule. The burning of the old books ensured no one could challenge this narrative. The past became whatever the Mexica said it was, and that past justified everything they would do next. With Azcapotzalco defeated and the Triple Alliance secure, the Mexica began to expand beyond the Valley of Mexico. Their first targets were nearby cities that had once treated them with contempt. Coyoacán fell quickly. Cuauhnahuac and Huaxtepec in Morelos followed. Each conquest brought tribute. Gold, jade, cacao, cotton, feathers, and slaves flowed into Tenochtitlan. The city grew rapidly, its population swelling as migrants arrived seeking opportunity in the rising capital. But expansion wasn't smooth. In 1450, disaster struck. A massive drought gripped the valley, lasting 4 years. Crops failed. Famine spread. The Mexica, who had built their identity around divine favor, faced a crisis of faith. How could the chosen people starve? Tlacaelel's answer was simple: more sacrifice. The flower wars intensified, justified as necessary to appease the gods and end the drought. When the rains finally returned, the Mexica credited their sacrifices. The ideology had survived its first major test. Under Itzcoatl's successor, Moctezuma I, the empire continued its expansion. Moctezuma ruled from 1440 to 1469, and during his reign, the Aztec Empire began to take its recognizable form. His armies pushed east toward the Gulf of Mexico, conquering the rich lands of the Totonacs and securing access to tropical goods that couldn't be produced in the highlands. They pushed south into Oaxaca, bringing Mixtec and Zapotec cities under Aztec dominance. Each campaign followed the same pattern: overwhelming force, public displays of Aztec power, and then a choice: submit, pay tribute, and keep your rulers, or resist and face destruction. Most chose submission. The empire's governance system was brilliant in its simplicity. The Aztecs rarely installed their own rulers in conquered cities. Local kings remained in power as long as they delivered tribute on time. Aztec officials, called Calpexc, oversaw collection and reported back to Tenochtitlan. This indirect rule allowed the Aztecs to control vast territories without the administrative burden of direct governance. It also meant that conquered cities retained their identities, their languages, their gods. The Aztecs demanded obedience and tribute, not cultural erasure. This system had a weakness. Because local rulers stayed in power, they could potentially rebel if they sensed Aztec weakness. The empire was held together by fear and military superiority, not by shared identity or loyalty, but for now, that was enough. Aztec armies were unmatched. Their warrior culture produced soldiers who saw death in battle as the highest honor. Their religious ideology gave them a sense of divine mission, and their tribute system enriched Tenochtitlan beyond imagination. By the mid-1400s, Tenochtitlan had transformed from a muddy island settlement into a genuine metropolis. Causeways connected the city to the mainland, wide enough for 8 horsemen to ride abreast, though horses wouldn't arrive until the Spanish did. Aqueducts brought fresh water from springs on the mainland. Markets bustled with goods from across Mesoamerica. The great temple, Templo Mayor, rose in the city's center, a massive pyramid dedicated to Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc, the rain god. At its summit, priests performed sacrifices visible from across the city, a constant reminder of Mexican power and piety. The city's population exploded. By 1500, perhaps 200,000 people lived in Tenochtitlan and its twin city Tlatelolco. That made it larger than any city in Europe except Constantinople. Neighborhoods were organized by profession. Potters, weavers, feather workers, and goldsmiths all had their quarters. Canals crisscrossed the city, serving as streets for canoes laden with goods. At night, the city glowed with torchlight, a grid of fire floating on dark water. But what sustained this empire wasn't just military might. It was economics. The tribute system was staggeringly complex and efficient. Conquered provinces sent tribute to Tenochtitlan twice a year. The quantities were enormous. The Codex Mendoza, compiled after the Spanish conquest, records that Tenochtitlan received 7,000 tons of maize annually, along with 4,000 tons of beans, 2 million cotton cloaks, vast quantities of cacao, and luxury goods, including jade, gold, turquoise, and jaguar skins. This wealth didn't just enrich the nobility. It funded public works, religious ceremonies, and the military campaigns that brought in more tribute. Trade networks extended even further than military conquest. The Pochteca, professional merchants, traveled throughout Mesoamerica, trading Aztec goods for exotic items from distant regions. They were more than traders. They were spies, gathering intelligence about potential conquest targets and reporting back to Tenochtitlan. When the Aztec army marched into a new region, the Pochteca had already mapped it, identified its leaders, and assessed its wealth. As the empire expanded, its rulers grew more powerful and more distant from their people. Moctezuma I had been a warrior king, personally leading campaigns. His successors became increasingly ceremonial. Axayacatl, who ruled from 1469 to 1481, spent much of his reign consolidating territories his predecessors had conquered. Tizoc, who followed, was considered weak because he preferred diplomacy to warfare. He was probably poisoned by his own nobles after a short, inglorious reign. Ahuitzotl, who ruled from 1486 to 1502, was different. He was a conqueror in the old style, pushing Aztec borders to their greatest extent. Under Ahuitzotl, the empire reached the Pacific coast and the Guatemalan highlands. The tribute lists grew longer. The sacrifices grew larger. In 1487, Ahuitzotl rededicated the Great Temple after a massive expansion. The ceremony lasted 4 days. Prisoners of war were lined up in 4 columns stretching across the city. Aztec sources claim that 80,000 people were sacrificed during the dedication, though modern historians consider this number propagandistic exaggeration. Even if the real number was 1/10 of that, it was still an act of terror designed to cow the empire's enemies into submission. The message was clear. This is what awaits those who defy us. By the time Moctezuma II took the throne in 1502, the Aztec Empire was at its zenith. Tenochtitlan was the greatest city in the Americas. Tribute flowed in from 38 provinces. The Triple Alliance controlled territory from coast to coast. The empire's population may have reached 6 million people, but Moctezuma II was not like his predecessors. He was aloof, mystical, obsessed with ritual purity. He distanced himself from commoners, rarely appearing in public except during religious ceremonies. This wasn't arrogance, it was theology. The Tlatoani was becoming less a ruler and more a living god. And then, in 1519, strange reports reached Tenochtitlan. Floating mountains had appeared off the coast. Men with pale skin and metal armor had come ashore, riding creatures the Mexica had never seen. Moctezuma's priests studied the omens. Comets streaked across the night sky. A temple burst into flames that water couldn't extinguish. Fishermen dragged strange birds from the lake, birds with mirrors in their heads that showed visions of armed men. The Tlatoani consulted his advisors. Some said these were natural phenomena. Others whispered that the gods were angry, that the 5th sun was ending, that the age of the Mexica was drawing to a close. But let's step back. To understand how the Aztecs reached this moment, standing at the summit of power, while shadows gathered at their feet, you need to understand how they climbed there in the first place. Because the empire that controlled Mesoamerica in 1519 had started with nothing. The Mexica didn't begin as conquerors. They began as refugees. Around 1100 CE, they were one of many Nahuatl-speaking groups migrating south from somewhere in northern Mexico. Their own legends called this place Aztlan, the White Place, though no one today can say with certainty where it was. Some scholars place it in the deserts of Sonora. Others think it was entirely mythical, a creation story designed to legitimize later power. What matters is the journey. For 2 centuries, the Mexica wandered. They moved through hostile territory, driven from place to place by established powers who wanted nothing to do with these unwashed nomads. They had no cities, no wealth, no reputation, except as troublemakers. The Valley of Mexico was already crowded with sophisticated city-states: Culhuacan, Azcapotzalco, Texcoco, These were civilized places with ancient pedigrees, descended from the Toltecs, who had themselves inherited the legacy of Teotihuacan. The Mexica, they were nobody. In 1299, they tried to settle near Chapultepec, a hill west of Lake Texcoco. The Tepanecs of Azcapotzalco drove them out. They fled to Culhuacan and offered themselves as mercenaries. The Culhua rulers accepted, but only because they needed expendable soldiers. The Mexica fought well, too well. When they asked to marry into Culhua families, to gain legitimacy through blood ties, the Culhua were horrified. These barbarians wanted to become equals. The breaking point came during a religious festival. The Mexica sacrificed a Culhua princess. Accounts differ on whether this was part of a misunderstood ritual or deliberate provocation, but the result was the same. The Culhua attacked. The Mexica fled again, this time onto a swampy island in Lake Texcoco that nobody else wanted. The year was 1325. This is where the prophecy enters the story. According to Mexica tradition, their patron god Huitzilopochtli had promised them a sign. They would know their destined home when they saw an eagle perched on a cactus, devouring a serpent. On that miserable island, they found it. Or so they claimed. It's worth noting that this prophecy wasn't written down until after the Mexica became powerful. History gets rewritten by winners. But the island itself was real, and it was terrible, swampy, mosquito-infested, with no fresh water and no arable land. The only reason to build a city there was that no one could easily attack you. The Mexica called their settlement Tenochtitlan, place of the prickly pear cactus. They began construction with almost nothing, building simple reed huts on platforms above the swamp. The genius of Tenochtitlan lay in what came next. The Mexica didn't have land, so they made it. They developed chinampas, artificial islands created by driving stakes into the lake bed and piling mud and vegetation between them. These floating gardens were extraordinarily fertile. You could grow crops year-round, harvest multiple times per season. As Tenochtitlan grew, chinampas multiplied, transforming the shallow parts of Lake Texcoco into productive farmland. The city that started on a worthless swamp became agriculturally self-sufficient within a generation. But farming wasn't enough. The Mexica needed allies. They were still tributaries of Azcapotzalco, the dominant power in the valley. Every year they paid tribute to Tezozomoc, the Tepanec ruler. The Mexica did this willingly at first, accepting their subordinate status. They needed protection. Tezozomoc, despite being a tyrant, was a capable administrator who maintained order. The Mexica spent decades building quietly. They constructed causeways connecting their island to the mainland. They dug canals and erected temples. Their population grew. By the early 1400s, Tenochtitlan was no longer a refugee camp. It was a proper city-state, an Altepetal in its own right, with a ruling class, a military, and ambitions. The opportunity came when Tezozomoc died in 1426. His son Maxtla seized power in Azcapotzalco and immediately proved himself less competent than his father. Maxtla was paranoid, suspicious, and brutal. He killed rivals, alienated allies, and demanded increased tribute from everyone, including the Mexica. The new Mexica ruler, Itzcoatl, decided this was intolerable. But Itzcoatl couldn't fight Azcapotzalco alone. He needed allies. He found one in Nezahualcoyotl, the exiled king of Texcoco. Maxtla had murdered Nezahualcoyotl's father and seized control of Texcoco, forcing Nezahualcoyotl to flee. Now Nezahualcoyotl wanted revenge. He also found support from Tlacopan, a smaller city-state that resented Tepanec domination. In 1428, this coalition went to war. The Tepanec War was short but decisive. Maxtla's paranoia had left him isolated. When the Allied armies besieged Azcapotzalco, none of the Tepanec's former tributaries came to help. The city fell. Maxtla was captured and sacrificed. The Tepanec Empire, which had dominated the Valley of Mexico for decades, collapsed. What happened next determined Mesoamerican history for the next century. Instead of one victor dominating the others, the three allies formed a partnership. Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, and Tlacopan created what historians now call the Triple Alliance. Future conquests would be joint ventures. Tribute would be divided, with Tenochtitlan and Texcoco each receiving 2/5 and Tlacopan getting 1/5. Local rulers in conquered territories would be left in place, required only to pay tribute and provide warriors when called upon. This was brilliant strategy. The Triple Alliance avoided the administrative nightmare of direct rule while still extracting wealth from subject states. It also prevented internal conflict between the three capitals. But from the beginning, Tenochtitlan was the dominant partner. It had the largest population, the strongest military, and the most aggressive leadership. That leadership came from Itzcoatl and his nephew, Tlacaelel. Itzcoatl was the Tlatoani, the speaker, the ruler. Tlacaelel held the newly created position of Chihuacoatl, something between prime minister and high priest. Together they transformed the Mexica from a regional power into an empire. They started with ideology. The Mexica needed to justify their sudden rise. They needed a story that explained why they, former refugees, now ruled the valley. So they rewrote history. Itzcoatl and Tlacaelel ordered the burning of old codices, the painted books that recorded the valley's history. Then they commissioned new ones, with the Mexica at the center of the story. In this revised history, the Mexica were the heirs of the Toltecs, the divinely chosen people destined to rule. They also reformed religion. Huitzilopochtli, the Mexica tribal god, was elevated above all others. He became the sun itself, locked in eternal combat with darkness. And the sun needed nourishment. It needed blood. Without constant human sacrifice, the sun would die and the world would end. This wasn't entirely new. Human sacrifice was common throughout Mesoamerica. But the Mexica systematized it, expanded it, turned it into state policy. This had a practical purpose. It gave the empire a reason for constant warfare. You couldn't just conquer a city-state for land or tribute. You were fighting to sustain the universe. Every captured warrior was food for the sun. This ideology motivated the military and terrified enemies. It also created a perpetual need for victims, which meant perpetual expansion. The Mexican military system was built around this need. Boys began warrior training in their teens, attending special schools where they learned combat techniques, weapon use, and military history. The goal was to capture enemies alive. Killing on the battlefield was considered wasteful. A dead enemy couldn't be sacrificed. Warriors who captured prisoners earned honors, titles, and elevated social status. The most successful joined elite orders, the Eagle and Jaguar warriors, who wore elaborate costumes representing their animal patrons. The empire expanded rapidly under Moctezuma I, who ruled from 1440 to 1469. He pushed Aztec control east toward the Gulf Coast and south into Oaxaca. These weren't wars of annihilation. The Aztec army would arrive, defeat the local forces, and install tribute collectors. Local rulers usually kept their positions as long as they paid. Tribute came in many forms: food, textiles, precious stones, exotic feathers, cacao, and people. The Codex Mendoza, compiled after the Spanish conquest, shows that Tenochtitlan received tribute from 38 provinces. The quantities were staggering. 7,000 tons of maize annually, 4,000 tons of beans, 2 million cotton cloaks. This tribute funded everything. It fed Tenochtitlan's growing population. It paid for public works, temples, palaces, aqueducts, causeways. It supported the nobility, who lived in stone houses with multiple rooms and courtyards. It maintained the military, and it financed more conquests, which brought in more tribute, creating a self-reinforcing cycle. Trade extended even further than military conquest. The Pochteca were professional merchants who traveled throughout Mesoamerica, trading Aztec goods for exotic items from distant regions. They brought back jade from Guatemala, obsidian from Pachuca, seashells from both coasts. But they were more than traders. They were intelligence gatherers, mapping foreign territories, identifying wealthy cities, reporting on military strength. When the Aztec army marched into a new region, the Pochteca had already surveyed it. Not every conquest was military. Sometimes economic pressure was enough. The Aztecs would establish trading posts in a region, gradually increasing their presence until local rulers found it easier to accept tributary status than resist. This soft imperialism was just as effective as warfare and considerably cheaper. By the late 1400s, Tenochtitlan had grown into the largest city in the Americas. Population estimates range from 150,000 to 300,000 people. The city was divided into 4 quarters, each subdivided into calpuli, neighborhood units that functioned as both residential zones and administrative divisions. At the center stood the sacred precinct, a walled compound containing the great temple, dozens of smaller temples, schools for priests and warriors, and the royal palace. The great temple, Templo Mayor, dominated the city. It was actually 2 temples sitting atop a massive pyramid dedicated to Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc, the rain god. Every ruler expanded it, building a new layer over the old one. By Moctezuma II's reign, it stood over 100 feet tall. Sacrifices took place at the summit. Blood ran down the steps. The plaza below was paved with skulls. This sounds barbaric to modern ears. But context matters. The Mexica believed they were sustaining reality itself. To them, sacrifice wasn't murder. It was the highest religious duty. The victims, usually prisoners of war, were considered blessed. They would bypass the underworld and go straight to paradise. This didn't make it less horrifying for the victims, but it meant the Mexica didn't see themselves as cruel. They saw themselves as necessary. Moctezuma II, who took power in 1502, represented the empire at its peak. He ruled over perhaps 6 million people spread across 200,000 square kilometers. Tribute poured in from every direction. Tenochtitlan gleamed with whitewashed buildings and flower gardens. The market sold goods from 1,000 miles away. The nobility dressed in feathered cloaks, worth more than a commoner earned in a lifetime. But Moctezuma was different from earlier rulers. He was mystical, obsessed with ritual purity, increasingly distant from his subjects. He rarely appeared in public. When he did, people weren't allowed to look at him directly. He ate alone behind screens. He wore each garment only once, then gave it away. This wasn't just arrogance. The Tlatoani was becoming divine, a living embodiment of cosmic order. This worked as long as cosmic order held. But in 1519, reports reached Tenochtitlan of something impossible. Floating mountains on the ocean. Men with pale skin and metal armor. Animals like giant deer that men could ride. These strangers had landed on the coast and were asking questions about the empire, about Moctezuma, about gold. They called themselves Christians. They served a king across the ocean, and they were coming inland. Moctezuma's court didn't panic immediately. Strange visitors had arrived before, traders from distant lands, envoys bearing exotic gifts, even wandering holy men claiming visions. The world beyond the empire was vast and unpredictable. These pale strangers might simply be another curiosity, another tributary group seeking favor. But the reports kept coming. These weren't merchants or pilgrims. They had weapons that roared like thunder and spit fire. Their armor couldn't be pierced. Their animals, later identified as horses, moved faster than any warrior could run. They had destroyed several coastal towns that resisted them. And they were asking very specific questions about the empire's wealth, its military strength, its political structure. Moctezuma sent gifts, not as tribute, but as a test. He wanted to see how these strangers would react to Aztec wealth and power. His messengers carried gold masks, feathered headdresses, jade ornaments, finely woven cloaks, treasures that would impress any ruler in Mesoamerica. The strangers accepted everything and asked for more. Worse, they didn't seem intimidated. They seemed encouraged. This presented a problem. The Aztec Empire had never faced an external threat of this magnitude. Their wars had always been against other Mesoamerican peoples who shared the same basic worldview, the same technology, the same rules of warfare. These strangers operated under completely different assumptions. They didn't fight for prisoners. They killed on the battlefield. They didn't honor territorial boundaries, and they kept advancing inland despite every diplomatic signal to stop. What Moctezuma didn't fully grasp yet was that his empire, for all its power, had fundamental weaknesses. And these strangers, whether through luck or insight, were about to exploit every single one. The first weakness was structural. The Aztec Empire wasn't a unified state. It was a hegemonic system held together by tribute obligations and military intimidation. Most subject cities weren't grateful vassals. They were resentful tributaries waiting for any opportunity to break free. They paid their taxes because Aztec armies would destroy them if they didn't. But their loyalty was shallow. When the Spanish, led by Hernán Cortés, began moving through these territories, they found eager allies everywhere. Cities that had been conquered by the Aztecs decades earlier saw a chance for revenge. The Tlaxcalans, who had resisted Aztec domination for generations, became enthusiastic partners. The Totonacs, recently subdued and still bitter, offered guides and provisions. These weren't betrayals in the way the Aztecs saw it. These were conquered peoples seizing an opportunity. The second weakness was technological. The Aztecs had never developed metalworking beyond gold and copper ornaments. Their weapons were obsidian-edged clubs and spears, effective but fragile. Spanish steel swords didn't break. Spanish crossbows could penetrate cotton armor. Spanish cannons could destroy stone walls. And Spanish horses, unknown in the Americas, gave them a mobility advantage that transformed battlefield dynamics. But technology alone didn't doom the empire. Aztec warriors were experienced, disciplined, and vastly outnumbered the Spanish invaders. In direct combat, they often fought the Spanish to a standstill. What hurt them more was something invisible. Disease arrived before the Spanish army did. Smallpox, measles, typhus, European diseases to which indigenous Americans had no immunity. These epidemics didn't just kill people. They killed leadership, disrupted logistics, shattered morale. A society that saw illness as divine punishment began to wonder if the gods had abandoned them. The timing couldn't have been worse. Just as the empire needed maximum strength, its population was dying in unprecedented numbers. The third weakness was ideological. Moctezuma was paralyzed by his own worldview. He couldn't decide whether the Spanish were conquering invaders or returning gods. Aztec prophecy spoke of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent deity, returning from the east. Some advisors suggested these pale strangers might be connected to that prophecy. Moctezuma, more superstitious than his predecessors, hesitated. He sent gifts when he should have sent armies. He invited Cortés into Tenochtitlan when he should have destroyed the causeways and starved them out. This wasn't cowardice. Moctezuma was genuinely uncertain about the metaphysical implications of the Spanish presence. For a ruler who derived legitimacy from divine mandate, the possibility that these strangers represented some cosmic shift was terrifying. If he killed messengers from the gods, the consequences could be worse than military defeat. So he waited, tried diplomacy, hoped for clarity. By the time clarity came, it was too late. The Spanish entered Tenochtitlan in November 1519 and were stunned. Nothing in Europe compared to this city. The Spanish soldier Bernal Díaz del Castillo wrote that they questioned whether it was real or a dream. The markets, the pyramids, the causeways, the organization. This wasn't a primitive society. This was a civilization as sophisticated as any in Europe. But the Spanish also noticed the skulls. The skull racks near the temples held tens of thousands of human remains. The blood-stained altars, the stone sacrificial knives. To Europeans, this wasn't religion. It was demonic. Any moral hesitation about conquest evaporated. They convinced themselves they were bringing salvation, not destruction. Moctezuma welcomed them as honored guests. He housed them in his father's palace. He showed them the city, the treasures, the markets. He thought he was demonstrating Aztec power and sophistication. He didn't realize he was providing intelligence to an invasion force. The Spanish catalogued everything. Defenses, resources, political divisions, supply routes. They were guests, but they were also military analysts. Within months, the situation exploded. The Spanish took Moctezuma hostage in his own palace. They controlled him like a puppet, issuing orders in his name. The Aztec nobility was horrified, but paralyzed. Their entire political system centered on the Tlatoani. Without clear leadership, factions formed. Some wanted immediate war, others counseled patience. The paralysis was fatal. When the Spanish massacred Aztec nobles during a religious festival, the city finally erupted in fury. The people rose up, not as an organized army, but as a spontaneous mass rebellion. They trapped the Spanish in their palace, cut the causeways, and besieged them. For the first time, the invaders faced the full wrath of Tenochtitlan. They were outnumbered hundreds to one, surrounded by warriors who knew every street and canal. Moctezuma, still a Spanish prisoner, tried to calm the crowd. He appeared on a rooftop to plead for peace. His own people threw stones. One struck him in the head. Whether this killed him or the Spanish murdered him later is disputed. Either way, the last undisputed Tlatoani of the Aztec Empire died in chaos, despised by his subjects and used as a shield by his captors. The Spanish attempted to escape on the night of June 30th, 1520, later called La Noche Triste, the Night of Sorrows. They fled across the causeways loaded with stolen gold. Aztec warriors attacked from canoes, the darkness lit by torches and burning buildings. Hundreds of Spanish soldiers drowned, dragged down by the weight of their armor and plunder. The survivors, including Cortés, barely made it to the mainland. The invaders had been driven out. Tenochtitlan had won, but it was a temporary victory. The Spanish regrouped, recruited more indigenous allies, built ships to control the lake, and returned with a much larger force. The new Tlatoani, Cuitlahuac, organized a fierce defense but died within months, likely from smallpox. His successor, Cuauhtémoc, was young and inexperienced. He inherited an empire already fracturing. The siege of Tenochtitlan lasted 93 days. The Spanish and their tens of thousands of indigenous allies cut the aqueducts, destroyed the causeways, and blockaded the city. No food or water came in. Disease raged inside. Bodies piled up faster than they could be removed. The defenders fought street by street, canal by canal, but they were starving and sick. The The Spanish systematically demolished the city, burning temples, filling canals, erasing centuries of construction. On August 13th, 1521, Cuauhtémoc was captured trying to escape by canoe. The Aztec Empire officially ended. The capital was destroyed so thoroughly that the Spanish built Mexico City directly on top of the ruins. Most of Tenochtitlan's monuments, temples, and palaces were torn down and used as construction material for churches and colonial buildings. The Great Temple was buried under a cathedral. The empire's records were burned. The survivors were enslaved or scattered. Within a century, the population of central Mexico collapsed from perhaps 20 million to around 1 million. Disease, slavery, forced labor, and cultural destruction devastated indigenous communities. The Aztec Empire, which had dominated Mesoamerica for nearly a century, was erased so completely that later generations questioned whether it had been as grand as the Spanish accounts suggested. But the empire's legacy survived in unexpected ways. The Nahuatl language persisted, spoken today by over 1 million people. Place names throughout Mexico are still Nahuatl. Foods domesticated by the Aztecs, tomatoes, chocolate, avocados, chili peppers, are now global staples. Agricultural techniques like chinampas are being revived as sustainable farming methods, and the founding myth, the eagle on the cactus, remains Mexico's national symbol. Archaeological excavations continue to reveal the sophistication of Aztec civilization. The Great Temple, rediscovered in 1978 beneath downtown Mexico City, yielded thousands of artifacts. Excavations have uncovered elaborate sculpture, astronomical records, and evidence of the tribute system. Each discovery challenges the narrative of the Aztecs as merely brutal conquerors. They were engineers, astronomers, poets, philosophers. They built one of the great civilizations of human history. Their rise was extraordinary. In less than 2 centuries, they transformed from despised migrants to the rulers of millions. They built a city that rivaled any in the world. They created an economic system that integrated diverse peoples across vast distances. They developed a cosmology that explained their place in the universe. And they did all of this without iron tools, wheeled vehicles, or draft animals. Their fall was equally extraordinary. An empire that had conquered hundreds of cities couldn't defeat a few hundred foreign invaders. But this wasn't a simple story of superior technology or tactics. It was a convergence of disease, internal divisions, ideological paralysis, and catastrophically bad timing. The Aztecs were unlucky. They faced an enemy they couldn't understand using weapons they couldn't counter at precisely the moment when their empire was most vulnerable. Could they have survived? Possibly. If Moctezuma had attacked the Spanish on the coast, if disease hadn't devastated the population, if subject cities hadn't rebelled, if the Spanish hadn't found so many willing allies, any one of these factors might have changed the outcome. But history doesn't deal in hypotheticals. The empire fell. Its people endured. And the story of its rise and fall remains one of the most dramatic in human history. The Aztec Empire reminds us that civilizations, no matter how powerful, are fragile. That empires built on coercion will find enemies everywhere. That ideological certainty can become strategic blindness. And that sometimes the most sophisticated society can be destroyed by forces it never imagined existed. The eagle, the cactus, and the snake, frozen in the moment of prophecy, still watches over Mexico. A reminder of the empire that was, the people who endure, and the history that refuses to be forgotten. Tenochtitlan wasn't just impressive by Mesoamerican standards. It was one of the most sophisticated urban centers in the entire world. By 1500, the population had swelled to somewhere between 200,000 and 300,000 people. making it larger than any European city except Constantinople. The urban planning alone would have impressed Renaissance architects. The city was organized into 4 main districts, each with its own temples, markets, and administrative centers. Causeways connected the island to the mainland, wide enough for 8 horsemen to ride abreast, though horses hadn't yet arrived in the Americas. These causeways weren't just roads. They were engineering marvels, built on wooden pilings driven deep into the lakebed, reinforced with stone, and equipped with removable sections that could be lifted to allow canoe traffic or to defend the city from attack. Fresh water reached the city through dual aqueducts stretching miles from springs at Chapultepec. The system was so well designed that one aqueduct could be shut down for maintenance while the other continued supplying water. This wasn't primitive infrastructure, this was urban engineering that solved problems European cities wouldn't address for centuries. The chinampas that surrounded Tenochtitlan transformed shallow lakebed into some of the most productive farmland in the world. These artificial islands, built by piling mud and vegetation onto woven reed mats anchored to the lake bottom, could produce up to 7 harvests per year. The lake water provided constant irrigation, and the mud was so fertile that crops grew with extraordinary yields. Maize, beans, squash, tomatoes, chili peppers, all flourished in the chinampas. The agricultural surplus this system generated wasn't just feeding the urban population, it was funding an empire. Freed from the necessity of farming, tens of thousands of people could specialize in crafts, administration, warfare, or religious duties. This division of labor created economic complexity that would have been impossible without such reliable food production. Tenochtitlan's markets were economic engines that distributed goods across the empire. The largest, Tlatelolco, drew as many as 60,000 people on major market days. Everything was available. Cacao from the tropical lowlands, obsidian from volcanic regions, cotton from the coast, precious feathers from distant jungles, gold, jade, turquoise, worked into jewelry by specialized craftsmen, pottery, textiles, tools, weapons, all produced by artisans whose entire lives were devoted to perfecting their craft. The market operated on a system of barter and standardized values. Cacao beans served as a kind of currency for smaller transactions. Standardized cloth, called quactli, functioned as higher denominations. Prices were regulated, weights and measures standardized. Specialized judges patrolled the market to resolve disputes and punish fraud. This wasn't a chaotic bazaar, it was a sophisticated commercial system that moved goods efficiently across vast distances. The tribute system that fed this economic engine was meticulously organized. Conquered cities didn't just send whatever they could spare. They owed specific quantities of specific goods on specific schedules. The Codex Mendoza, compiled shortly after the Spanish conquest, records the tribute obligations in detail. The province of Toctepec, for example, owed 1,600 cotton mantles, 400 warrior costumes, 20 lip plugs of clear amber, and numerous other items twice per year. Multiply that across 38 provinces, and you begin to understand the scale of wealth flowing into Tenochtitlan. The tribute wasn't arbitrary. It was calculated based on what each region produced most efficiently. Coastal provinces sent shells and tropical products. Highland regions sent obsidian and timber. Agricultural areas sent food. This created economic specialization across the empire and tied distant regions into a network of mutual dependence, though that dependence flowed heavily toward the capital. Managing this complexity required bureaucracy. Thousands of officials administered the empire. Tribute collectors, called Calpixc, resided in subject cities to ensure payments arrived on schedule. Scribes recorded everything using the Aztec writing system, a combination of pictographs and phonetic elements that could represent complex ideas. These weren't simple drawings. They were a sophisticated writing system capable of recording history, tribute lists, ritual calendars, and land ownership. Aztec books, made from paper, produced from tree bark and folded into screens, contained vast amounts of information. Most were burned after the Spanish conquest, a cultural catastrophe that destroyed centuries of accumulated knowledge. The few that survived, like the Codex Mendoza and Codex Bourbonicus, reveal an administrative state with detailed records of everything from tax obligations to astronomical observations. The military remained the foundation of imperial power. Aztec warriors trained from childhood in schools called Telpochcali for commoners and Calmacac for nobles. Military success was the primary path to social advancement. A common-born warrior who captured 4 enemies in battle could join the ranks of the nobility. This created a meritocratic element within an otherwise rigid social hierarchy. The most elite warriors joined military orders. The eagle warriors and jaguar warriors wore elaborate costumes representing their patron animals, outfits so distinctive that they functioned as psychological warfare. Enemies, seeing these elite units approaching, knew they faced the empire's finest fighters. Aztec weapons technology, while lacking metal, was devastatingly effective. The macuahuitl, a wooden sword embedded with obsidian blades, could decapitate a horse with a single stroke, though horses hadn't yet arrived. The atlatl, or spear thrower, gave warriors the ability to hurl darts with tremendous force and accuracy. Slings launched stones that could shatter skulls. Bows rained arrows on enemy formations. But Aztec warfare wasn't about annihilation. The goal was capture, not killing. This derived from both religious and practical considerations. Religiously, the gods required prisoners for sacrifice. Practically, captured warriors could be enslaved or ransomed, generating economic value. Dead enemies were wasted potential. This created a distinctive style of combat focused on subduing opponents rather than slaughtering them. It would prove a critical disadvantage when the Aztecs eventually faced enemies who fought to kill rather than capture. The Flower Wars, instituted by Tlacaelel in response to the drought of 1450, exemplified this approach. These were ritualized conflicts between the Aztec Empire and rival states, particularly Tlaxcala, Huexotzinco, and Cholula. Both sides agreed to battle at predetermined times and places. The goal wasn't territorial conquest. It was to provide warriors with combat experience and to capture prisoners for sacrifice. To outsiders, this seemed bizarre. Why fight without the objective of victory? But to the Aztecs, it made perfect sense. The wars maintained military readiness, satisfied religious obligations, and demonstrated imperial power without the costs and risks of total warfare. The practice also created permanent enemies who hated the Aztecs with particular intensity, enemies who would later provide the Spanish with willing allies. Religious life permeated every aspect of Aztec society. The gods weren't distant abstractions. They were active forces requiring constant attention. Huitzilopochtli, the tribal god of the Mexica, had been elevated by Tlacaelel to supreme status. According to revised mythology, Huitzilopochtli was born fully armed from his mother Coatlicue to defend her from his rebellious siblings. He represented the sun, engaged in eternal battle against the forces of darkness. Human sacrifice fed him, providing the strength to rise each morning and complete his journey across the sky. Without sacrifice, the sun would fail. The world would end. This wasn't metaphor to the Aztecs. It was physics. The religious calendar, the Tonalpohualli, consisted of 260 days divided into 20 periods of 13 days each. It interlocked with the solar calendar, the Xiuhpohualli, of 365 days. The two calendars aligned completely only once every 52 years, an event marked by the new fire ceremony. On this night, all fires throughout the empire were extinguished. In darkness, priests climbed to the summit of a sacred mountain and performed human sacrifice. If the ceremony succeeded, fire was kindled in the chest cavity of the sacrificial victim. Runners carried torches from this fire to relight hearths throughout the empire. The successful completion of this ceremony signaled that the gods had granted humanity another 52 years of existence. The ritual's psychological power was extraordinary, an entire empire experiencing darkness, uncertainty, then collective relief as light returned. The Great Temple, the Templo Mayor, dominated Tenochtitlan's ceremonial center. Rising in stepped pyramids to a height of roughly 90 feet, it was crowned by twin shrines to Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc, the rain god. The temple wasn't built once, it was expanded repeatedly, each ruler adding a new layer over the previous structure like architectural generations. Archaeological excavations have revealed at least 7 major building phases. The symbolism was profound. The temple represented Coatepec, the sacred mountain where Huitzilopochtli was born. Climbing its steps reenacted his victory over the forces of chaos. At the summit, sacrificial victims met their end, their blood flowing down the temple's steep stairs, feeding the earth and the gods simultaneously. Human sacrifice, the aspect of Aztec religion that most horrified Europeans and continues to disturb modern observers, must be understood within its cultural context. The Aztecs genuinely believed the universe required it. The gods had sacrificed themselves to create the world and humanity. Humans owed an unpayable debt. Sacrifice was reciprocity, cosmic rent payment for the privilege of existence. The scale of sacrifice under the Aztecs was unprecedented in Mesoamerica. Estimates for the dedication of the Great Temple's major renovation in 1487 range from 4,000 to 80,000 victims, though the higher numbers are probably exaggerated. Even the lower estimates represent an extraordinary number of deaths in a short period. Most sacrifices followed the same pattern. The victim, often drugged to ensure cooperation, was laid across a stone. 4 priests held the limbs. A 5th opened the chest with an obsidian knife and extracted the still-beating heart. The body was then thrown down the temple steps. Some victims were treated as honored guests before their death, fed well, given sexual partners, treated with respect. They were becoming food for the gods. That demanded reverence. By 1500, the empire had reached its maximum extent. It stretched from the Pacific to the Gulf of Mexico, from the dry northern plateaus to the tropical south. Somewhere between 5 and 6 million people lived under Aztec dominion, speaking dozens of languages, practicing varied customs, united only by their obligation to send tribute to Tenochtitlan. This wasn't a homogeneous state. It was a patchwork of conquered territories held together by military power and economic extraction. Local rulers retained their positions as long as tribute flowed. The Aztecs didn't impose their language, religion, or customs on subject peoples. They imposed taxes. This created efficiency, but also fragility. Subject cities harbored deep resentments. They paid tribute, but received little in return beyond the privilege of not being destroyed. No common Aztec identity united the empire. Only fear and economic compulsion. The reign of Ahuitzotl, from 1486 to 1502, marked the empire's greatest territorial expansion. Ahuitzotl was a warrior emperor in the mold of his predecessors, aggressive and ambitious. He conquered regions along the Pacific coast, extending Aztec influence into areas that had previously remained independent. He also completed major construction projects in Tenochtitlan, including the expansion of the Great Temple. But his reign also revealed the empire's limitations. When he attempted to bring water to Tenochtitlan from a new source at Coyoacán, against the advice of that city's ruler, the resulting flood nearly destroyed the capital. The hubris of unchecked power had consequences. Moctezuma II, who ascended to power in 1502, inherited an empire at its zenith, but showing signs of strain. He was a religious figure as much as a political one, deeply invested in ritual and ceremony. Under his rule, the nobility became more exclusive, the gap between rulers and commoners wider. He imposed stricter protocols, requiring elaborate displays of submission from visiting rulers. He expanded the palace, surrounded himself with luxury, and governed with increasing rigidity. The empire he ruled was powerful, but not beloved. Subject cities waited for opportunities to rebel. Rival states like Tlaxcala maintained their independence through military strength and strategic alliances. The Tarascans to the west had repeatedly defeated Aztec armies, establishing clear limits to imperial expansion. In 1519, Tenochtitlan stood as a monument to human ambition and organizational genius. Its markets bustled. Its temples gleamed with fresh plaster and paint. Its warriors trained daily in preparation for the next campaign. The tribute system funneled wealth from across Mesoamerica into the capital. The administrative apparatus functioned with bureaucratic precision. The religious calendar ordered time itself. For the residents of Tenochtitlan, the empire seemed eternal, divinely ordained, unshakable. They had transformed from despised migrants into the masters of millions in less than 2 centuries. Their city rivaled anything in Europe or Asia. Their military had never been defeated in their homeland. Their gods had blessed them with power and prosperity. The future seemed to promise more of the same, endless cycles of conquest and tribute, sacrifice and renewal, expansion and consolidation. What they couldn't see was that their empire, for all its sophistication and power, rested on foundations that a sufficiently determined enemy could shatter. They couldn't imagine that forces were already in motion that would, within 2 years, reduce their magnificent city to rubble and their empire to memory. On the eastern edge of the empire, beyond the mountains and across the coastal plains, the Aztecs encountered something they hadn't expected, a boundary they couldn't cross. Not a natural barrier like an ocean or impenetrable jungle, but a human one. The Tlaxcalans, Tlaxcala, was a confederation of 4 city-states occupying a relatively small territory surrounded on nearly all sides by Aztec-controlled lands. They were Nahuatl speakers, culturally similar to the Mexica, worshippers of many of the same gods. Yet they refused to submit. For decades, the Aztecs launched campaigns against them. Armies marched into Tlaxcalan territory, fought bloody battles, and retreated. The Tlaxcalans held their ground. This wasn't mere stubbornness. Tlaxcala's survival strategy combined military effectiveness with political cohesion. Their confederation functioned through genuine cooperation rather than dominance by one city. When threatened, all 4 cities mobilized together. Their warriors trained constantly, knowing their independence depended on perpetual readiness. They fortified mountain passes and maintained supply networks that allowed them to sustain prolonged resistance. The Aztecs could have destroyed Tlaxcala if they had committed overwhelming force for an extended campaign, but they didn't. The reasons remain debated. Some scholars point to the Flower Wars, those ritualized conflicts designed to capture warriors for sacrifice rather than conquer territory. Tlaxcala served as a convenient permanent enemy for these ceremonial battles. Others argue the Aztecs preferred to maintain Tlaxcala as an isolated holdout, surrounded by tributary states, demonstrating the consequences of resistance through economic strangulation rather than military annihilation. Whatever the reasoning, Tlaxcala's continued independence revealed something important. The empire's expansion had limits. Not geographical limits, but practical ones. The Aztecs could conquer, but they couldn't occupy everywhere simultaneously. They could demand tribute, but they couldn't force genuine loyalty. Their military was fearsome, but not invincible when facing determined, well-organized resistance. To the west, another boundary stopped Aztec expansion entirely. The Tarascan Empire, centered around Lake Pátzcuaro in what is now Michoacán, controlled a territory roughly equal in size to the Aztec domains. The Tarascans spoke a language unrelated to Nahuatl. They worked copper and bronze, technologies the Aztecs hadn't mastered. Their military organization differed fundamentally from Mesoamerican norms, emphasizing defensive fortifications and massed formations rather than individual warrior prowess. When the Aztecs attempted to expand westward into Tarascan territory, they met catastrophic defeat. In 1478, during the reign of Axayacatl, an Aztec army invaded Tarascan lands. The campaign ended in disaster. Thousands of Aztec warriors died. The survivors retreated in disarray. The defeat was so complete that the Aztecs never seriously attempted another invasion of Tarascan territory. The Tarascan frontier became a hardened border, fortified on both sides, patrolled but not crossed. Trade continued, limited and controlled. Diplomatic relations remained tense. The two empires coexisted as rivals, neither willing to risk another major conflict, neither able to dominate the other. These limits mattered. They meant the empire's expansion wasn't inevitable or unstoppable. Geography, political organization, and military capability all constrained Aztec ambitions. The empire grew through calculated conquest of weaker neighbors, not universal domination. Where they met equals or superiors, expansion halted. Within the empire's actual boundaries, meanwhile, administration required constant attention. The tribute system that funded Tenochtitlan's grandeur depended on meticulous record-keeping and regular enforcement. The Calpixca, imperial tribute collectors, traveled throughout subject territories, documenting populations, agricultural production, and available resources. Their records, painted in pictographic codices, listed exactly what each province owed and when payments were due. Tribute arrived in Tenochtitlan through a logistical network that would impress any modern state. Porters carried goods along established routes, stopping at way stations that provided shelter and supplies. Some tribute goods traveled hundreds of miles from tropical coasts to highland valleys, from desert regions to lake shores. The system moved thousands of tons of maize, beans, cacao, cotton, feathers, gold, jade, and countless other products annually. The Codex Mendoza, compiled shortly after the Spanish conquest, preserves detailed records of this tribute system. Its pages list 38 tributary provinces, each illustrated with glyphs indicating the goods they provided. Quantities are specified precisely: 400 bundles of quetzal feathers from one region, 2,000 decorated cotton mantles from another, 20 lip plugs of clear amber from a third. The scale is staggering. One province alone sent 800 bundles of cacao beans twice yearly. Another provided 16,000 rubber balls annually. But tribute wasn't just economic extraction, it was political performance. When tribute arrived in Tenochtitlan, it did so ceremonially. Representatives from tributary provinces presented goods to the Huey Tlatoani in elaborate rituals that emphasized their subordination and his supremacy. These ceremonies reminded everyone of the empire's hierarchical structure. The capital received, the provinces provided. Order was maintained through regular, visible demonstrations of power relationships. Subject cities that failed to send tribute faced consequences. Sometimes military expeditions marched to enforce compliance. Other times, economic pressure sufficed. The Aztecs could cut off trade, isolate rebellious provinces, or encourage neighboring cities to raid them. The threat of intervention usually proved sufficient. Most subject rulers found it easier to pay than to fight. Yet resentment simmered. Tribute payments impoverished communities, transferring wealth that could have improved local conditions to the distant capital. Subject peoples saw Tenochtitlan's grandeur built on their labor. its temples decorated with their gold, its markets filled with their products. They paid, but received little in return. No roads were built for their benefit, no irrigation projects funded, no protection guaranteed against raiders or natural disasters. The Aztecs maintained control through a simple equation. The cost of rebellion exceeded the cost of compliance. As long as that remained true, tribute flowed. But should circumstances change, should the empire show weakness or a credible alternative appear, the calculation could shift dramatically. Inside Tenochtitlan itself, the tribute wealth transformed urban life in ways visible and invisible. The city's population swelled beyond 200,000, making it one of the largest urban centers in the world. Only a few cities in China, the Middle East, and Europe compared in size. Its markets operated daily, drawing traders and customers from throughout the Valley of Mexico and beyond. The central marketplace at Tlatelolco functioned as the empire's commercial heart. Spanish chroniclers who saw it before its destruction claimed 60,000 people gathered there on market days. Every product imaginable was bought and sold. Foodstuffs from dozens of ecological zones, textiles ranging from simple maguey fiber to elaborate featherwork, tools and weapons, pottery and precious stones, live animals and prepared meals, medicines and poisons, slaves and servants. Market administrators regulated trade with surprising sophistication. They assigned specific areas to different goods, preventing chaos and making products easy to locate. They enforced standard measures to prevent fraud. They maintained order through market judges who settled disputes and punished theft. The marketplace was a zone of relative equality where even slaves could purchase their own freedom if they reached a designated area before their owner caught them. The city's infrastructure supported this dense urban population through engineering achievements that rivaled anything in the contemporary world. The aqueduct system brought fresh water from springs at Chapultepec, carried along dual pipes so one could be cleaned while the other remained operational. Causeways connected the island city to the mainland, wide enough for 10 horsemen to ride abreast, according to later Spanish accounts, with removable sections that could be raised to prevent enemy access. Canals crisscrossed the city, serving as streets for canoe traffic. Thousands of canoes moved through these waterways daily, transporting goods and people. The canoe served as the city's primary vehicle, more important than any wheeled cart. Wealthy families owned decorated canoes with awnings and cushions. Commoners paddled simpler craft. Specialized canoes carried water, removed waste, or transported building materials. Tenochtitlan's urban planning reflected social hierarchy in physical space. The sacred precinct occupied the city center, dominated by the Templo Mayor and surrounded by other temples, palaces, and administrative buildings. Only nobles and priests lived in this core area. Commoner neighborhoods radiated outward, organized by kalpuli, hereditary clan groups that functioned as basic units of social organization. Each kalpuli maintained its own temple, school, and administrative structure. Housing varied dramatically by social class. Noble residences were multi-room complexes built around courtyards, with separate areas for sleeping, cooking, storage, and receiving guests. Walls were plastered and often painted. Roofs used wooden beams covered with clay tiles. Commoner houses were simpler, 1 or 2 rooms with thatched roofs and earthen floors. But even these modest structures reflected urban density and planning. Neighborhoods had communal spaces for markets, bathing, and gathering. The city's cleanliness impressed later visitors. Public toilets were maintained throughout residential areas, with waste collected for use in chinampas as fertilizer. Streets were swept daily. Garbage was removed regularly. The contrast with European cities of the same period, where waste was often dumped in streets and rivers served as open sewers, was stark. Yet, for all its grandeur and sophistication, Tenochtitlan remained vulnerable. The city's island location, once a defensive advantage, had become a potential trap. It depended entirely on causeways for land access and canoes for water transport. Food arrived daily from outside the city. Fresh water flowed through aqueducts that could be cut. The surrounding lake protected the city, but also isolated it. Any enemy who controlled the causeways and the water could starve Tenochtitlan into submission. The Aztecs themselves understood this vulnerability. They maintained strong garrisons at the causeway entrances. They kept their navy of war canoes ready for deployment. They ensured tribute continued flowing, guaranteeing food supplies. But structural dependence remained. The empire's capital, its economic and political center, the city that symbolized Aztec power, could not survive independently. It required the empire to feed it, supply it, and sustain it. This interdependence between capital and provinces, between conquerors and conquered, defined the empire's fundamental character. Tenochtitlan needed tribute to maintain its population and prestige. Subject provinces paid tribute to avoid destruction. The system worked as long as Aztec military power remained unquestioned and no external threat emerged to disrupt it. In the first decades of the 16th century, that system appeared stable. The empire had reached its maximum extent. Expansion had slowed, but not stopped entirely. Moctezuma II governed with ceremonial rigor and administrative efficiency. The tribute flowed. The temples rose higher. The markets bustled. The warrior academies trained new generations. The priests performed their rituals according to the sacred calendar. To the inhabitants of Tenochtitlan, their world seemed permanent. They had transformed from refugees to rulers, from despised migrants to masters of millions. Their city was the most magnificent in their known world. Their empire stretched from ocean to ocean. Their gods had blessed them with power and prosperity that earlier generations could barely have imagined. They believed their empire would endure as long as they maintained the cosmic order through sacrifice and warfare, as long as the sun rose each morning, sustained by human blood, as long as the tribute arrived and the conquered peoples knew their place, as long as the Aztecs remained the chosen people of Huitzilopochtli, destined to rule. In spring of 1519, strange reports began reaching Tenochtitlan from the eastern coast. Ships unlike any seen before, massive floating structures with white sails, had appeared offshore. Strangers with pale skin and thick beards had landed. They wore metal that covered their entire bodies. They rode enormous animals that looked like deer but weren't. They carried weapons that produced thunder and fire. The reports seemed impossible, like stories from mythology rather than factual accounts. But they kept coming. More sightings, more strange beings, more inexplicable things. Moctezuma II ordered his coastal governors to observe and report. He sent gifts. He consulted priests and advisors about what these appearances might mean. The empire that had seemed eternal suddenly faced something it had never encountered before. The completely unknown. The strangers from the eastern sea weren't just unusual. They were impossible. And that impossibility terrified Moctezuma II more than any enemy army ever had. His coastal governors sent runners with detailed reports. These newcomers wore shells of metal that covered their bodies completely. They rode beasts larger than deer that moved with thundering speed. They carried hollow sticks that produced smoke, fire, and sound loud enough to shake the earth. When these sticks spoke, stone walls crumbled and men fell dead from distances no arrow could reach. Most disturbing of all, their leader, a man with a thick black beard and cold eyes, asked questions about gold, about the empire, about Tenochtitlan itself. Moctezuma consulted every advisor, priest, and sage available. The timing couldn't be worse. According to certain interpretations of the sacred calendar, this was the year Seacatl, one reed, the prophesied return date of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god who had once ruled the Toltecs before departing eastward across the sea, promising to return. Some priests whispered that these pale strangers might be divine emissaries. Others insisted they were demons. Moctezuma himself seemed paralyzed between possibilities. The emperor ordered gifts sent to the coast. Not hostile rejection, but not welcome either. Elaborate presents of gold, jade, and featherwork. Ritual garments fit for gods. The message was deliberately ambiguous. If these beings were divine, the gifts honored them. If they were merely strange foreigners, the wealth demonstrated Aztec power. What Moctezuma didn't understand was that the gifts had exactly the wrong effect. They confirmed everything the strangers hoped to find. Wealth beyond imagination. An empire ripe for taking. While the emperor debated divine possibilities, the strangers' leader, Hernán Cortés, made calculations of an entirely earthly nature. He saw immediately what generations of Aztec rulers had never fully resolved. The empire's fundamental weakness. It wasn't truly unified. It was held together by fear, tribute, and military dominance over peoples who hated their overlords. Every conquered city-state, every subjected population, every forced tribute payment. Each one represented not just a source of wealth, but a potential ally against Tenochtitlan. Cortés landed first in territories controlled by the Totonacs, a coastal people who'd been paying tribute to the Aztecs for decades. When he learned they despised their Mexica overlords, he offered them something the Aztecs never had: partnership instead of domination, freedom from tribute instead of increased demands. The Totonacs listened, then they joined him, not because they loved the Spanish, but because they hated the Aztecs more. This pattern would repeat itself across the empire. The structural flaw that had always existed beneath Aztec dominance suddenly became catastrophically visible. The empire had grown through conquest, maintained through tribute, and held together by the threat of violence. It had never created genuine loyalty among its subjects. Every tributary city remembered its own independence. Every conquered people preserved its own identity. The Aztecs had built an empire that ruled millions but inspired devotion from almost none of them. The news from the coast grew more alarming. The strangers were moving inland. More peoples were joining them. The Chempolans, then others. Moctezuma sent ambassadors with more gifts, trying to buy time, trying to understand what was happening. The strangers kept coming. They moved toward the great rival that had never been conquered. Tlaxcala. Tlaxcala was everything the Aztec Empire was not. Small, surrounded, constantly threatened, but fiercely independent. For decades, the Aztecs had conducted flower wars against them, capturing prisoners for sacrifice, but never quite crushing them completely. Some historians believe the Aztecs kept Tlaxcala independent deliberately, as a permanent training ground for warriors and a reliable source of captives. If that was the strategy, it was about to prove disastrously short-sighted. When Cortés reached Tlaxcala, they attacked him. Hard. These were warriors who'd been fighting the Aztecs for generations. They knew Mesoamerican warfare intimately. They tested the strangers in several fierce battles, trying to understand these new enemies with their metal armor and impossible weapons. But after initial conflicts, the Tlaxcalans made a calculation. They'd been resisting Aztec domination for decades, with limited success. These strangers offered something new, a chance to destroy the empire that had threatened them for so long. The alliance between Cortés and Tlaxcala changed everything. Suddenly the Spanish weren't just strange foreigners with superior weapons. They were the nucleus of an anti-Aztec coalition that included thousands of experienced Mesoamerican warriors who knew the empire's weaknesses intimately, who understood the terrain, who spoke the languages, who harbored generations of accumulated resentment against Tenochtitlan. Moctezuma received reports of this alliance with growing horror. The situation was spiraling beyond his control. His tributary subjects were defecting, his enemies were strengthening, and the strangers kept advancing toward the Valley of Mexico. The emperor faced an impossible decision: meet them with military force, risking a battle whose outcome he couldn't predict, or allow them to approach, hoping diplomacy might resolve what force could not. He chose diplomacy, or perhaps paralysis disguised as diplomacy. Moctezuma sent more ambassadors, more gifts, more messages. He offered tribute if they'd turn back. He warned of the empire's military power. He tried every diplomatic lever available. Nothing worked. The strangers and their growing indigenous army kept coming. In November 1519, Cortés and his coalition reached Tenochtitlan itself. Moctezuma made the fateful decision to welcome them into the city. His reasoning remains debated. Perhaps he still believed they might be divine. Perhaps he thought he could control them better inside the city than outside. Perhaps he simply couldn't bring himself to attack beings whose nature he didn't understand. Whatever his reasoning, the decision was catastrophic. The Spanish entered Tenochtitlan, and their accounts describe genuine awe. Even hardened conquistadors, men who'd seen Seville and Rome, were stunned by what they found. The city's scale, its organization, its beauty, the massive pyramids rising above the lake, the broad causeways connecting island to shore, the canals filled with canoes, the markets larger than anything in Spain. Bernal Diaz del Castillo, a soldier with Cortés, wrote that they wondered if they were dreaming, but their awe didn't prevent them from seeing opportunities. The causeways that made Tenochtitlan magnificent also made it vulnerable. Control those causeways, and you controlled the city. The city's dependence on outside food supplies, its concentration of wealth, the emperor's strange passivity. Everything suggested that despite its appearance of invincible power, the empire's heart was accessible, isolated, and surprisingly fragile. What happened next unfolded with the terrible logic of tragedy. Cortés, sensing Moctezuma's uncertainty, made an unthinkable move. He took the emperor hostage, in his own palace, in the center of his own capital, surrounded by his own people. And somehow, impossibly, it worked. Moctezuma didn't summon his warriors to destroy the Spanish immediately. He didn't order the causeways cut and the strangers starved into submission. Instead, he became Cortés's captive, a puppet emperor issuing orders at Spanish direction. The Aztec nobility was stunned. Their emperor, the Huey Tlatoani, representative of Huitzilopochtli, ruler of millions, was a prisoner in his own city. Some wanted immediate action. Others counseled patience. The paralysis that had gripped Moctezuma seemed to spread through the imperial administration. This situation was so unprecedented, so outside their experience, that no one quite knew how to respond. For months, an impossible equilibrium persisted. Cortés controlled Moctezuma. Moctezuma technically still governed the empire. Aztec warriors surrounded the Spanish but didn't attack. The Spanish were vastly outnumbered, but held the emperor. It was a stalemate built on confusion, uncertainty, and the strange psychological power of having seized the person who embodied Aztec authority. Then Cortés made a mistake. He had to leave Tenochtitlan temporarily to deal with a Spanish rival who'd arrived at the coast to arrest him. He left Pedro de Alvarado in command with explicit orders to maintain the fragile peace. Alvarado did the opposite. During a major Aztec religious festival, while Aztec nobles danced unarmed in the temple courtyard, Alvarado ordered his men to attack. They massacred hundreds of the empire's elite in what became known as the Massacre of the Great Temple. The city exploded. The strange paralysis that had kept Aztec warriors from attacking evaporated instantly. Suddenly, the Spanish weren't mysterious visitors or possible gods. They were murderers who'd violated sacred space and slaughtered nobles during a holy ceremony. Warriors swarmed the palace where the Spanish had fortified themselves. The causeways were cut. Food supplies were stopped. The siege began. When Cortés returned and fought his way back into the city, he found the situation transformed. The Aztecs were no longer confused or hesitant. They were enraged and unified. Moctezuma's authority had collapsed. The emperor tried to address his people from a palace balcony, urging them to stop fighting. His own subjects threw stones at him. Whether he died from those stones or was killed by the Spanish afterward remains disputed. Either way, his death marked the end of Aztec paralysis. The Spanish fought their way out of Tenochtitlan on what they called La Noche Triste, the Night of Sorrows. Loaded down with stolen gold, they retreated across the causeways while Aztec warriors attacked from canoes and rooftops. Hundreds of Spanish died. Thousands of their indigenous allies died. The survivors reached the mainland exhausted, wounded, and defeated. But the war was far from over. The Aztecs had driven the Spanish from their city, but they'd done so at tremendous cost. The fighting had disrupted food supplies. The city's infrastructure was damaged. Worse, something else had entered Tenochtitlan with the Spanish: smallpox. The disease spread through the city with devastating speed. Within months, it killed thousands, including the new emperor Cuitlahuac. The epidemic hit Tenochtitlan far harder than it hit the Spanish and their allies outside the city. Cortés spent months regrouping. He built ships to control the lake. He gathered more indigenous allies. The list of peoples willing to join the anti-Aztec coalition kept growing. Tlaxcalans, Totonacs, Texcocans, and others who saw an opportunity to destroy the empire that had dominated them. By 1521, when Cortés returned to besiege Tenochtitlan, he commanded an army of over 100,000, the vast majority indigenous Mesoamericans. The siege was brutal. The Spanish controlled the lake with their ships, cutting off supplies. They advanced along the causeways, destroying them section by section so the Aztecs couldn't counterattack effectively. The new emperor, Cuauhtémoc, defended the city with desperate courage, but Tenochtitlan was starving. Disease continued ravaging the population. Fresh water was cut off. No food entered. The magnificent city that had awed the Spanish months earlier was dying. The final assault came in August 1521. The Spanish and their allies fought house to house through Tenochtitlan. The Aztecs defended every street, every canal, every building. When they ran out of arrows, they threw stones. When they ran out of stones, they fought with broken obsidian. The battle destroyed the city. Temples were torn down. Palaces burned. Canals filled with bodies. The warriors who'd once dominated Mesoamerica fought until they had nothing left to fight with. Cuauhtémoc was captured trying to escape by canoe. The empire that had ruled millions ceased to exist. Tenochtitlan lay in ruins. The lake waters ran red. The Spanish victory was complete, but it wasn't really Spanish. It was a coalition victory, a rebellion of subject peoples who'd used Spanish weapons and leadership to destroy the empire they'd always hated. The Aztec Empire fell not because its warriors were weak or its weapons inferior. It fell because its structure contained fatal flaws that a sufficiently clever enemy could exploit. The empire had built itself on conquest without integration, domination without loyalty, tribute without reciprocity. When a credible alternative appeared, the subject peoples abandoned their overlords without hesitation. The magnificent city that rose from a swamp, the tribute empire that stretched from sea to sea, the warriors who'd captured thousands for sacrifice. All of it disappeared in 2 years of war and disease. The empire that seemed eternal, proved fragile. The capital that appeared invincible fell. The system that had dominated Mesoamerica for a century collapsed almost overnight. What remained wasn't merely ruins. It was the physical evidence of a truth the Spanish needed everyone to forget. The Aztec Empire wasn't destroyed by superior Spanish military power. It was dismantled by its own subjects using Spanish assistance. The ruins of Tenochtitlan told a story of imperial overreach and structural collapse that would haunt Spanish colonial narratives for centuries. The Spanish built their new capital directly on top of the Aztec one. Mexico City rose from Tenochtitlan's ashes, using the same stones, the same causeways, the same location. They couldn't escape the ghost of what they'd destroyed. Every foundation they laid rested on Aztec engineering. Every street followed Aztec planning. The city that had awed them became the skeleton of their colonial headquarters. But something crucial was lost in translation. The Spanish chroniclers who documented the conquest wrote from a European perspective, interpreting everything through their own cultural lens. They described pyramids as temples of Satan. They saw human sacrifice and concluded barbarism. They witnessed sophisticated urban planning and called it primitive. Their accounts preserved details while fundamentally misunderstanding what they described. The indigenous perspective survived in fragments, Nahuatl texts written after the conquest, poetry composed in secret, codices hidden from Spanish authorities. These sources told a different story. They recorded the conquest not as inevitable Spanish triumph, but as tragedy, as the collapse of cosmic order, as the end of their world. The most revealing accounts came from those who'd lived through it. Elderly Aztec nobles interviewed decades later by Spanish priests, trying to understand what they'd conquered. Warriors who'd fought in the final battles. Priests who'd performed the last ceremonies. Their testimonies, filtered through interpreters and Spanish editors, still conveyed the magnitude of what was lost. They described Tenochtitlan at its height, the marketplace that could hold 60,000 people, the floating gardens that fed a city larger than most European capitals, the aqueducts that brought fresh water from the mainland, the astronomical precision of the ritual calendar, the sophisticated legal system, the schools that educated noble children, the hospitals, the libraries, all of it destroyed in 2 years of warfare. The Spanish justified the destruction through religious conviction. They'd saved souls by burning temples. They'd brought civilization by demolishing cities. They'd liberated subjects by destroying their entire social order. This narrative dominated official histories for centuries, making the conquest seem like divine will rather than political catastrophe. But the numbers tell a different story. The population of central Mexico in 1519 stood at roughly 25 million. By 1600, it had collapsed to about 1 million. The demographic catastrophe that followed the conquest dwarfed the initial military destruction. Disease, famine, forced labor, and social collapse killed more people than all the battles combined. The Aztec Empire's structural weaknesses, so thoroughly exploited during the conquest, revealed themselves as symptoms of a broader Mesoamerican political pattern. Empires built on conquest without integration were inherently unstable. The Triple Alliance wasn't unique in this vulnerability. Earlier civilizations, Teotihuacan, Tula, the Maya city-states, had all experienced similar cycles of rise and collapse. What made the Aztec collapse different was its speed and totality. Previous empires had declined gradually, their power eroding over generations. Tenochtitlan fell in months. The difference was external intervention. Cortés didn't discover inherent Aztec weaknesses, he weaponized them. He transformed internal tensions into total war. The indigenous allies who'd helped destroy the empire soon discovered their mistake. the Spanish didn't liberate subject peoples. They replaced Aztec domination with colonial domination. The tribute that once flowed to Tenochtitlan now went to Spain. The local rulers who'd been promised autonomy found themselves subordinated to Spanish administrators. The freedom they'd fought for vanished into a new and more oppressive system. Some groups resisted. The Mixtec highlands remained independent for decades. Maya territories in the south weren't fully conquered until the 17th century. But the center, the heart of the old empire, fell quickly under Spanish control. The infrastructure the Aztecs built, the roads, the tribute networks, the administrative systems, all served their new masters perfectly. The Spanish inherited an empire and called it conquest. They destroyed one tributary system and replaced it with another. The irony wasn't lost on the surviving Aztec nobility, who watched Spanish administrators use Aztec methods to extract wealth from Aztec territories using Aztec record-keeping systems. Cortés himself became one of the richest men in the Spanish Empire. His encomienda grants gave him control over thousands of indigenous workers. The wealth he extracted from Mexico funded palaces in Spain and expeditions across the Pacific. He destroyed an empire and built his fortune on its corpse. But personal success didn't translate to historical vindication. Cortés spent his later years fighting Spanish bureaucrats who questioned his methods and his loyalty. The Spanish crown, suspicious of powerful conquistadors, gradually stripped him of authority. He died in Spain, wealthy but bitter, his achievements already being rewritten by official historians. The real winners of the conquest were neither Spanish nor Aztec, but disease and demographic collapse. Smallpox arrived with the Spanish and never left. Wave after wave of epidemics swept through indigenous populations with no immunity. Measles, typhus, influenza all ravaged communities already disrupted by war and social collapse. The chinampas that had fed Tenochtitlan fell into disuse. The irrigation systems broke down. Agricultural production collapsed. Famine followed disease. The survivors faced a world fundamentally broken, where old knowledge seemed useless and new systems incomprehensible. Spanish priests worked to convert the population, sometimes through persuasion, often through force. They built churches on top of pyramids. They burned codices. They suppressed traditional ceremonies, but they couldn't completely erase what had come before. Indigenous beliefs survived underground, blending with Catholicism into syncretic practices that persist today. The linguistic impact was equally complex. Nahuatl, the language of the Aztecs, survived but transformed. Spanish loanwords flooded in. Christian concepts required new vocabulary. The language adapted, creating hybrid forms that reflected the cultural collision. Some aspects of Aztec civilization were deliberately preserved. Spanish administrators realized they needed indigenous knowledge to govern effectively. They commissioned histories written by educated Aztecs. They employed native scribes to maintain records. They created schools to train bilingual intermediaries. These preservation efforts were pragmatic rather than respectful, but they saved fragments of what might have been completely lost. The Florentine Codex, compiled by the Franciscan friar Bernardino de Sahagún with indigenous informants, became one of the most comprehensive records of Aztec life. 12 volumes covering religion, society, natural history, and the conquest itself. Written in both Nahuatl and Spanish, it preserved details that would have otherwise vanished. Other codices survived through luck or secrecy. The Codex Mendoza, created for the Spanish viceroy, documented the tribute system. The Codex Borbonicus preserved ritual calendar information. The Codex Xolotl recorded the history of Texcoco. Each manuscript a window into the world that was lost, but these were fragments of a shattered whole. The complete picture of Aztec civilization disappeared with Tenochtitlan. The libraries burned, the elders died. ceremonial knowledge passed unrecorded. What survived was enough to hint at the sophistication of what was lost, but not enough to fully reconstruct it. Modern archaeology has added pieces to the puzzle. Excavations beneath Mexico City reveal layers of Aztec construction. The Templo Mayor, discovered in 1978, provided unprecedented insights into Aztec religion and ritual. Each dig uncovers more evidence of the civilization that once flourished here. But physical evidence can't fully answer the question that haunts the conquest. What would have happened if the Spanish hadn't arrived? Would the Aztec Empire have continued expanding? Would internal tensions have eventually caused collapse anyway? Would the tributary system have evolved into something more stable? These questions have no answers, only speculation. The empire's trajectory was interrupted so completely that we can't know where it was heading. What we do know is that the system as it existed in 1519 was unsustainable. The resentment of subject peoples, the constant need for military expansion, the economic strain of maintaining Tenochtitlan's grandeur, all pointed toward eventual crisis. The Spanish arrival accelerated and redirected that crisis, but they didn't create it. The fundamental tensions were indigenous. The exploitation was indigenous. The empire's structural weaknesses were built in from the beginning, products of rapid expansion without political integration. In that sense, the Aztec Empire's fall was overdetermined. It would have collapsed eventually, with or without Spanish intervention. What the Spanish changed was the timing and the aftermath. Instead of another cycle of Mesoamerican political reorganization, the conquest brought colonial domination and demographic catastrophe. The speed of the collapse left survivors disoriented. Within living memory, Tenochtitlan had been the center of the world. Now it was rubble beneath a Spanish city. The psychological impact was devastating. Aztec poetry from this period is filled with images of broken flowers, fallen temples, and lost glory. Yet survival itself was a form of resistance. The population recovered, slowly, from its demographic nadir. Indigenous communities maintained their identity despite Spanish pressure. The language adapted but persisted. Cultural practices went underground but didn't disappear. The conquest destroyed the Aztec Empire, but not the Aztec people. Their descendants live throughout Mexico today, speaking Nahuatl, maintaining traditions, and reclaiming history that was nearly erased. The empire fell, but the civilization endured, transformed but recognizable. Looking back across 5 centuries, the conquest appears less as inevitable European triumph and more as contingent catastrophe. A series of decisions, accidents, and misfortunes that combined to destroy something that might have lasted centuries longer. The Spanish arrived at exactly the wrong moment, when internal tensions were high, but before they'd been resolved. They exploited divisions that might have eventually healed. They introduced diseases that had no precedent in indigenous experience, but they didn't conquer alone. The indigenous allies who fought alongside them weren't passive victims or willing collaborators. They were political actors making calculated decisions based on their own interests. They chose to destroy the empire that had dominated them, not knowing they were trading one form of domination for another far worse. The ruins of Tenochtitlan stand as testament to this complex history. Not a simple story of European superiority, but a tragedy of imperial overreach, structural instability, and catastrophic timing. The city that rose from a swamp to dominate Mesoamerica fell not because its warriors were weak, but because its empire was brittle. Built on conquest, it died by conquest, destroyed by the very peoples it had never learned to integrate. Beyond the shattered stones of Tenochtitlan lies another question, one that historians only recently began asking with real seriousness. What did the Aztec Empire mean to the people who lived through it? not the nobles in their palaces or the warriors with their captives, but the millions of ordinary people whose daily lives were shaped by imperial power they never chose and couldn't escape. Start with the farmers. In villages throughout the empire, life revolved around corn. Planting cycles dictated everything. The ritual calendar aligned with agricultural needs, ensuring that religious festivals coincided with crucial moments in the growing season. This wasn't coincidence. The priests who designed the calendar understood that keeping the gods happy and keeping the crops growing were fundamentally the same project. But imperial expansion complicated this ancient rhythm. Tribute demands meant farmers couldn't simply grow food for their families and local markets. They had to produce surplus for distant Tenochtitlan. That surplus was extracted systematically, measured by officials who arrived with counting ropes and stern faces. The farmers knew these men answered to governors who answered to tribute collectors, who answered ultimately to the emperor himself. The entire system existed to funnel resources upward, from countless small villages to one massive city. The tribute wasn't just corn. Different regions specialized in different products based on their environment and existing skills. Coastal areas provided fish, shells, and tropical feathers. Highland regions sent obsidian and timber. Warm valleys produced cotton and cacao. The Codex Mendoza, compiled just after the conquest, lists these tribute requirements in meticulous detail. Every 80 days, certain provinces had to deliver specific quantities of specific goods. The repetition was relentless. No harvest brought permanent relief because the next tribute deadline was already approaching. For the people paying this tribute, the empire's glory meant very little. They didn't benefit from Tenochtitlan's grandeur, except in the abstract sense that their region was part of something larger. The magnificent temples were built with their labor and resources, but most would never see them. The elaborate ceremonies featured goods they produced but couldn't afford to own. Imperial power was something that took from them, not something that gave back. Yet the system created its own kind of stability. Villages that paid tribute regularly were generally left alone. Local governance continued under traditional leaders. Internal disputes were handled locally. The empire's presence was felt mainly through the tribute collectors and the threat of military action if obligations weren't met. This light-touch governance worked precisely because the demands, while heavy, were predictable. People could plan around them. The tribute system became part of the rhythm of life, like seasonal rains or religious festivals. Consider the psychological weight of this arrangement. Every farmer knew that a portion of his harvest belonged to someone he'd never meet, living in a city he'd never visit. The corn he grew fed people whose names he didn't know. The cloth his wife wove decorated strangers. The sense of disconnection must have been profound. Your labor benefited others while you remained at the edge of survival, one bad harvest away from disaster. The tribute system also created new forms of inequality within communities. Local nobles were responsible for collecting and delivering tribute. This gave them leverage over their own people. They could demand more than necessary, keeping the surplus for themselves. They could decide which families bore the heaviest burdens. Imperial power flowed through local hierarchies, amplifying existing inequalities rather than creating new ones from scratch. The result was a complex web of exploitation, where victims and perpetrators were often neighbors. Think about what this meant for social cohesion. In pre-imperial times, village communities were relatively egalitarian. Nobles existed, but their power was limited. The tribute system changed that. Nobles became intermediaries between the village and the empire, a position that granted enormous power. They could protect people from the worst demands or expose them to crushing obligations. This created dependency. Ordinary villagers needed their nobles' goodwill, which meant accepting their authority, even when it seemed arbitrary or cruel. The empire also disrupted traditional patterns of exchange. Before imperial expansion, Communities traded with neighbors based on mutual need. Coastal villages exchanged fish for highland obsidian. Forest communities traded timber for valley grain. These relationships were embedded in kinship networks and ritual obligations. The tribute system layered imperial demands over these traditional exchanges, redirecting resources toward Tenochtitlan. Local markets still functioned, but they operated within constraints set by distant authorities. The economy became less about meeting community needs and more about satisfying imperial requirements. For artisans, the empire created both opportunity and obligation. Skilled craftsmen producing luxury goods found ready markets in Tenochtitlan. The city's wealthy nobles consumed featherwork, jewelry, and fine textiles in enormous quantities. An artisan who could secure access to these markets might prosper. But that prosperity came at a cost. Once you became known for quality work, tribute demands often included your specialized products. The featherworker who created magnificent headdresses for local ceremonies might find himself obligated to produce similar work for imperial officials. His skill, which should have brought independence, instead created new forms of dependency. The Pochteca, those merchant spies who traveled vast distances, occupied an unusual position. They were commoners by birth, but accumulated wealth that rivaled nobility. The empire needed them for gathering intelligence and establishing economic ties with distant regions. This gave them protected status and certain privileges, yet they remained outside the traditional social hierarchy, neither noble nor ordinary. Their position was precarious. The emperor could elevate them or crush them on a whim. They operated in a space between worlds, benefiting from imperial expansion while remaining vulnerable to imperial caprice. Children growing up in this system learned early that the world was hierarchical and that power flowed from Tenochtitlan. Boys trained as warriors understood that success meant capturing enemies for sacrifice. Girls learned that their role was maintaining households that could meet tribute obligations. Education, whether formal or informal, reinforced the empire's structure. Even play reflected imperial realities. Children in Tenochtitlan played games mimicking tribute collection. In subject territories, they played games about avoiding tribute collectors. The psychological impact of living under imperial rule varied dramatically by region. Communities close to Tenochtitlan, conquered early and integrated thoroughly, had generations to adjust. The empire became normal, just the way things were, but recently conquered regions lived with fresh resentment. Their parents remembered independence. The tribute they paid felt like theft, not obligation. These regions were powder kegs, quiet only because military force kept them that way. The moment that force weakened, they would explode. Religious life was similarly complicated. The empire promoted Huitzilopochtli as supreme deity, but local communities maintained their own gods and ceremonies. Imperial religion layered over local practice without completely replacing it. The result was syncretism, a blending where people performed imperial rituals because they had to, while maintaining traditional practices because they wanted to. This created a kind of double consciousness. You could participate in empire-wide ceremonies while privately maintaining different beliefs. The empire demanded compliance, not conversion. The scale of human sacrifice created its own form of psychological trauma. Most victims came from conquered territories, captured in war, or provided as tribute. For communities forced to hand over people for sacrifice, this was devastating. They had to decide who would be sent. Young warriors captured in battle were one thing, but when tribute obligations included humans, communities faced impossible choices. Who do you send to die in Tenochtitlan's temples? The old? The sick? The troublemakers? These decisions created guilt, resentment, and social fractures that never healed. For the victims' families, the empire represented pure evil. Their sons or daughters were taken to feed foreign gods in a distant city. The Aztecs claimed this honored the victims, elevating them to divine status. But that rhetoric rang hollow when you were the mother watching your child march away. The grief and rage these families felt was suppressed by fear of retaliation, but it didn't disappear. It simmered, waiting for release. The empire also changed gender dynamics in complex ways. Traditional Mesoamerican societies had relatively balanced gender roles. Women controlled household economies. They could own property, engage in trade, and exercise authority within domestic spheres. Imperial expansion disrupted these patterns. The emphasis on military conquest elevated masculine warrior culture. Men who captured enemies gained status. Women who maintained households enabling this military activity were valued but subordinate. The empire's ideology celebrated masculine aggression while containing feminine power within increasingly narrow bounds. Elderly people who remembered pre-imperial times carried the weight of comparison. They'd lived through the transition from independence to subjugation. Their stories, told quietly, preserved memories of different ways of organizing society. These memories were dangerous to imperial authority, so they were shared carefully within families, away from official notice. But they persisted, creating alternative narratives about what was possible and what had been lost. The empire's infrastructure projects, those magnificent causeways and aqueducts, were built with labor extracted from subject populations. Men were pulled from their villages to work on construction projects in Tenochtitlan. This labor wasn't compensated beyond basic food. Families lost productive members for months or years. Some never returned. The causeways that impressed Spanish conquistadors were built with the sweat and sometimes blood of people who gained nothing from them except the knowledge that their work had made someone else's city more magnificent. Disease existed before European contact, but imperial expansion spread it. Markets brought people from different regions together, creating opportunities for pathogens to jump between populations. Trade routes became disease vectors. The massive concentration of people in Tenochtitlan created perfect conditions for epidemics. Surrounding communities paid a price for the city's grandeur in the form of increased disease exposure. The empire's very success made everyone less healthy. The tribute system created chronic malnutrition in many regions. After tribute obligations were met, communities often lacked sufficient food for their own needs. People lived on the edge, vulnerable to any disruption. A failed harvest that would have been manageable in pre-imperial times now meant starvation because there was no surplus. The empire had already taken it. This vulnerability was built into the system, an accepted cost of maintaining Tenochtitlan's population and power. For all these burdens, the empire did provide certain benefits. It suppressed inter-community warfare. Villages that might have fought each other for resources instead paid tribute and lived in relative peace. Trade increased, giving people access to goods from distant regions. The ritual calendar, standardized across the empire, created a shared sense of time and meaning. These benefits were real but unevenly distributed. They accrued mainly to people already privileged by birth or location. The empire's final years, the decades immediately before Spanish arrival, saw increasing strain. Tribute obligations grew heavier as imperial ambitions expanded. Military campaigns grew more frequent and more distant, requiring larger armies and more resources. The Emperor Ahuitzottl's aggressive expansion pushed the system to its limits. His successor Moctezuma II inherited an empire that was magnificent but fragile, powerful but resented, unified but ready to fracture. Ordinary people in 1519 didn't know the Spanish were coming. They knew only that the tribute deadline was approaching again, that the crops needed tending, that the gods required offerings, that life continued within the structures the empire had built around them. They'd adapted to imperial rule because humans adapt to anything if they have to. But adaptation isn't acceptance. The resentments, the grief, the anger, they were all there beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when the empire's grip finally weakened enough for people to imagine alternatives again. That moment arrived sooner than anyone expected. In early 1519, strange reports reached Tenochtitlan from the eastern coast. Ships larger than anything seen before had appeared on the horizon. Pale-skinned strangers in metal clothing had landed, asking questions about gold and the great city inland. Moctezuma II received these reports with growing unease. His priests consulted omens. The signs were troubling. Comets had appeared in recent years. The temple of Huitzilopochtli had caught fire spontaneously. Fishermen had caught a strange bird with a mirror in its head, and when Moctezuma looked into that mirror, he'd seen warriors approaching from the east. Whether these omens were real or invented later by people trying to make sense of catastrophe, they reflected genuine anxiety. The empire had reached its limits. Every direction of expansion met either formidable enemies or diminishing returns. The Tlaxcalans remained unconquered, a persistent irritation on the empire's eastern flank. The Tarascans to the west had repelled every Aztec assault, their copper weapons proving surprisingly effective against obsidian-armed warriors. Further expansion would require resources the empire was struggling to extract from territories it already controlled. The tribute system, so effective at enriching Tenochtitlan, had created its own vulnerabilities. Subject cities paid because they feared Aztec military power. But fear isn't loyalty, it's calculation. The moment that calculation changed, the moment resisting seemed less costly than submitting, the whole structure would fracture. The empire had no mechanisms for turning conquered people into Aztecs. There was no path to citizenship, no way for a Tlaxcalan or Totonac to become Mexica. This wasn't an empire that assimilated. It was an empire that extracted. The Spanish would exploit these fractures brilliantly, but the fractures existed before any Europeans set foot in Mexico. They were built into the system from the beginning. The same indirect rule that allowed rapid expansion made the empire brittle. Local rulers who paid tribute but maintained their own power could just as easily redirect that tribute to a new master if circumstances changed. And many of them desperately wanted circumstances to change. Inside Tenochtitlan, the city's magnificence masked profound inequalities. The nobles lived in stone palaces, their children educated in Kalmakak schools, their futures secure. Commoners worked their chinampas, paid their taxes, served when called for labor or war, and hoped their children might somehow rise higher. But social mobility was limited. Birth determined most of life's possibilities. A commoner child might become a successful merchant or a distinguished warrior, but they'd never become nobility. That required bloodlines, not achievement. Slaves formed the bottom of this hierarchy, though Aztec slavery differed from later forms. Slaves could own property, marry free people, and their children were born free. Slavery often resulted from debt or crime, temporary conditions rather than permanent status. Still, slaves did the hardest, most dangerous work. They carried tribute to Tenochtitlan, labored on construction projects, served in noble households. Their labor subsidized everyone else's relative comfort. The city itself was an engineering marvel, but maintaining it required constant effort. The causeways needed repairs after every storm. The dikes holding back Lake Texcoco's salt water required vigilant maintenance. The aqueducts bringing fresh water from Chapultepec needed clearing and fixing. Tenochtitlan was a city fighting entropy daily, its very existence dependent on organized labor and technical knowledge. This made it impressive, but also vulnerable. disrupt the systems maintaining the city, and the city itself would begin failing. Markets connected everything. The Great Market at Tlatelolco saw 40 to 50,000 people on busy days, trading goods from across Mesoamerica, cacao from the Maya lowlands, turquoise from the northern deserts, vanilla from the Gulf Coast, colorful feathers from tropical forests. Everything flowed to Tenochtitlan, enriching its merchants and filling its warehouses. This economic centrality gave the city tremendous power, but it also meant the empire's prosperity depended on keeping trade routes secure and tribute flowing smoothly. The Pochteca, those long-distance merchants, were crucial to this system. They traveled to distant regions, returning with luxury goods and intelligence about potential enemies or allies. They were traders, but also spies, their economic activities providing cover for gathering information. Some regions welcomed them. Others viewed them with suspicion, correctly recognizing that Pochteca presence often preceded military conquest. When merchants were killed or mistreated, it gave Tenochtitlan justification for war. Religious life permeated everything. The ritual calendar organized time into cycles, each day carrying specific significance. Festivals marked agricultural seasons, military victories, cosmic events. Some celebrations involved music, dance, feasting. Others required blood. The scale of human sacrifice in Tenochtitlan disturbed even neighboring peoples who practiced it themselves. The Templo Mayor's steps were permanently stained. The smell of death hung over the ceremonial precinct. This wasn't hidden or shameful to the Aztecs. It was necessary. The gods required feeding. The sun needed strength to rise. The universe depended on these offerings. From outside, this looked like barbarism. From inside, it looked like responsibility. The Aztecs believed they were literally keeping reality functioning through their sacrifices. This wasn't cruelty for its own sake. It was cosmological maintenance. Without it, the fifth sun would die, and humanity with it. This belief made the Aztecs dangerous in a particular way. They weren't fighting for wealth or power alone. They were fighting for existence itself. Every captive taken in war might save the world from ending. The military that enabled all this was professional in everything but name. Boys began training young, learning to use the macuahuitl, that wooden sword edged with obsidian blades sharp enough to decapitate a horse. They practiced with atlatls, spear throwers that extended range and power. They studied tactics, learned to fight in formation, understood that disciplined units defeated brave individuals. The best warriors joined the elite orders, the jaguars and eagles, wearing costumes that identified them instantly on the battlefield. Battle itself followed patterns. Aztec warfare aimed to capture rather than kill. Dead enemies fed no gods, provided no labor, paid no tribute, so warriors targeted legs and arms, trying to disable rather than destroy. This made Aztec combat look less lethal than European warfare, but it was no less effective for its purposes. A captured enemy served the empire in death, his sacrifice strengthening the gods and terrifying observers. This military machine required constant use. Warriors trained for war needed wars to fight. The empire's ideology demanded captives for sacrifice. The economic system needed tribute from conquered territories. All these pressures pushed toward continuous expansion. Peace would have undermined the entire structure. The empire was built for conquest, and stopping meant confronting contradictions in the system's foundations. By 1519, those contradictions were accumulating. The empire controlled millions of people across hundreds of communities. But that control was shallow. Moctezuma II could send messengers to distant provinces, and they'd be obeyed because everyone remembered what happened to communities that refused. But this wasn't love or loyalty. It was fear management. and fear is exhausting to maintain. The emperor himself had become increasingly isolated from his people. Moctezuma II expanded the already elaborate court rituals, making access to his person more restricted. Commoners weren't allowed to look directly at him. Nobles approached him barefoot, wearing simple clothing. He ate meals behind screens served by women who treated him as semi-divine. This elevation enhanced his mystique, but also separated him from information. People told him what he wanted to hear. Bad news was delivered carefully or not at all. This created an information problem exactly when accurate information mattered most. As reports of the Spanish arrival multiplied, Moctezuma needed clear understanding of what was happening. Instead, he received filtered, interpreted accounts, shaped by what messengers thought he wanted to know. Were these strangers gods? Were they dangerous? Could they be bought off with gifts? Every delay in understanding, every miscalculation about Spanish intentions, mattered. But the imperial system that elevated Moctezuma so high also left him partially blind. The city itself continued functioning as it always had. Markets opened daily. Priests performed their rituals. Farmers tended their chinampas. Children went to school. The administrative apparatus processed tribute, organized labor, settled disputes. Life continued because systems were in place to make it continue. From inside Tenochtitlan, the empire looked stable, prosperous, eternal. The problems were distant, manageable, nothing that couldn't be handled with tribute adjustments or military expeditions. This was the empire's final illusion. It mistook structure for strength, routine for resilience. The Spanish arrival would reveal how brittle the system actually was. But even without Spanish intervention, the empire faced serious challenges. The flower wars with Tlaxcala had become genuinely dangerous rather than ritualized. The Tarascan frontier was fortified and hostile. Tribute obligations were pushing some communities toward rebellion. The empire had stopped growing not because it chose to, but because it couldn't grow further without fundamental changes to how it operated. Those changes weren't coming. The system worked too well for those it benefited. Nobles enjoyed their privileges. Priests controlled immense resources. Warriors gained status through capture and sacrifice. Merchants grew wealthy from long-distance trade. Everyone with power had reasons to maintain the status quo. The people who might have wanted change, the tribute-paying communities, the commoners laboring on construction projects, the smaller cities overshadowed by Tenochtitlan, they had no voice in imperial policy. So the empire continued on its established path. Tribute flowed in. Warriors trained. Priests sacrificed captives. The calendar turned through its cycles. Everything that had worked for 90 years kept working. Right up until it suddenly didn't. The arrival of strangers from across the ocean would catalyze collapse. But collapse was possible because the empire's apparent strength concealed structural vulnerabilities that had been there all along. In spring 1519, Tenochtitlan stood at its zenith. The city held perhaps 200,000 people, making it larger than any European city except Paris. Its markets dazzled visitors from across Mesoamerica. Its temples rose higher than any other buildings on the continent. Its armies dominated central Mexico. Its tribute system extracted wealth from hundreds of communities. By any measure of power, wealth, or accomplishment, the Aztec Empire had succeeded beyond what those refugees fleeing Aztlan could have imagined. But success had created the conditions for its own undoing. The empire's size made it ungovernable through direct rule. Its wealth attracted enemies and made it worth conquering. Its military focus on capturing live prisoners rather than killing enemies would prove catastrophically maladaptive against opponents who fought to kill. Its tributary system meant that conquered peoples maintained their own identities and loyalties, waiting for an opportunity to throw off Aztec control. That opportunity was about to arrive. The Spanish expedition led by Hernán Cortés was already moving inland, gathering indigenous allies who hated Tenochtitlan. But the empire's fate wasn't sealed by Spanish arrival. It was sealed by choices made decades earlier, structural decisions that prioritized extraction over integration, fear over loyalty, tribute over assimilation. The Aztecs had built something magnificent and terrible, a state organized around permanent warfare and cosmic responsibility. It had risen from nothing to dominate Mesoamerica in less than a century. What the people of Tenochtitlan couldn't know, was that their city had perhaps 18 months remaining. By 1521, it would be rubble. The causeways would be torn down. The temples would be demolished. The aqueducts would be severed. Everything they'd built over 2 centuries would be destroyed so thoroughly that later generations would debate whether it had ever really existed. But in 1519, the empire stood complete, the culmination of Aztec ambition, engineering, and ruthlessness. The story of how it fell belongs to a different telling. The empire that stood in 1519 was the product of calculated ambition spanning 2 centuries. From refugees eating snakes on barren hillsides to masters of millions, the Mexica had rewritten not just their own history, but the political geography of Mesoamerica itself. Tenochtitlan's markets moved more goods in a single day than most kingdoms saw in a year. Its temples rose higher than the mountains surrounding the valley. Its warriors had captured more enemies than could be counted. The tribute system had become so efficient that it operated almost automatically, wealth flowing from periphery to center, like water finding its level. But efficiency isn't the same as stability. The empire's success depended on perpetual motion. Stop expanding and the military justification weakens. Stop capturing prisoners and the religious rationale crumbles. Stop collecting tribute and the economic foundation collapses. The Aztecs had built a machine that couldn't afford to stop running. Every part depended on every other part continuing to function exactly as designed. The genius of the system was also its limitation. Indirect rule allowed rapid expansion but prevented deep integration. Subject cities paid tribute but maintained separate identities. Local rulers kept their positions but harbored resentment. The Aztecs dominated through military superiority and economic extraction, not through creating genuine imperial identity. A Tlaxcalan remained Tlaxcalan, not Aztec. A Totonac stayed Totonac. The empire ruled millions who would never think of themselves as part of it. This mattered less when Aztec power seemed unquestionable. When the armies were invincible and the tribute collectors backed by overwhelming force, local identities were merely cultural curiosities. But power is perception as much as reality. The moment people began believing Aztec dominance could be challenged, the empire's shallow roots would become catastrophically obvious. The agricultural system that fed Tenochtitlan exemplified both Aztec ingenuity and vulnerability. The Chinampas were marvels of engineering, turning swampland into some of the most productive farmland in the world. But they required constant maintenance. The dikes holding back salt water needed repairs. The channels needed dredging. The islands needed reinforcement. Stop maintaining them and they'd revert to marsh within years. The city that seemed so permanent was actually in constant negotiation with nature, winning that negotiation through continuous effort. The population concentrated in Tenochtitlan created both strength and weakness. 200,000 people represented military might, economic power, and political authority concentrated in one place. But they also represented 200,000 mouths, requiring daily feeding. Every grain of maize consumed in the city had been grown elsewhere and transported by someone. The causeways that connected island to mainland were arteries carrying the city's lifeblood. Cut those arteries, and the city would starve. Military power, that foundation of empire, rested on assumptions that had never been tested against fundamentally different opponents. Aztec warriors trained to capture, not kill. They wore padded cotton armor effective against obsidian weapons. They fought in patterns developed over generations of Mesoamerican warfare. Their tactics assumed enemies would follow similar rules, value similar objectives, fear similar consequences. What would happen if those assumptions proved wrong? The question hadn't arisen because every enemy the Aztecs faced shared the same cultural framework. The religious ideology that justified everything was both the empire's greatest strength and a source of potential paralysis. Believing you're sustaining the universe through sacrifice creates tremendous motivation. Warriors fight harder when cosmic survival depends on their success. But that same ideology makes ambiguity terrifying. If something unprecedented happens, something outside the established cosmic order, how do you respond? The priests who could interpret normal events within religious frameworks had no prepared answers for genuine anomalies. Moctezuma II governed an empire that had become, in some ways, ungovernable. The territories were too vast, the peoples too diverse, the administrative challenges too complex for any single person to truly control. The emperor could issue orders, but their implementation depended on thousands of officials, tribute collectors, local rulers, and military commanders, each one interpreting those orders through their own interests and understanding. The empire functioned because systems were in place, not because anyone controlled it completely. The wealth concentrated in Tenochtitlan was staggering, but also illusory. Gold piled in temple storerooms, jade worked into jewelry, feathers woven into headdresses. All of it was impressive, but none of it could be eaten. The real wealth was the agricultural surplus that fed the city. The real power was the military that protected trade routes. The real foundation was the tribute system that converted distant labor into local luxury. Remove any piece and the whole structure wobbled. The tributary provinces that sustained the empire harbored quiet resentments that had accumulated over decades. Every tribute payment was a reminder of subordination. Every military garrison was evidence of conquest. Every Aztec official represented foreign domination. These feelings weren't organized into resistance because organization invited destruction, but the emotions were there, waiting. Not for a leader or a plan, just for a moment when resistance seemed possible instead of suicidal. The flower wars that had seemed so clever, providing military training and sacrificial victims without the costs of total warfare, had created permanent enemies who'd learned Aztec tactics intimately. Tlaxcala had been fighting the Aztecs for generations. Their warriors knew how Mexica armies moved, how they thought, how they could be countered. Every ritualized battle had been a training exercise for both sides. The Aztecs assumed their superiority was permanent. The Tlaxcalans had been studying how to overcome it. The Pochteka merchants who'd spread Aztec economic influence across Mesoamerica had also spread knowledge of the empire's organization. They'd mapped territories, identified resources, evaluated military capabilities. This intelligence had served Aztec expansion well, but intelligence flows in multiple directions. The same networks that informed Tenochtitlan also informed everyone else. The merchants who reported to Aztec officials also traded with their enemies. Information wasn't a monopoly the Aztecs controlled. The empire's administrative records were meticulous. The Codex Mendoza and similar documents listed every tributary province, every required payment, every due date. This precision enabled efficient extraction. It also created a perfect map for anyone wanting to understand the empire's economic structure. The same records that demonstrated Aztec organizational genius would later show enemies exactly where the system's pressure points were. Social tensions within Tenochtitlan itself had been building quietly. The gap between nobility and commoners had widened under Moctezuma II's increasingly rigid protocols. The elaborate ceremonies that elevated the emperor also separated him from his people. Commoners who'd once seen their Tlatoani as a warrior leader now saw a semi-divine figure they couldn't approach. This enhanced mystique, but eroded the personal connection that had helped earlier emperors maintain popular support. The Karmakak schools that educated noble children and the Telpoch Kalai that trained commoners created parallel societies within the city. Nobles learned poetry, astronomy, and statecraft. Commoners learned warfare and practical skills. They lived in the same city, but experienced different realities. The empire's benefits accrued overwhelmingly to the top. Everyone else got the privilege of not being destroyed, which isn't much of a privilege when destruction remains a constant possibility. The slavery system, relatively mild by later standards, still created a permanent underclass. Slaves could work their way to freedom, but while enslaved, they performed the hardest, most dangerous labor. They built the causeways nobles walked across. They carried the tribute that enriched the treasury. They were the empire's foundation in the most literal sense, doing work that enabled everything else. Their conditions weren't brutal by ancient standards, but they weren't enviable either. The markets that seemed to exemplify Aztec prosperity also revealed economic inequalities. Luxury goods from across Mesoamerica filled stalls in Tlatelolco's Great Plaza, but most people couldn't afford them. The featherwork that required thousands of hours of skilled labor, the jade jewelry carved by specialized artisans, the cacao from distant tropical regions. These were for nobles and wealthy merchants. Commoners bought basic food, simple cloth, tools for their work. Two economies existed side by side, one of abundance and one of subsistence. The empire's borders in 1519 marked not where Aztec ambition ended, but where Aztec capability met its limits. To the west, the Tarascans remained unconquered, their metallurgy and military organization proving too formidable. To the east, Tlaxcala persisted in defiant independence, too costly to destroy completely. To the north, diminishing returns on conquest discouraged expansion into less densely populated regions. To the south, the Maya territories were too distant and politically fragmented to be worth the administrative burden. These borders weren't walls, but zones of interaction where Aztec influence faded gradually. Some cities paid tribute irregularly, others traded but resisted political subordination. The empire's edge was fuzzy, a gradient of control rather than a sharp line. This ambiguity suited the Aztecs. Indirect rule didn't require precise boundaries. As long as tribute flowed and rebellion was suppressed, exact political status mattered less than practical submission. The religious calendar that organized Aztec life created a shared sense of time across the empire. The same festivals were celebrated from the Gulf Coast to the Pacific, from the northern deserts to the southern mountains. This synchronization of ritual life was one of the few things binding the empire together culturally. Everyone, regardless of local identity, participated in the same cosmic cycles. The calendar was imperial infrastructure as real as the causeways, organizing human activity across vast distances. Yet even religious unity was superficial. Local communities maintained their own deities alongside the imperial pantheon. Huitzilopochtli might be supreme in Tenochtitlan, but Tlaloc mattered more to farmers worried about rain. Local gods who'd been worshipped for generations before Aztec conquest continued receiving offerings. The empire demanded participation in state religion, but couldn't completely replace local practices. The result was layered belief systems where people performed imperial rituals while maintaining private devotions. The human sacrifice that defined Aztec religion in outsiders' eyes was both more and less than it appeared. More because the scale really was unprecedented, the numbers of victims genuinely shocking even by Mesoamerican standards. Less because it wasn't mindless cruelty, but carefully reasoned theology. The Aztecs genuinely believed they were preventing cosmic collapse. This didn't make the practice less horrifying, but it meant the horror served a purpose within their worldview. The victims themselves came primarily from conquered territories. This was strategic as much as religious. Sacrifice demonstrated Aztec power while disposing of potential enemies. Captured warriors, who might have led rebellions instead, died on temple altars. Their deaths terrified their home communities while satisfying religious obligations. The practice combined cosmology, politics, and terror into a single act. The temples where sacrifices occurred weren't hidden. They dominated the city's skyline. The Templo Mayor stood at Tenochtitlan's center, visible from everywhere. This visibility was intentional. The empire wanted everyone to see its power and piety. The blood running down temple steps wasn't shameful, but proof of cosmic maintenance. Visitors to the city couldn't avoid understanding what sustained Aztec grandeur. The warriors, who captured victims for sacrifice, were celebrated as heroes. Successful captors earned elaborate costumes, distinctive weapons, and elevated social status. Military achievement led directly to religious fulfillment. This fusion of warfare and worship created a cultural system where violence served transcendent purposes. You weren't just fighting for empire. You were fighting for existence itself. The empire's military dominance rested on organization and ideology as much as weapons. Aztec armies were disciplined, well supplied, and motivated by both material rewards and religious duty. They moved quickly along established routes. They coordinated complex maneuvers. They understood logistics in ways that many contemporary European armies didn't. The obsidian-edged Macuahuitl might have been primitive by steel standards, but in skilled hands it was devastatingly effective. The military orders, the eagles and jaguars, represented the pinnacle of warrior achievement. These weren't just elite units, but living symbols of Aztec martial ideology. Their elaborate costumes transformed men into predatory animals, psychological warfare as much as military force. Enemies facing warriors dressed as eagles or jaguars fought not just soldiers, but mythological figures made flesh. Training began in childhood and continued throughout a warrior's life. Boys learned to endure pain, to fight in formation, to capture rather than kill. The goal wasn't individual glory, but collective success. A warrior who captured 4 enemies earned honors. One who captured 20 became legendary. The system rewarded achievement while maintaining discipline. Personal bravery mattered, but only when it served imperial objectives. The tribute system that funded everything was ultimately a protection racket, organized with bureaucratic precision. Pay your tribute, and the army won't destroy you. The arrangement was simple, brutal, and effective. Most cities paid because rebellion meant annihilation. The few that resisted, like Tlaxcala, survived only through exceptional circumstances. For everyone else, tribute was the price of continued existence. The quantities demanded were carefully calculated. Enough to enrich Tenochtitlan without completely impoverishing subject territories. Push too hard, and communities couldn't produce surplus for next year's tribute. Extract too little, and the empire starved. The tribute collectors who managed this balance were skilled administrators, not just taxmen. They understood regional economies, agricultural cycles, and production capabilities. The goods flowing into Tenochtitlan represented the labor of millions. Every cotton mantle, every basket of maize, every piece of jade or gold was produced by someone in a distant province who received nothing in return except the empire's forbearance. This one-way flow of wealth created resentment that no amount of religious ideology could completely suppress. People understood they were being exploited, even if they couldn't resist effectively. The city built on this tribute was genuinely impressive. The causeways, the aqueducts, the temples, the palaces, all of it demonstrated what centralized power could achieve. Tenochtitlan wasn't just a capital, it was a statement, This is what empire looks like. This is what tribute purchases. This is what you're paying for. The message was intended to inspire awe and fear simultaneously. The markets that distributed tribute goods throughout the empire created economic networks extending across Mesoamerica. Cacao from the tropics appeared in highland markets. Obsidian from volcanic regions reached coastal cities. The empire facilitated trade not through altruism, but because trade generated wealth that could be taxed. Every transaction enriched someone who paid tribute. The economic system was as carefully designed as the religious calendar. The Pozteca merchants who moved through these networks occupied a unique position. They were commoners by birth but accumulated wealth rivaling nobility. They traveled constantly, gathering intelligence while conducting trade. They were essential to the empire's functioning, but remained outside its traditional hierarchies. Their very existence demonstrated that the social system, rigid as it appeared, contained spaces for ambiguity and adaptation. By 1519, the empire had become self-perpetuating. The systems established over decades functioned almost automatically. Tribute arrived on schedule. Armies mobilized when needed. Ceremonies proceeded according to the calendar. The administrative apparatus processed information and implemented policy. The city grew larger, the territories more extensive, the wealth more concentrated. Success bred success, at least for those who benefited from the structure. The people who didn't benefit, the tribute payers and the conquered, had adapted to the system because adaptation was cheaper than resistance. You could live under Aztec rule if you followed the rules. You couldn't live if you rebelled. The calculation was simple enough that even communities that despised their overlords made it. The empire persisted, not through love or loyalty, but through making submission the rational choice. The empire's longevity seemed assured. 90 years of continuous existence suggested permanence. The Mexica had been landless refugees within living memory. Now they dominated millions. That transformation seemed irreversible. Tenochtitlan stood as permanent as the mountains surrounding it. The tribute system worked smoothly. The armies remained undefeated at home. The gods continued blessing their chosen people. What the Aztecs couldn't see was that their empire's apparent strength concealed structural weaknesses that made it extraordinarily vulnerable to the right kind of pressure. The indirect rule that enabled rapid expansion meant subject peoples maintained separate identities. The tribute system that enriched the capital created resentment throughout the provinces. The military focus on capturing prisoners rather than killing enemies would prove maladaptive against opponents with different priorities. The religious ideology that justified everything could paralyze decision-making when confronted with genuine novelty. These weaknesses weren't fatal by themselves. The empire could have continued for decades or centuries, gradually adapting to changing circumstances, slowly integrating conquered territories, eventually developing mechanisms for turning subjects into citizens. But that evolution would require time, peace, and leadership capable of recognizing structural problems before they became existential crises. The empire wouldn't get that time. On the eastern horizon, events were already in motion that would expose every vulnerability simultaneously. But in 1519, standing in Tenochtitlan's central plaza, watching the markets bustle and the temples smoke, listening to the city's constant hum of activity, it was impossible to imagine that this could end. The empire seemed as permanent as the sun that rose each morning, sustained by sacrifice and devotion. The causeways that connected island to mainland felt solid underfoot. The aqueducts flowed with fresh water. The chinampas produced their harvests. Life continued as it had for generations. The Aztec Empire stood complete, from refugees to rulers, from despised migrants to masters of millions, from a swampy island to the greatest city in the Americas. The transformation was complete. The systems were established. The power was consolidated. Everything the Mexica had fought for across 2 centuries of struggle and ambition had been achieved. Their empire stretched from ocean to ocean. Their capital dazzled everyone who saw it. Their armies dominated the battlefield. Their gods were satisfied with endless sacrifice. The future seemed assured because the present was overwhelming. This was the empire's final moment of innocence, the last time when everything still seemed possible, still seemed permanent, still seemed divinely ordained. The Aztecs had built something extraordinary through ruthlessness, genius, and uncompromising will. They'd transformed themselves from nothing into everything. And in 1519, at the empire's zenith, no one in Tenochtitlan could imagine that within 2 years, all of it would be rubble and memory. The sun rose over Lake Texcoco, as it always had. The markets opened. The priests climbed the temple stairs. The tribute collectors recorded their inventories. The warriors trained in their schools. The emperor governed from his palace. The empire continued its daily rhythms, vast and intricate, and apparently eternal. The story of the Aztec rise was complete. What came next belonged to a different history entirely. In the second part of this episode, we will focus more on the fall of the Aztec Empire. Before dawn broke over the Gulf Coast of Mexico in April 1519, the Aztec Empire controlled a territory stretching from the Pacific to the Atlantic. Millions paid tribute to Tenochtitlan. Thousands lived and died at the command of its emperor. Within 2 years, that empire would be gone, not diminished, not weakened, gone. The question isn't whether it fell. It's how something so vast could collapse so completely. The Spanish didn't arrive as conquerors. They arrived as strangers. Hernán Cortés led 11 ships carrying around 600 men, 16 horses, and a handful of cannons. They landed near what would become Veracruz, on a coast the Aztecs knew well but didn't fortify. The empire's strength lay inland, in the highlands, in the Valley of Mexico, where Tenochtitlan rose from the lake like a vision carved in stone. The coast was periphery. Tribute flowed from there, but power didn't. Cortés wasn't operating with a grand plan. He defied the governor of Cuba to launch this expedition, which meant he was technically a rebel before he ever became a conquistador. His men were a mix of soldiers, adventurers, and desperate men hoping for gold. They had no maps of the interior, no understanding of the political landscape, no idea they were about to walk into one of the most complex and powerful states in the Americas. What they did have was luck. And a woman named Malintzin. She's known to history as La Malinche, and her role in the conquest is impossible to overstate. Born into a noble Nahua family, sold into slavery after her father's death, she spoke both Nahuatl and Mayan. When the Spanish acquired her as part of a gift from a coastal group, she became their interpreter. But she was more than that. She understood the political fractures within the empire. She knew which cities hated Tenochtitlan. She knew the resentments that simmered beneath the surface of Aztec dominance. Through her, Cortés learned that the empire wasn't a unified state. It was a collection of city-states held together by threat and tribute. Many had been conquered recently. Many still remembered independence. And many were waiting for an opportunity. The Spanish moved inland, following established trade routes. They weren't sneaking. They were announced. Messengers ran ahead to Tenochtitlan, carrying reports of these strange men with their metal armor and enormous deer that men could ride. The Aztecs had never seen horses. They had never seen guns. But they had seen empires rise and fall. They had their own history of conquest. Moctezuma II, the emperor, received these reports with what seems like paralysis. Historical sources are complicated here, filtered through Spanish accounts and indigenous codices written after the conquest. But the pattern is clear. Moctezuma sent gifts. He sent emissaries. He sent warnings. What he didn't send was an army. Why? The traditional explanation involves prophecy. The idea that Moctezuma believed Cortés might be the returning god Quetzalcoatl. Modern historians are skeptical. The prophecy narrative likely emerged after the conquest, a way to make sense of catastrophe. What's more probable is political calculation gone wrong. Moctezuma was dealing with an unknown variable. He didn't know what these strangers wanted. He didn't know their capabilities. And he was deeply aware that any military action he took would be watched by every tributary state, every rival city, every noble family waiting to see if the emperor showed weakness. So he waited, and while he waited, Cortés found allies. Tlaxcala was the key. This city-state had resisted Aztec conquest for decades. They were surrounded by enemy territory, cut off from trade, constantly at war. When the Spanish arrived, the Tlaxcalans saw opportunity. After initial skirmishes, they made a choice that would reshape history. They allied with the strangers. This wasn't naive. The Tlaxcalans were experienced warriors and politicians. They understood the risks, but they also understood that the Aztec Empire had enemies everywhere. If these metal-clad strangers could be used to break Tenochtitlan's power, the gamble was worth it. With Tlaxcalan warriors, guides, and intelligence, the Spanish expedition transformed. They weren't 600 men anymore. They were thousands. And they were marching toward the heart of the empire with an army of people who had every reason to want that empire destroyed. When Cortés and his forces finally reached Tenochtitlan in November 1519, they entered a city larger than any in Spain. The causeways stretching across Lake Texcoco were architectural marvels. The temples towered over plazas filled with thousands. The markets traded goods from across Mesoamerica. It was a functioning imperial capital at the height of its power, and Moctezuma welcomed them in. This decision has puzzled historians for centuries. Why let potential enemies into your capital? The most likely answer is that Moctezuma believed he could control the situation. Better to keep the Spanish close, understand their intentions, demonstrate imperial power. The city itself was a statement. These strangers would see what they were dealing with. They would understand the futility of resistance. But Cortés wasn't awed into submission. He was analyzing. He saw the causeways that could be cut, the dependence on the lake, the political tensions visible even in the imperial court. And he made a move so audacious it shouldn't have worked. He took Moctezuma hostage. The mechanics are disputed. Spanish accounts claim Moctezuma came willingly, accepting protection after a conflict elsewhere. Indigenous sources suggest coercion, possibly outright capture. What matters is the result. The emperor of the Aztec Empire was now effectively a prisoner in his own palace, issuing orders under Spanish supervision. For months, this impossible situation held. Moctezuma continued to function as emperor. Tribute still flowed in. The bureaucracy still operated. But everyone knew something had broken. The emperor couldn't protect himself. If he couldn't do that, how could he protect anyone else? The tributary states watched. The nobility watched. And they began to calculate their own survival. The first crisis came not from Aztec resistance, but from Spanish politics. The governor of Cuba, furious at Cortés's unauthorized expedition, sent a larger force to arrest him. Cortés had to leave Tenochtitlan, taking most of his men to the coast to fight fellow Spaniards. He left behind a garrison under Pedro de Alvarado. Alvarado was not a diplomat. During the festival of Toxcatl, a major religious celebration, he became convinced the Aztecs were planning an uprising. His response was to attack the unarmed celebrants in the temple precinct. Hundreds were killed, nobles, priests, dancers. The massacre shattered whatever fragile peace existed. When Cortés returned, Having defeated the Cuban expedition and convinced most of those soldiers to join him, he found Tenochtitlan in revolt. The Spanish were besieged in the palace complex. Moctezuma had lost all authority. When he appeared on a balcony to try to calm the crowds, he was struck by stones thrown by his own people. He died days later. Spanish sources claim the stones killed him. Indigenous sources suggest the Spanish executed him once he was no longer useful. Either way, the emperor was dead, and the Spanish were trapped. The night of June 30th, 1520, known as La Noche Triste, the Spanish attempted to escape. They loaded themselves with looted gold and tried to flee across the causeways. The Aztecs attacked from canoes, from the causeways themselves, from every direction. Hundreds of Spanish soldiers drowned, dragged down by the weight of the treasure they refused to abandon. Thousands of Tlaxcalan allies died. Cortés himself barely escaped. The Aztec Empire had won. The invaders were fleeing. Tenochtitlan was free, but the victory was incomplete. Cortés had survived. His indigenous allies remained loyal, and more importantly, he had left behind something far more deadly than cannons. Smallpox arrived in Tenochtitlan sometime in late 1520. The disease was brought by an infected African slave in the Spanish expedition. The Aztecs had no immunity. No one in the Americas did. Smallpox had been isolated to the Old World for thousands of years. When it reached a completely naive population, the results were catastrophic. The epidemic killed somewhere between a quarter and half of Tenochtitlan's population within months. It didn't discriminate. Nobles died, warriors died, priests who knew the rituals died. The new emperor, Cuitlahuac, died after ruling for just 80 days. The disease moved faster than information. City after city fell silent. This wasn't just death. It was the collapse of institutional knowledge. The Aztec state functioned through elaborate bureaucracy. Tribute collection, military organization, religious ceremonies, all of it required trained people who understood complex systems. When those people died in massive numbers, the systems broke. The Spanish, meanwhile, had already survived smallpox in Europe. They walked through the dying cities, largely untouched. To indigenous observers, it must have seemed like the gods had chosen sides. Cortés spent the months after La Noche Triste rebuilding. He established a base in Tlaxcala. He sent for reinforcements from the Caribbean. He organized his indigenous allies, who now numbered in the tens of thousands. And he prepared for a siege. Tenochtitlan was built in the middle of a lake. That was its great strength and its fatal weakness. The city was nearly impregnable to direct assault. The causeways could be defended. Canoes controlled the water. But a city surrounded by water is also a city that can be isolated. Cortés had ships built. Not canoes, but brigantines. 13 small sailing vessels designed for shallow water. They were constructed in Tlaxcala, then disassembled and carried over the mountains by thousands of indigenous porters. At the edge of Lake Texcoco, they were reassembled and launched. The siege began in May 1521. The Spanish and their allies cut the aqueducts that brought fresh water into the city. They blocked the causeways. The brigantines destroyed Aztec canoes and prevented supplies from reaching Tenochtitlan. Slowly, methodically, they tightened the circle. Inside the city, the new emperor Cuauhtémoc prepared for a defense that everyone knew was doomed. He was young, barely in his 20s. He had been chosen because he was willing to fight, unlike the nobles who counseled surrender. But courage doesn't defeat starvation. It doesn't cure disease. And it doesn't conjure armies when your allies have abandoned you. The siege lasted 93 days. The Spanish and Tlaxcalans advanced street by street, destroying buildings as they went to prevent ambushes. They filled canals with rubble. They burned temples. The Aztecs fought from rooftops, from canoes, from barricades thrown up overnight. Women and children fought alongside warriors. but hunger and disease did more damage than any battle. By August, the city was dying. Bodies lay in the streets, too many to bury. Survivors ate bark, leather, anything. The Spanish reported that the stench was overwhelming, that they had to cover their faces to advance. On August 13th, 1521, Cuauhtémoc was captured while attempting to escape by canoe. He was brought before Cortés. According to Spanish accounts, he asked to be killed. Instead, he was kept alive, first as a hostage, later as a symbol. The empire he represented was already gone. Tenochtitlan fell not in a single dramatic moment, but in a slow, grinding collapse. The temples were pulled down. The palaces were emptied. The city that had awed the Spanish when they first arrived was systematically destroyed. What remained would become the foundation for Mexico City, built literally on top of the ruins. This is where understanding the fall of the Aztec Empire becomes complicated. The military defeat was only the beginning. What came next was the deliberate dismantling of everything that had made the empire function. And that process, messy and violent and incomplete, would shape Mexico for centuries to come. The Spanish didn't just conquer territory. They inherited an administrative machine that still functioned, at least mechanically, even after its heart had been ripped out. The Aztec Empire had been built on tribute, on records, on a hierarchy so precise that everyone knew their place. Cortés understood that destroying that system completely would mean starting from nothing. So instead, he repurposed it. The Spanish called it the encomienda system. In theory, it granted Spanish conquistadors the right to demand labor and tribute from indigenous communities in exchange for protection and Christian instruction. In practice, it was slavery with paperwork. The same villages that had once sent corn and cloth to Tenochtitlan now sent them to Spanish estates. The same roads that had carried tribute to Aztec tax collectors now led to colonial warehouses. Only the recipients had changed. What made this transition possible was collaboration. Not willing collaboration, but the kind born from calculation and desperation. Many indigenous leaders, especially those from cities that had fought against the Aztecs, believed they could use the Spanish to improve their own positions. The Tlaxcalans, who had provided the bulk of the forces that besieged Tenochtitlan, expected to be rewarded with power and autonomy. For a time, they were. Spanish authorities granted Tlaxcala special privileges, lower tribute rates, exemption from certain forced labor, the right to carry weapons and ride horses, honors denied to most indigenous people. But privileges are only as secure as the authority that grants them. And as more Spanish arrived, as the colonial bureaucracy expanded, those promises became increasingly hollow. The Tlaxcalans discovered what every indigenous ally of the Spanish would eventually learn. Partnership was temporary. Subordination was permanent. The administrative machinery that survived the conquest was remarkable in its own right. The Aztecs had governed through a combination of local autonomy and centralized tribute collection. Each city-state, each altarpetal, maintained its own government, its own nobility, its own internal structure. The Aztec Empire didn't replace these systems. It layered itself on top, demanding tribute and military service, but leaving local governance largely intact. The Spanish adopted the same model, partly out of pragmatism, partly because they had no choice. There simply weren't enough Spaniards to govern millions of indigenous people directly. So they relied on indigenous nobles, the Pipiltin, to continue managing their communities. These nobles collected tribute, organized labor, and maintained order. In exchange, the Spanish allowed them to keep their titles, their lands, and a fraction of their former authority. This created a class of indigenous intermediaries who existed in a strange twilight. They were elites in their own communities, but subordinates in the colonial order. They spoke Nahuatl and dressed in traditional clothing, but they also learned Spanish, converted to Christianity, and adopted European customs when it suited them. Some grew wealthy, others were ground down by the impossible task of serving two masters. The records they kept during this period are extraordinary. Indigenous scribes, trained in the Aztec tradition of detailed documentation, began producing documents in Nahuatl using the Latin alphabet. These texts, known as primordial titles and Nahuatl annals, recorded land ownership, tribute obligations, and legal disputes. They were written in a hybrid style, blending indigenous historical memory with European legal language. What emerges from these documents is a picture of a world in transition. Not a clean break between Aztec and Spanish rule, but a messy, contested process of adaptation. Communities fought to preserve their land. Nobles argued over titles and privileges. Villages petitioned colonial authorities using the same legal strategies they had once used with Aztec overlords. But the system was unsustainable. The Spanish demanded more than the Aztecs ever had. Tribute rates increased. Labor drafts pulled men away from their fields for months at a time. Epidemics continued to ravage the population, making it impossible to meet colonial demands. By the mid-16th century, some regions had lost more than 90% of their pre-contact population. The demographic collapse reshaped everything. Villages merged because there weren't enough people to sustain them separately. Fields went unplanted. Infrastructure crumbled. The complex irrigation systems and terraced agriculture that had supported dense populations fell into disrepair. The landscape itself began to change, reverting to forest and scrubland. Spanish authorities responded by consolidating indigenous communities into larger settlements, a policy called congregación. The stated goal was to make it easier to administer the sacraments and collect tribute. The actual effect was to uproot people from their ancestral lands, disrupt kinship networks, and further weaken indigenous social structures. Through all of this, the Catholic Church became the most powerful institution in colonial Mexico, more powerful in some ways than the Spanish crown itself. Franciscan, Dominican, and Augustinian friars arrived in waves, tasked with converting millions of indigenous people. They built monasteries, established schools, and organized mass baptisms. In some cases, tens of thousands were baptized in a single day. The friars learned Nahuatl. They wrote grammars and dictionaries. They translated Christian texts and composed sermons that blended Catholic theology with indigenous metaphors. This wasn't tolerance, it was strategy. The friars understood that conversion required communication, that you couldn't simply impose a foreign religion without adapting it to local contexts. But adaptation went both ways. Indigenous people didn't passively accept Christianity. They interpreted it through their own cosmology, seeing parallels between Catholic saints and their own gods, between the Virgin Mary and Aztec mother goddesses. They attended Mass and performed rituals that looked Christian on the surface, but carried older meanings underneath. The result was a religious landscape that defied easy categorization. Not purely Catholic, not purely indigenous, but something new and unstable. Spanish authorities worried constantly about idolatry, about indigenous people secretly worshipping the old gods. They conducted investigations, destroyed religious artifacts, and punished those caught performing traditional rituals. The destruction of indigenous religion was systematic. Temples were demolished, their stones used to build churches and colonial buildings. Codices, the painted books that recorded history and ritual knowledge, were burned in massive bonfires. Priests who refused to convert were executed. The sacred calendar, which had governed Aztec life for centuries, was replaced with the Christian liturgical year. Yet knowledge survived. Some codices were hidden, some rituals continued in secret, and some indigenous nobles, recognizing that their history was being erased, began working with sympathetic friars to preserve what they could. They dictated oral histories, explained religious practices, and helped compile encyclopedic works that documented Aztec culture. The most famous of these collaborations was the Florentine Codex, a 12-volume work compiled by the Franciscan friar Bernardino de Sahagún with the help of indigenous scholars. It's an extraordinary document, written in both Nahuatl and Spanish, covering everything from astronomy to poetry to the conquest itself. It's also a record of a world that was already disappearing, preserved in text because it could no longer exist in practice. What's striking about the early colonial period is how much was lost and how much survived. The great cities fell into ruin. The political structures collapsed. The religious institutions were dismantled. But the language persisted. Nahuatl remained the dominant language in central Mexico for centuries after the conquest. Communities maintained their own identities, their own histories, their own sense of who they were and where they came from. This survival wasn't passive. It was active, deliberate, and often strategic. Indigenous people used Spanish legal systems to defend their land. They used Christian imagery to preserve pre-Christian ideas. They adapted, not because they accepted Spanish rule, but because adaptation was the only way to endure. By 1550, the outlines of colonial Mexico were clear. A Spanish elite ruled from Mexico City, built literally on top of Tenochtitlan's ruins. Below them, a growing population of mestizos, people of mixed Spanish and indigenous ancestry, occupied an ambiguous middle ground. And at the base, millions of indigenous people, reduced in number but not in cultural resilience, continued to farm, to pray, and to remember. The Aztec Empire was gone, but the people who had built it, who had lived under it, and who had survived its destruction remained. They would shape Mexico's future in ways the Spanish couldn't control and often didn't understand. The conquest was complete. The empire was destroyed. But the story didn't end with surrender. It continued in the fields, in the villages, in the memories passed from one generation to the next. The Aztecs lost their empire, but they didn't lose themselves. And that distinction mattered more than any treaty or tribute payment ever could. Mexico City rose from the rubble of Tenochtitlan, but it couldn't escape the weight of what lay beneath. The Spanish demolished temples and palaces, but the stones remained, repurposed into churches and government buildings. The canals were filled in, the causeways widened, the lake slowly drained. The city's geography was rewritten, but its foundation was still Aztec. The Spanish brought their own vision of urban planning. Streets were laid out in a grid. Plazas replaced sacred precincts. The cathedral was built directly over the ruins of the Templo Mayor, a deliberate statement of dominance. But the city's rhythm, its markets, its neighborhoods, retained something older. Indigenous vendors sold the same goods their ancestors had sold, using the same Nahuatl words. What emerged was a hybrid city, architecturally Spanish, but demographically indigenous. The Spanish elite lived in the center, in grand houses with courtyards and balconies. Indigenous workers lived on the periphery, in neighborhoods that echoed the structure of pre-conquest Altepetl. And in between, a growing mestizo population occupied a social space that colonial law struggled to define. The colonial economy depended on indigenous labor. Silver mines in Zacatecas and Guanajuato required thousands of workers. Haciendas, vast agricultural estates, needed field hands. Urban construction demanded masons and carpenters. The Spanish had conquered an empire, but they needed that empire's people to make their colony function. This created a strange paradox. The Spanish wanted to dominate indigenous people, but they couldn't afford to destroy them. They needed indigenous farmers to grow food, indigenous artisans to produce goods, indigenous porters to transport cargo. So colonial policy oscillated between exploitation and protection, between brutality and paternalism. The Catholic Church positioned itself as the protector of indigenous people, at least rhetorically. Friars denounced the worst abuses of the encomienda system. They argued that indigenous people had souls, that they deserved Christian charity, that they shouldn't be worked to death. Some, like Bartolomé de las Casas, became famous for their advocacy, but protection came with conditions. Indigenous people were treated as children, as neophytes who needed guidance. They were denied full legal rights. They couldn't be ordained as priests. They were subject to separate legal codes. Protection, in this context, meant subordination, justified by benevolence. And beneath the legal structures, violence remained constant. Punishments for resisting labor demands were brutal. Communities that failed to pay tribute were subject to collective punishment. Indigenous people who challenged Spanish authority, even through legal channels, risked imprisonment or worse. Yet resistance took many forms. Some of it was open. In the decades after the conquest, scattered rebellions erupted in peripheral regions. These were usually small, localized, and quickly suppressed. But they revealed that Spanish control was never total, that there were limits to how much could be demanded before people fought back. More often, resistance was quiet. Indigenous communities hid resources to avoid tribute. They used Spanish legal systems to delay or reduce labor obligations. They preserved banned practices in secret. They taught their children stories that the friars would have considered heretical. This wasn't heroic resistance in the dramatic sense. It was survival resistance, the kind that doesn't make grand gestures but refuses to disappear. And over time, it worked. Not by defeating the Spanish, but by ensuring that indigenous culture, language, and identity persisted, despite everything the colonial system did to erase them. 2,223 words. The Spanish brought something else with them that no one noticed at first. Hidden passengers in their ships, invisible and infinitely more deadly than steel. Smallpox had never touched the Americas before. The immune systems of millions of people had no memory of it, no defenses, no ancestors who had survived it to pass down resistance. When it arrived, it moved through Tenochtitlan like a silent fire. The epidemic began in 1520, likely introduced by an infected African slave traveling with the Spanish expedition. At first, it seemed like a fever. Then the pustules appeared, covering faces, hands, torsos. People who had seemed healthy in the morning were dead by nightfall. Entire households fell ill at once. Markets emptied. Fields went untended. The canals filled with bodies because there weren't enough healthy people left to bury the dead. Smallpox didn't discriminate by class. Nobles died in their palaces. Priests died in their temples. Warriors who had survived battles across the empire died in their homes, helpless against an enemy they couldn't see or fight. The disease struck hardest at the core of Aztec society: the administrators, the military commanders, the advisors who kept the empire functioning. When they died, institutional knowledge died with them. Moctezuma's successor, Cuitlahuac, ruled for only 80 days before smallpox killed him. He had been chosen specifically for his experience and his opposition to the Spanish. His death left a void at the worst possible moment. The next ruler, Cuauhtémoc, was young, brave, and determined to resist. But he inherited an empire in chaos, its population decimated, its leadership shattered, its confidence broken. The Spanish, by contrast, had mostly survived the disease in childhood. They walked through the epidemic largely untouched, which only reinforced indigenous beliefs that the gods had abandoned them. How else could these foreigners remain healthy while entire neighborhoods died? The psychological impact was as devastating as the physical toll. By the time the Spanish returned to lay siege to Tenochtitlan in 1521, The city's population had been cut by perhaps a third. The warriors who remained were weakened. The supply networks that fed the capital had collapsed. And the sense of divine protection that had sustained Aztec confidence for generations had evaporated into mass graves. Cortés understood the strategic situation perfectly. He couldn't take Tenochtitlan by storm. The causeways were too narrow, too easily defended. Spanish cavalry was useless on water, and the Mexica, even weakened, were formidable urban fighters. So he changed the nature of the war entirely. He ordered the construction of 13 brigantines, small warships that could be sailed on Lake Texcoco. These vessels were built in Tlaxcala, then disassembled and carried piece by piece over the mountains to the lake. It was an engineering achievement that required thousands of indigenous laborers, another reminder that this wasn't simply a Spanish conquest, but a coalition war against Tenochtitlan. Once assembled, the brigantines gave the Spanish control of the lake. Aztec canoes, designed for transport and fishing, couldn't stand against ships with cannon and crossbows. The Spanish cut off Tenochtitlan's supply lines, destroyed the aqueducts that brought fresh water to the city, and systematically demolished the causeways. What had once been the empire's greatest defensive advantage became a trap. The siege lasted 93 days. Inside the city, conditions deteriorated rapidly. Food supplies dwindled. The fresh water ran out, forcing people to drink from the salty lake. Disease, already devastating, spread faster in the crowded, unsanitary conditions. The Spanish and their allies advanced block by block, tearing down buildings as they went to prevent ambushes and to fill in the canals. Cuauhtémoc organized a desperate defense. Mexica warriors fought from rooftops, from behind barricades, from canoes hidden in the reeds. They launched night raids, trying to disrupt the siege lines. But they were starving, sick, and outnumbered. The Spanish coalition included tens of thousands of Tlaxcalan warriors, along with fighters from Texcoco, Chalco, and other former tributaries eager to see Tenochtitlan fall. The city that had once held perhaps 200,000 people shrank into a nightmare. The canals filled with corpses, survivors hid in ruined temples. The markets, once vibrant centers of trade, became empty plazas littered with debris. The great temple precinct, the spiritual heart of the empire, was reduced to rubble. By August 1521, the Mexica controlled only a small section of the city. They had no food, no clean water, no hope of relief. Cuauhtémoc attempted to flee across the lake in a canoe, but was captured by Spanish forces. His capture marked the end of organized resistance. The Aztec Empire, which had dominated central Mexico for nearly a century, ceased to exist. The fall of Tenochtitlan was followed by a systematic dismantling of everything the empire had built. The Spanish weren't interested in ruling the Aztec state. They wanted to replace it entirely. The first target was the physical city itself. Tenochtitlan was torn down, its stones repurposed for Spanish buildings. The Templo Mayor was demolished, its sacred precinct buried under what would become Mexico City's central plaza. The palaces of Moctezuma and other nobles were destroyed. The causeways were widened and reinforced. The canals were filled in, transforming the island city into solid ground more suitable for Spanish horses and carts. This wasn't just practical, it was symbolic. The Spanish wanted to erase the visible memory of Aztec power, to create a new capital that reflected European order and Christian authority. But beneath the Spanish city, Tenochtitlan's foundations remained, a buried reminder that couldn't be entirely erased. The political structure of the empire was dismantled with equal thoroughness. The Triple Alliance was dissolved. Tributary relationships were rewritten as Spanish encomiendas, grants of indigenous labor given to Spanish conquistadors as rewards. The Tlatoani, the Aztec emperors, no longer ruled. Spanish viceroys governed instead, backed by colonial officials and the Catholic Church. Indigenous nobility, lost most of their power, but weren't eliminated entirely. The Spanish needed local intermediaries, people who understood Nahuatl, who knew how the tributary system worked, who could translate Spanish demands into actions. So some noble families survived, their status reduced but not destroyed. They became colonial functionaries, serving new masters while trying to preserve what scraps of authority they could. Cuauhtémoc, the last emperor, was kept alive for several years. The Spanish hoped he might reveal hidden gold or help pacify remaining resistance. But in 1525, during an expedition to Honduras, Cortés had him executed on dubious charges of conspiracy. His death closed the chapter on independent Aztec rule permanently. The religious transformation was even more profound. The Spanish saw the Aztec religion as demonic, a literal manifestation of Satan's influence in the New World. They weren't interested in tolerance or syncretism. They wanted total eradication. Temples were destroyed across the Valley of Mexico. Idols were smashed or burned. Codices, the painted books that recorded history, astronomy, and ritual knowledge, were collected and destroyed by the hundreds. Franciscan and Dominican friars led mass baptisms, sometimes converting entire communities in a single day. Indigenous priests were hunted down, forced to convert, or killed. The calendar stone, one of the most sacred objects in Aztec religion, was buried beneath the new Spanish plaza. It wouldn't be rediscovered for nearly 300 years, a symbol of how thoroughly the Spanish tried to bury indigenous belief systems. But religious change wasn't as complete as the Spanish hoped. Indigenous people adapted. They hid sacred objects. They preserved rituals in modified forms. They blended Christian saints with older deities, creating hybrid practices that looked Christian on the surface but retained deeper indigenous meanings. The Virgin of Guadalupe, who appeared to an indigenous convert in 1531, became a focal point for this blending, a figure both Christian and distinctly Mexican. The Spanish couldn't erase Nahuatl, the language of the empire. Too many people spoke it, and the colonial administration needed it to function. Friars learned Nahuatl to preach more effectively. Legal documents were translated. Indigenous communities continued conducting their internal affairs in their native language. Nahuatl didn't die. It evolved, absorbing Spanish loanwords, but maintaining its grammatical structure and expressive power. Still, the cultural loss was staggering. Entire genres of poetry vanished. Philosophical traditions that had been passed down orally for generations were forgotten or suppressed. Technical knowledge, agricultural practices, architectural techniques, all were disrupted or lost entirely. What survived did so through quiet resistance, through families teaching their children in secret, through communities preserving fragments of a world that the Spanish insisted no longer existed. The aftermath of the conquest created a new society, one that didn't fit neatly into Spanish colonial categories. The Spanish arrived expecting to find a simple binary: conquerors and conquered, Europeans and Indians. What they got instead was far more complicated. Mestizos, people of mixed Spanish and indigenous ancestry, appeared within the first generation. Colonial law didn't know what to do with them. They weren't Spanish, so they couldn't claim full rights as colonists. But they weren't purely indigenous either, so they didn't fit into the tribute system. They occupied an ambiguous legal space, one that grew larger and more important with each passing decade. By the mid-16th century, mestizos made up a significant portion of the urban population. They worked as artisans, traders, and minor officials. They spoke both Spanish and Nahuatl. They navigated between worlds, belonging fully to neither, but essential to both. Indigenous communities, meanwhile, struggled to maintain cohesion. The old altepetal structure survived in modified form, but Spanish officials interfered constantly. Tribute demands were unpredictable. Labor drafts pulled men away from their communities for months at a time. Epidemics continued to ravage the population. Smallpox returned in waves. Measles arrived. Typhus swept through the highlands. By 1600, the indigenous population of central Mexico had declined by perhaps 90% from pre-conquest levels. This demographic collapse reshaped everything. Villages that had once held hundreds now counted their residents in dozens. Agricultural terraces built by generations of labor fell into disuse. Entire languages disappeared as their last speakers died without passing them on. The landscape itself changed, with forests reclaiming fields that no one was left to cultivate. The Spanish colonial project depended on indigenous labor, but that labor force was vanishing. This created a crisis that shaped colonial policy for decades. The Spanish tried to concentrate scattered populations into new settlements, making them easier to tax and control. They imported African slaves to work in mines and plantations. They created legal protections for indigenous people, not out of compassion, but out of fear that their labor force would disappear entirely. Through it all, the memory of the Aztec Empire persisted in complicated ways. Spanish chroniclers wrote histories of the conquest, portraying it as a righteous Christian victory over paganism. Indigenous scribes wrote their own accounts, preserving details that the Spanish ignored or misunderstood. These documents, written in Nahuatl using the Latin alphabet, became crucial records of a world that Spanish accounts simplified or distorted. The ruins of Tenochtitlan lay beneath Mexico City, occasionally revealed when construction projects uncovered ancient foundations or artifacts. The Spanish built their cathedral directly over the Templo Mayor, a deliberate statement, but they couldn't bury everything. The stones themselves remembered, and indigenous people remembered, passing down stories that the Spanish couldn't entirely suppress. Stories of Moctezuma's doubt and Cuauhtémoc's defiance. Tales of battles fought and cities burned. Memories of gods who had once been worshipped openly and now lived only in whispers. These stories didn't preserve the empire as it had been. That was impossible. But they preserved the knowledge that it had existed, that it had been powerful, that its fall had been neither inevitable nor simple. The conquest of the Aztec Empire wasn't the end of indigenous Mexico. It was a transformation, violent and incomplete. What emerged was something new, a colonial society built on the ruins of two worlds, neither fully Spanish nor fully indigenous, but something else entirely. The colonial order that replaced the Aztec Empire wasn't simply imposed from above. It was negotiated, resisted, and constantly reworked through thousands of individual interactions. Spanish officials issued decrees from Mexico City, but those decrees meant little in remote villages where indigenous leaders decided how to interpret them. The real architecture of colonial Mexico was built not in government offices, but in marketplaces, parish churches, and village squares, where people worked out daily compromises between old ways and new demands. Indigenous communities developed strategies for survival that looked like submission, but preserved crucial autonomy. When Spanish officials demanded tribute, communities would present carefully prepared accounts showing exactly how much they could afford to pay, while hiding additional resources. When priests ordered the destruction of old religious images, villagers would bury them carefully or incorporate them into Christian altars in ways the priests didn't recognize. These weren't acts of open rebellion. They were quieter forms of resistance, the kind that could be maintained across generations. The Spanish legal system, for all its flaws, created unexpected opportunities. Indigenous communities learned to file lawsuits against Spanish officials who exceeded their authority. They hired lawyers, presented witnesses, and argued their cases in colonial courts. Sometimes they won. These victories were small, usually involving land disputes or labor obligations, but they mattered. They established that indigenous people had legal standing, that their testimony counted for something, that the system could occasionally be made to work in their favor. Land became the central battleground. Spanish colonists wanted agricultural estates. indigenous communities needed land to survive. The resulting conflicts dragged through courts for decades, generating mountains of documentation that now fill archives throughout Mexico. These lawsuits preserved details about indigenous society that Spanish chroniclers never bothered recording. Property boundaries, family relationships, agricultural practices, religious observances, all entered the legal record because they were relevant to establishing who owned what. The Catholic Church played a complicated role. Some priests genuinely tried to protect indigenous people from the worst colonial abuses. They learned Nahuatl, documented indigenous customs, and argued that native peoples had souls worth saving, not just bodies worth exploiting. But protection came with a price. To receive the Church's help, indigenous people had to accept baptism, attend Mass, and abandon practices the priests labelled as pagan. The choice wasn't between independence and submission, but between different forms of accommodation. Indigenous Christianity developed its own character. Villages built churches but often placed them on sites that had been sacred before the conquest. Saints were venerated with ceremonies that resembled pre-conquest festivals. The Virgin Mary became identified with indigenous goddesses. This wasn't pure survival of old beliefs or complete adoption of new ones. It was something hybrid, a religious practice that satisfied Spanish authorities while maintaining continuity with the past. Language became another site of negotiation. Spanish officials insisted on using Spanish for legal documents and official business. But Nahuatl remained the language of daily life for most indigenous people. Bilingual scribes became crucial intermediaries, translating between worlds. These men, usually members of indigenous nobility who had learned Spanish, wielded considerable power. They could shape how communities presented themselves to Spanish authorities. They could emphasize certain facts and minimize others. They controlled the flow of information between two societies that struggled to understand each other. The encomienda system, which granted Spanish colonists the right to extract labor and tribute from indigenous communities, was supposed to include protections for indigenous people. Encomenderos were supposed to provide religious instruction and protection in exchange for labor. In practice, most encomenderos simply wanted maximum profit with minimum responsibility. The system created a class of Spanish colonists who lived comfortably without working, supported entirely by indigenous labor they treated as property. Indigenous workers developed strategies to minimize exploitation. They would work slowly when supervised by Spaniards, but efficiently when working for themselves. They would claim illness or family emergencies to avoid labor drafts. They would present Spanish officials with elaborate explanations of why certain tasks were impossible, citing religious obligations, agricultural cycles, or technical difficulties. These small acts of resistance rarely prevented exploitation entirely, but they limited it, creating breathing room for survival. The mining industry, crucial to Spain's colonial economy, depended entirely on indigenous labor. Silver mines at Zacatecas and Guanajuato consumed workers at horrifying rates. Conditions underground were brutal. Cave-ins, toxic fumes, and exhaustion killed thousands. Spanish authorities tried to regulate the system, limiting how long workers could be forced to labor in the mines. But enforcement was inconsistent. The silver flowing to Spain came at an immense human cost that Spanish officials preferred not to calculate too precisely. African slaves arrived in increasing numbers as the indigenous population continued to decline. By the late 16th century, Mexico City had a substantial African population, most enslaved but some free. These communities developed their own cultures, mixing African traditions with indigenous and Spanish elements. Relations between African and indigenous populations were complex. Sometimes they cooperated, united by shared oppression. Sometimes they competed for the limited opportunities colonial society offered to non-Spaniards. The casta system attempted to categorize the increasingly mixed population. Spanish officials created elaborate racial hierarchies, distinguishing between mestizos, mulattoes, zambos, and dozens of other categories based on parentage. These classifications determined legal status, tax obligations, and social standing. But the system was impossible to enforce consistently. People could change their racial classification by moving to a new town, acquiring wealth, or marrying strategically. The categories that looked rigid on paper were fluid in practice. Indigenous women occupied particularly difficult positions. Spanish men frequently took indigenous women as concubines or forced them into sexual relationships. The children of these unions faced complicated questions about identity and belonging. Some mestizo children were raised in indigenous communities and identified as indigenous. Others were raised as Spanish and denied their indigenous heritage. The violence that produced many of these relationships was rarely acknowledged officially. Hidden behind euphemistic language about unions and alliances, education became another tool of colonization. Franciscan missionaries established schools to teach indigenous children Spanish, Latin, and Catholic doctrine. The goal was to create a generation that would be Christian and loyal to Spain. But indigenous students didn't simply absorb what they were taught. They learned to read and write in multiple languages, gaining skills they could use to defend their communities. Some became scribes and translators. Others used their education to preserve indigenous knowledge, writing down histories and traditions in Nahuatl, using the Latin alphabet. The University of Mexico, founded in 1551, was theoretically open to all subjects of the Spanish crown. In practice, it served primarily the children of Spanish colonists. A few indigenous nobles attended, but they faced discrimination and limited opportunities. The university taught European philosophy, theology, and law, preparing students to serve the colonial administration. It became a center of Spanish culture in the Americas, self-consciously European, in a land that remained fundamentally indigenous beneath its Spanish surface. Artistic production reflected the society's complexity. Indigenous artisans learned European techniques, creating religious paintings and sculptures for churches. But they incorporated elements from their own artistic traditions, producing works that looked superficially Spanish, but included details that Spanish patrons didn't always understand. A painting of the Virgin Mary might include flowers that had significance in indigenous religion. A carved wooden saint might have facial features that resembled pre-conquest deities. These hybrid works expressed identity in ways that couldn't be stated openly. Music followed similar patterns. Indigenous musicians learned to play European instruments and perform Catholic liturgy. But they adapted the music to their own aesthetic preferences, creating compositions that sounded strange to Spanish ears. Church services in indigenous villages featured chanting that resembled pre-conquest ritual music more than European hymns. Spanish priests sometimes complained about these innovations, but they lacked the musical knowledge to explain precisely what was wrong. Food remained a site where indigenous culture persisted most strongly. Spanish colonists adopted indigenous crops and cooking methods because they worked better than trying to recreate European cuisine with local ingredients. Chocolate became popular among Spanish elites, though they added sugar to make it more palatable. Tomatoes, chiles, and corn remained central to the Mexican diet across all social classes. The kitchen became one place where indigenous knowledge couldn't be dismissed or replaced because survival depended on it. Markets continued to function much as they had before the conquest. Indigenous women still sold produce, pottery, and textiles in plazas that had been commercial centers for centuries. Spanish officials tried to regulate these markets, imposing taxes and restricting what could be sold. But the markets were too complex and too important to control completely. They remained spaces where indigenous people conducted business in their own languages, following customs that predated Spanish arrival. Time itself became contested. The Spanish imposed their calendar, marking years by Christian holidays and royal proclamations. But indigenous communities maintained their own calendrical systems, tracking agricultural cycles and ritual obligations according to pre-conquest patterns. People learned to operate in both time systems simultaneously, attending Sunday Mass while also observing festivals timed to indigenous calendars. This dual sense of time reflected the broader duality of colonial life, existing in two worlds at once. The generation born in the mid-16th century had no memory of the pre-conquest world. They grew up in a society that was already colonial, already mixed, already complicated by competing identities and obligations. For them, the Aztec Empire was history, something their grandparents remembered, but they knew only through stories. Yet those stories mattered. They provided a sense of identity separate from Spanish definitions, a reminder that indigenous people had their own history, their own achievements, their own reasons for pride. Spanish authorities worried about indigenous memory. They banned certain festivals and destroyed codices that recorded pre-conquest history. But memory isn't stored only in books or public ceremonies. It lives in songs, in stories told to children, in the way people name places and mark seasons. This kind of memory is harder to suppress because it's woven into daily life, transmitted through ordinary interactions rather than official channels. By 1550, New Spain had developed its own character, distinct from both the Aztec Empire and Spain itself. It was a colonial society, yes, shaped by conquest and maintained by exploitation, but it was also a society where indigenous people made up the majority of the population, where Nahuatl was spoken more widely than Spanish, where the landscape and climate and agricultural rhythms were indigenous regardless of who claimed political authority. The Spanish had conquered the Aztec Empire, but they hadn't conquered Mexico. They had simply become part of its ongoing transformation. The Spanish arrival forced indigenous communities into impossible calculations. Survival required cooperation with the colonizers, but cooperation came with costs that weren't always visible at first. Communities that provided labor for Spanish projects received protection from other Spanish demands, at least in theory. Villages that resisted found themselves targeted for harsher treatment, their lands redistributed, their populations relocated. The choice wasn't between freedom and subjugation. It was between different forms of subjugation, some more bearable than others. Indigenous nobles faced particularly difficult choices. Their authority depended on Spanish recognition, which meant demonstrating loyalty to the colonial regime. But maintaining legitimacy among their own people required defending community interests, which sometimes meant resisting Spanish demands. These nobles walked a tightrope, trying to preserve what autonomy they could while avoiding Spanish punishment. Some managed this balance successfully for years. Others were removed from office when they pushed back too forcefully, replaced by more compliant candidates. The encomienda system created a new form of exploitation that replaced older patterns without being quite the same. Under Aztec rule, tribute had been extracted primarily through collective obligations. Villages provided goods and labor to the empire, but the internal organization of that tribute was managed by local authorities. The Spanish system was more direct and more intrusive. Encomenderos had personal claims on indigenous labor, and they expected those claims to be honored regardless of local circumstances. Harvest failures, disease outbreaks, or community emergencies didn't excuse villages from their obligations. This system produced constant friction. Indigenous communities tried to negotiate the terms of their labor obligations, arguing that Spanish demands exceeded traditional tribute levels. Spanish encomenderos insisted that indigenous people were lazy and needed to be forced to work. Colonial officials attempted to mediate these disputes, but their sympathies generally lay with Spanish colonists. Laws protecting indigenous rights were passed in Spain and occasionally enforced in Mexico, but enforcement was inconsistent and often ineffective. The Catholic Church became another institution that indigenous people had to navigate. Conversion wasn't optional. Communities that resisted baptism faced punishment, including the destruction of their temples and the exile of their religious leaders. But accepting baptism didn't mean accepting all aspects of Catholic practice. Indigenous communities developed their own forms of Christianity, incorporating elements that made sense within their existing worldviews while maintaining appearances of orthodoxy. Saints became identified with pre-conquest deities who governed similar domains. The Virgin Mary was associated with indigenous goddesses who protected childbirth and agriculture. Christian festivals were scheduled to coincide with indigenous ceremonial calendars, allowing people to maintain traditional rhythms while appearing to celebrate Catholic holy days. Priests complained about these syncretisms, recognizing that indigenous Christianity didn't always match European orthodoxy, but they lacked the resources to police every village and every practice. Indigenous people also used Catholic institutions for their own purposes. Churches provided sanctuary from Spanish officials. Priests could sometimes be convinced to advocate for indigenous communities in disputes with encomenderos. Baptismal and marriage records created documentation of indigenous identity that would later prove important in legal disputes over land and status. The church was an instrument of colonization, yes, but it was also an institution that indigenous people learned to manipulate. Language became a site of both resistance and adaptation. Spanish officials wanted indigenous people to learn Spanish, viewing it as essential for proper conversion and colonial governance. But teaching Spanish to millions of people was impractical, so the church instead trained priests in Nahuatl. This decision had unexpected consequences. It preserved Nahuatl as a written language and created a body of religious texts in indigenous languages. These texts were intended to facilitate conversion, but they also maintained linguistic continuity. Nahuatl remained the dominant language in central Mexico throughout the colonial period. Spanish was the language of official business and high culture, but daily life in most communities continued in Nahuatl. This linguistic persistence meant that pre-conquest concepts and categories continued to shape how people understood the world, even as they adopted Spanish political and religious frameworks. You could be a Catholic, recognize Spanish authority, and still think in fundamentally indigenous ways because the language you spoke carried those patterns of thought. Indigenous literacy expanded in unexpected ways during this period. Before the conquest, writing had been restricted to specialized scribes who maintained codices for the nobility. After the conquest, alphabetic writing in Nahuatl became more widespread. Indigenous communities needed written records to defend their land claims in Spanish courts. Local officials needed to document tribute payments and labor obligations. This created demand for people who could write in Nahuatl using the Latin alphabet. The result was a broader distribution of literacy, though still limited to a small educated class. These written records are now invaluable historical sources. They document how indigenous communities understood the conquest and its aftermath, what they valued, what they fought to preserve. The documents reveal that indigenous people viewed Spanish rule as illegitimate, but pragmatically unavoidable, something to be managed rather than accepted. They show communities carefully maintaining records of pre-conquest landholdings, anticipating future disputes. They demonstrate sophisticated legal thinking as indigenous leaders learned Spanish colonial law and used it to defend community interests. The economic transformation of central Mexico accelerated after the initial shock of conquest and disease. Spanish colonists introduced new crops and animals, fundamentally changing the landscape. Wheat required different agricultural techniques than corn. Cattle, sheep, and horses needed pasture land, which meant converting agricultural fields or appropriating communal lands. These changes didn't happen smoothly. They created conflicts between Spanish ranchers and indigenous farmers, between communities with different land use traditions. Indigenous agriculture adapted to these new demands while maintaining traditional practices. Farmers grew wheat for Spanish markets while still cultivating corn, beans, and squash for their own consumption. They raised sheep and sold wool to Spanish textile workshops while keeping turkeys and dogs as they always had. This dual agricultural system allowed communities to participate in the colonial economy while maintaining food sovereignty. It was adaptation born of necessity, not choice. Markets continued to function as centers of indigenous economic life. Spanish officials tried to regulate what could be sold and who could sell it, but enforcement was difficult. Indigenous women remained the dominant vendors in most markets, selling produce, pottery, textiles, and prepared foods. These markets operated in Nahuatl, followed indigenous conventions for bargaining and exchange, and maintained connections between rural producers and urban consumers. The Spanish imposed new taxes on market transactions, but they didn't fundamentally change how markets worked. Mining became the most important economic activity in colonial Mexico, and it had devastating effects on indigenous communities. Spanish prospectors discovered rich silver deposits north of central Mexico, and colonial authorities organized massive labor drafts to work these mines. Indigenous men were required to spend months working underground in dangerous conditions, often dying from accidents, disease, or mercury poisoning. The wealth extracted from these mines flowed to Spain, while the communities that provided the labor received minimal compensation. This mining economy created new patterns of migration and displacement. Communities near mining districts lost large portions of their male population to labor drafts. Some people fled to remote areas to avoid conscription. Others moved to cities where they could find wage labor that, while exploitative, was less deadly than mining. These migrations disrupted community structures that had survived the initial conquest, fragmenting social networks and weakening collective institutions. Indigenous women bore particular burdens during this period. They maintained households and agricultural production, while men were absent on labor obligations. They worked as domestic servants in Spanish households, often experiencing sexual exploitation with no legal recourse. They participated in markets and craft production, providing income that sustained families when tribute obligations left them with little. The colonial economy depended on indigenous women's labor, but this labor was rarely compensated fairly or even acknowledged as economically important. Gender relations changed under colonial rule in ways that disadvantaged women. Pre-conquest Mexican society had recognized women's contributions to agriculture, craft production, and religious life. Spanish colonial law treated women as perpetual minors who required male guardianship. Indigenous women lost inheritance rights they had previously held. Their testimony was given less weight in legal proceedings. They were excluded from political offices they might have held before the conquest. Spanish patriarchal norms were imposed on indigenous communities through colonial law and Catholic teaching, yet women found ways to exercise agency within these constraints. They used church courts to pursue divorce from abusive husbands, something that wasn't possible in pre-conquest society. They operated businesses, particularly in markets and food preparation, creating economic independence. They maintained religious practices that Spanish priests didn't understand or recognize, preserving knowledge that would otherwise have been lost. Women's resistance to colonial impositions was often subtle and individual rather than collective and dramatic, but it was resistance nonetheless. The generation born after 1530 grew up in a world that was fully colonial. They had no personal memory of the Aztec Empire, only stories told by grandparents and parents. For them, Spanish rule was simply reality, the way things were. But this didn't mean they accepted Spanish definitions of who they were or what their communities could be. They learned Spanish political language and used it to defend indigenous interests. They mastered Catholic theology and employed it to argue for indigenous dignity and rights. They were colonial subjects, but they were also indigenous people asserting continuity with a past that colonialism couldn't completely erase. Education became a site where this complex identity was negotiated. Spanish authorities established schools to train indigenous elites in European knowledge, hoping to create a class of intermediaries who would facilitate colonial governance. Some of these schools, like the Colegio de Santa Cruz de Tlatelolco, provided rigorous education in Latin, Spanish, and classical humanities. Indigenous students excelled, sometimes embarrassing their teachers by demonstrating greater facility with Latin grammar. But these students also preserved indigenous knowledge, writing down histories and traditions in Nahuatl when Spanish authorities weren't watching. These educated indigenous elites occupied an ambiguous position. They were privileged compared to commoners, but subordinate to Spanish colonists. They could read and write in multiple languages, but couldn't hold the highest political offices. They were Catholic, but maintained connections to pre-conquest traditions. They navigated these contradictions by developing sophisticated arguments about indigenous capabilities and rights, laying groundwork for later assertions of indigenous autonomy. By 1550, the basic structures of colonial Mexico were established. The Aztec Empire was gone, replaced by the viceroyalty of New Spain. Indigenous political authority had been subordinated to Spanish colonial administration. The population had been decimated by disease and would continue declining for decades. The economy had been reorganized around Spanish priorities, particularly mining and agriculture for export. Catholicism was the only legally recognized religion. But underneath these colonial structures, indigenous Mexico persisted. Nahuatl remained the majority language. Indigenous communities maintained their own internal governance alongside Spanish administration. Catholic practice was thoroughly indigenous in its local expressions. Markets, foods, agricultural techniques, and daily rhythms continued patterns established long before Spanish arrival. The conquest had transformed Mexico profoundly, but it hadn't created an entirely new society from nothing. Instead, it had created something hybrid, something that was both colonial and indigenous, Spanish and Mexican. The Aztec Empire had fallen. That was undeniable. But the people who had lived under that empire, who had built Tenochtitlan and cultivated the Chinampas and developed sophisticated systems of governance and art, those people hadn't disappeared. They had survived. They had adapted. They had found ways to maintain identity and community under impossible conditions. The fall of the Aztec Empire was a catastrophe, one of the worst demographic and cultural disasters in human history. But it wasn't the end of indigenous Mexico. It was a brutal transformation that indigenous people somehow endured, carrying forward pieces of the past into an uncertain future. By the mid-16th century, indigenous people in Mexico were living in a world fundamentally different from the one their parents had known, yet still connected to it through threads that colonialism couldn't completely sever. The generation born after 1530 inherited a reality defined by Spanish rule, but they also inherited memories, languages, and practices that linked them to the pre-conquest past. This generation would have to decide what could be preserved, what could be adapted, and what might be lost forever. The Catholic Church, having consolidated its institutional presence, now turned its attention to deeper evangelization. The first wave of conversion had been relatively superficial, focused on baptizing as many people as possible and destroying the most visible elements of indigenous religion. Now missionaries wanted to transform indigenous spiritual life from the inside, to create genuinely devout Catholics rather than nominal converts who simply performed required rituals. This required understanding indigenous beliefs more thoroughly, which led to fascinating ironies. Franciscan friars learned Nahuatl fluently, compiled dictionaries and grammars, and interviewed indigenous elders about pre-conquest religion and history. They did this to combat idolatry more effectively, but in the process, they preserved knowledge that might otherwise have been lost entirely. The Florentine Codex, compiled by Bernardino de Sahagún, with indigenous collaborators between 1545 and 1590, became the most comprehensive source on Aztec culture, precisely because it was created as a manual for destroying that culture. Indigenous people navigated this religious transformation with remarkable sophistication. They couldn't practice their old religion openly, but they found ways to maintain connections to it within Catholic forms. Saints were associated with particular deities, not explicitly identified, but understood through shared attributes. The Virgin of Guadalupe, whose apparition to an indigenous man in 1531 became central to Mexican Catholicism, appeared on a hill that had been sacred to Tonantzin, an Aztec mother goddess. Whether this represented syncretism, resistance, or genuine religious transformation remains debated, but it clearly wasn't simple replacement of one religion with another. Religious confraternities, called cofradías, became important institutions in indigenous communities. Officially, these were Catholic organizations devoted to venerating particular saints and performing charitable works, but they also provided spaces for indigenous people to gather, maintain community bonds, and exercise some autonomy from Spanish control. They collected funds, organized festivals, and made collective decisions about community affairs. Spanish authorities approved of them as vehicles for Christianization, not fully understanding that they also perpetuated indigenous forms of community organization and collective action. The economic transformation continued reshaping indigenous life. Spanish demand for labor intensified as mining operations expanded and agricultural estates grew larger. The encomienda system theoretically limited how much labor could be demanded, but in practice, these regulations were frequently ignored. Indigenous communities found themselves caught between Spanish demands for workers and their own need to maintain agricultural production and internal social structures. Many communities responded by developing systems where labor obligations rotated among households, trying to distribute the burden as fairly as possible while ensuring that someone remained to work communal lands. Markets remained central to indigenous economic life, adapting to colonial realities while maintaining traditional forms. Spanish authorities tried to regulate markets, setting prices, and taxing transactions. But the daily operation remained largely indigenous. Nahuatl remained the language of commerce in most markets, and traditional forms of barter continued alongside Spanish currency. Indigenous women dominated many market stalls, maintaining an economic role that had existed before conquest. These markets became spaces where indigenous economic practices persisted within a colonial framework, neither purely traditional nor fully Spanish, but something hybrid. Agriculture underwent significant changes. Spaniards introduced new crops like wheat, which required different cultivation techniques than maize. They brought livestock, particularly cattle and sheep, which transformed landscapes. Indigenous people had to learn new agricultural skills while maintaining traditional cultivation of maize, beans, and squash. The chinampas around what remained of Lake Texcoco continued operating, though many had been destroyed during the siege and never rebuilt. Those that survived adapted, growing Spanish crops alongside indigenous ones, demonstrating the practical flexibility that characterized indigenous responses to colonialism. Land tenure became increasingly contested. Spanish authorities introduced European concepts of individual property ownership, which conflicted with indigenous practices of communal landholding. Many indigenous communities held land collectively, with individual families having use rights, but not ownership in the Spanish sense. Spanish settlers and the colonial government pressured communities to adopt Spanish property concepts, partly to make land easier to purchase or confiscate. Indigenous leaders learned to navigate Spanish legal systems to defend community lands, producing documents, maps, and testimony in Spanish courts. This legal struggle would continue for centuries. The mining economy pulled indigenous people into new labor systems. Silver discoveries at Zacatecas in 1546 and other sites created enormous demand for workers. Initially, the Spanish tried to use encomienda labor for mines, but this proved inadequate. They developed the repartimiento system, a labor draft that required indigenous communities to send workers for fixed periods. This was presented as less exploitative than encomienda, because workers were paid wages and terms were limited. In practice, conditions in mines were brutal. Wages were often unpaid or insufficient, and the disruption to communities was severe. Many indigenous people fled their communities to avoid mining labor, becoming rootless workers in Spanish towns where they lost connection to indigenous communities and protections. Urban indigenous populations grew in Spanish cities. Mexico City, built atop Tenochtitlan's ruins, developed a substantial indigenous population in neighborhoods surrounding the Spanish core. These urban indigenous people occupied ambiguous positions. They worked as servants, artisans, and laborers for Spanish employers, but maintained connections to indigenous communities. They spoke Spanish and wore European-style clothing, but also spoke Nahuatl and maintained indigenous kinship networks. Some prospered in urban economies, becoming skilled craftspeople or small-scale traders. Others lived in poverty, vulnerable to exploitation and epidemic disease. Epidemic disease remained a constant threat. Major outbreaks occurred in 1545 and 1576, killing hundreds of thousands. These epidemics, called Coccolistli in Nahuatl, were possibly typhus or hemorrhagic fever. Indigenous people had no immunity and died in staggering numbers. Spanish populations were less affected, widening the demographic gap between colonizers and colonized. Each epidemic further weakened indigenous communities, making them more vulnerable to Spanish economic and political pressure. The psychological impact was profound. Repeated waves of inexplicable death shattered confidence in traditional knowledge and authority, making Spanish claims of religious superiority more difficult to dismiss. Indigenous resistance took forms less visible than armed rebellion. Communities engaged in what scholars now call everyday resistance, working slowly, feigning incomprehension, quietly refusing to comply with orders, protecting fugitives from labor drafts. These small acts of non-cooperation rarely appear in historical records, but cumulatively limited Spanish power. Indigenous people also used Spanish legal systems against colonizers, filing lawsuits to challenge land seizures, labor demands, and abuses by officials. This legal resistance required learning Spanish law and rhetoric, which indigenous communities did with surprising effectiveness. Litigation became a form of resistance that acknowledged Spanish authority while challenging specific actions. Some indigenous nobility attempted to preserve status by collaborating more fully with Spanish rule. They emphasized their descent from pre-conquest rulers, arguing this entitled them to privileges within the colonial system. They adopted Spanish titles like Don and dressed in Spanish fashion, while maintaining indigenous symbols of authority. They served as intermediaries, translating between Spanish officials and indigenous communities. This collaboration was pragmatic rather than ideological. By making themselves useful to Spanish rule, they preserved some authority and protected their communities from worse exploitation. But it created tensions within indigenous society, as commoners sometimes viewed noble collaborators as traitors. The linguistic landscape reflected broader transformations. Spanish became essential for anyone who needed to interact with colonial authorities, conduct business beyond local markets, or navigate legal systems. Indigenous elites learned Spanish out of necessity, but Nahuatl remained dominant in daily life for most indigenous people. It adapted to colonial realities, incorporating Spanish loanwords for new concepts and objects while maintaining its grammatical structure and expressive power. Bilingualism became common among intermediary populations, while many indigenous commoners remained monolingual in Nahuatl throughout the colonial period. Language became a marker of position within colonial society, with Spanish knowledge providing access to certain opportunities, while Nahuatl remained the language of indigenous community and identity. Written culture flourished in unexpected ways. Indigenous scribes trained in alphabetic writing produced an enormous corpus of documents in Nahuatl. These included legal records, historical accounts, poetry, and administrative documents. Communities used written records to defend land claims, preserve histories, and maintain internal governance. This writing system was Spanish in form, but indigenous in content and purpose. Indigenous people had adopted the colonizers' technology and turned it toward their own ends, creating a written tradition that served indigenous interests while operating within colonial frameworks. Religious texts in Nahuatl multiplied as missionaries produced catechisms, prayer books, and biblical translations. But indigenous scribes also used alphabetic writing to preserve traditional knowledge. They wrote down historical accounts, calendrical information, and ritual practices, sometimes disguising these as Christian texts or hiding them from Spanish authorities. The result was a complex written tradition that mixed indigenous and European elements, making it difficult to separate resistance from accommodation, tradition from innovation. Artistic production continued under colonial constraints. Indigenous artists worked on decorating churches, producing religious images that combined European and indigenous styles. They carved altarpieces, painted murals, and created sculptures that were nominally Christian, but incorporated indigenous aesthetic sensibilities. This art was hybrid, neither purely indigenous nor fully European. It represented one response to colonialism, maintaining indigenous skills and perspectives while adapting to new contexts and patrons. Some scholars see this as cultural survival. Others see it as loss disguised as adaptation. Perhaps it was both simultaneously. Textiles remained an important form of indigenous artistic expression. Women continued weaving traditional patterns and using traditional techniques, though sometimes incorporating European design elements. Clothing became a marker of identity, with indigenous people maintaining distinctive dress despite Spanish pressure to adopt European styles. Colonial authorities periodically issued regulations requiring indigenous people to dress like Spaniards, but these were largely ignored or evaded. Clothing became a site of quiet resistance, a daily assertion of indigenous identity. Music underwent transformation. Indigenous people learned European musical instruments and styles, becoming skilled performers in churches and at colonial celebrations. But they also maintained traditional instruments and musical forms, though these were increasingly confined to private or community contexts rather than public performance. Dances that had been public rituals became semi-clandestine practices, performed away from Spanish observation. Music and dance became coded forms of cultural continuity, maintaining connections to pre-conquest traditions through rhythm, movement, and sound. The physical landscape bore marks of transformation. Mexico City's construction consumed the remains of Tenochtitlan. Spanish buildings used stones from Aztec temples. Streets followed some pre-conquest patterns, but imposed Spanish urban planning principles. The city became a palimpsest, with indigenous foundations visible beneath Spanish surfaces. Lake Texcoco continued shrinking as Spanish drainage projects redirected water. The ecosystem that had supported Chinampa's agriculture transformed into something different, less productive and more vulnerable to flooding. By 1550, a generation had passed since Tenochtitlan's fall. The elderly could remember the Aztec Empire, though their memories were increasingly filtered through everything that had happened since. Middle-aged people had come of age during conquest and its immediate aftermath, their formative experiences shaped by violence and transformation. Young adults knew only colonial rule, though they inherited languages, traditions, and identities from the pre-conquest past. Children were growing up in a world where Spanish colonialism was simply reality, yet they were learning Nahuatl, hearing stories about Aztec rulers, and maintaining practices their great-grandparents would have recognized. The fall of the Aztec Empire created this strange situation. Indigenous Mexico had been conquered, subordinated, and transformed. But it hadn't been destroyed or replaced. Instead, something complex emerged, a colonial society that was simultaneously Spanish and indigenous, Catholic and traditional, European and American. The Aztec Empire was gone, its institutions abolished, its capital destroyed, its population decimated. But the people who had built that empire, who spoke Nahuatl and remembered Tenochtitlan and maintained connections to pre-conquest traditions, those people remained. They had survived catastrophe and were finding ways to persist within the colonial order while maintaining threads of continuity with their past. This transformation wasn't abstract. It affected daily routines, economic structures, and social relationships in concrete ways. Indigenous communities adapted by developing strategies that allowed them to navigate colonial demands while protecting core elements of their identity. These strategies were pragmatic rather than heroic, focused on survival rather than resistance. The encomienda system created new forms of labor exploitation that replaced but also resembled Aztec tribute structures. Indigenous communities were assigned to Spanish encomenderos, who collected tribute and labor. The system was supposed to include protections, including religious instruction and limits on labor demands. In practice, encomenderos treated their indigenous charges as property, extracting maximum labor while providing minimal care. Communities responded by negotiating, petitioning authorities, and when possible, evading demands. They learned to work within Spanish legal frameworks, filing complaints and appeals that sometimes brought limited relief. Agricultural production shifted to meet Spanish demands. Wheat cultivation expanded, requiring indigenous labor on Spanish estates. Indigenous farmers continued growing maize, beans, and squash for their own consumption, but now also produced crops for Spanish markets. Land tenure patterns changed as Spaniards claimed prime agricultural areas. Indigenous communities retained communal lands, but these were often marginal territories less suitable for intensive agriculture. The loss of productive land created chronic food insecurity that worsened during droughts or epidemics. Mining became a major colonial enterprise, consuming indigenous labor. Silver deposits in Zacatecas and other regions drew Spanish attention. Indigenous workers were drafted through various labor systems to extract ore, process it, and transport it. Mining work was dangerous, exposing workers to cave-ins, toxic substances, and exhausting physical demands. Many didn't return. Communities tried to protect their members by negotiating exemptions or sending substitute workers, but Spanish demands were relentless. Urban spaces reflected new hierarchies. Mexico City's Central Plaza became the heart of colonial power, surrounded by Spanish institutions, cathedral, viceregal palace, and municipal buildings. Indigenous residents were pushed toward peripheral neighborhoods. Spanish urban planning created segregated spaces, with indigenous barrios separated from Spanish quarters. This segregation was never absolute. Indigenous servants worked in Spanish households. Indigenous vendors sold goods in Spanish markets, and indigenous laborers built Spanish buildings. The city was integrated economically while divided socially. Language became a contested terrain. Spanish officials needed to communicate with indigenous populations, but most Spaniards didn't learn Nahuatl. Indigenous interpreters became crucial intermediaries, translating not just words, but cultural concepts and legal categories. These interpreters wielded significant power, shaping how information moved between Spanish and indigenous worlds. Some used their position to benefit their communities. Others enriched themselves at community expense. Nahuatl remained the primary language for most indigenous people, but it began incorporating Spanish words, especially for new concepts, objects, and institutions. Spanish officials, priests, and merchants learned rudimentary Nahuatl, creating a simplified version used for basic communication. This contact language was nobody's native tongue, a practical tool for colonial administration rather than genuine cultural exchange. The Catholic Church established parallel structures that overlapped with civil administration. Parishes were organized around indigenous communities, with priests responsible for religious instruction and sacramental life. Churches became sites of surveillance, as priests monitored indigenous religious practices, searching for signs of continued traditional worship. Confession became an investigative tool, with priests questioning parishioners about religious observances and imposing penances for deviations from Catholic orthodoxy. Priests varied in their approach. Some were genuinely concerned with indigenous welfare, learning Nahuatl, advocating for community rights, and opposing Spanish exploitation. Others were primarily interested in collecting tithes and securing comfortable positions. Indigenous communities learned to navigate these differences, cultivating relationships with sympathetic priests while evading or resisting hostile ones. Cofradías, religious brotherhoods, emerged as important indigenous institutions within the colonial framework. These organizations, nominally Catholic, maintained community cohesion and provided mutual aid. They organized festivals honoring Catholic saints, but these celebrations often incorporated elements of pre-conquest ceremonial life. Cofradías collected funds, managed communal resources, and represented community interests. They became vehicles for maintaining indigenous solidarity within colonial structures. Marriage patterns reflected colonial pressures and indigenous adaptations. Spanish authorities promoted Christian marriage as a sacrament and legal institution. Indigenous people had traditionally practiced various forms of marriage and partnership, some recognized by Spanish law, others not. Communities adapted by formalizing marriages according to Catholic rites while sometimes maintaining traditional practices privately. Marriage records became colonial documents, creating paper trails that could later establish property rights and inheritance claims. Gender roles shifted under colonial rule. Pre-conquest Aztec society had recognized distinct but complementary roles for men and women. Spanish colonialism imposed European gender hierarchies that subordinated women more thoroughly. Indigenous women faced multiple vulnerabilities as women, as indigenous people, and as members of conquered populations. Some Spanish men formed relationships with indigenous women, ranging from consensual partnerships to outright coercion. The children of these unions, called mestizos, occupied ambiguous positions in colonial society, neither fully indigenous nor fully Spanish. Marketplace activity continued but transformed. Indigenous vendors still sold goods in markets, but now Spanish merchants controlled lucrative trades. Indigenous people bought and sold within their communities, maintaining networks of exchange that predated conquest. Markets became spaces where indigenous and Spanish economies intersected, where information circulated, and where people from different communities met and interacted. Craft production adapted to colonial demands. Indigenous artisans created goods for Spanish consumers while maintaining production for indigenous markets. Featherwork, once reserved for elite display, declined as Spanish patrons preferred European luxury goods. Pottery, textile production, and other crafts continued, sometimes incorporating Spanish design elements. Artisans became economically dependent on diverse customer bases, losing the secure patronage they'd enjoyed under the Aztec state. Legal systems operated in parallel. Spanish colonial law theoretically protected indigenous people, recognizing them as subjects of the crown with certain rights. Indigenous communities had their own customary laws governing internal affairs. In practice, these systems overlapped and conflicted. Indigenous people learned to use Spanish legal mechanisms, filing suits, appealing decisions, and citing colonial ordinances. This legal engagement required literacy in Spanish and understanding of European legal concepts, skills that some indigenous leaders acquired. Litigation became a survival strategy. Communities sued over land boundaries, labor obligations, and tribute assessments. These cases generated extensive documentation, creating archives that preserved indigenous perspectives within colonial records. Legal battles were expensive and time-consuming, but sometimes resulted in favorable rulings that provided temporary relief from Spanish demands. Tribute collection became systematized. Colonial authorities conducted censuses to determine indigenous populations and establish tribute obligations. These censuses were imperfect, undercounting populations in remote areas and overcounting in regions where Spanish control was stronger. Indigenous communities sometimes manipulated census data, hiding population numbers to reduce tribute obligations. The actual collection of tribute involved indigenous officials appointed by Spanish authorities. These positions carried authority, but also made office holders unpopular, as they enforced unpopular demands on their own communities. Some officials used their position to protect their communities, negotiating with Spanish authorities and absorbing some costs themselves. Others exploited their position, extracting additional tribute for personal gain. Economic inequality within indigenous communities increased. Some individuals and families accumulated wealth by collaborating with Spanish authorities, serving as labor contractors, tribute collectors, or land intermediaries. Others lost everything, becoming laborers on Spanish estates or migrating to cities seeking survival. Pre-conquest social hierarchies partially persisted, with noble families maintaining some status, but wealth became more important than lineage in determining position. Travel and migration patterns shifted. Pre-conquest movement had been controlled by the Aztec state, with travel requiring official sanction. Colonial rule initially disrupted these controls, creating opportunities for movement. Indigenous people migrated to mining regions seeking wages, to cities seeking opportunities, or to remote areas seeking escape from Spanish demands. This mobility both reflected colonial disruption and represented indigenous agency, as people made strategic decisions about where to live and work. Roads built during the colonial period connected Spanish settlements and mining regions, facilitating Spanish commerce and administration. These roads also enabled indigenous movement, creating new connections between communities and regions. Information traveled along these routes, as did people, goods, and ideas. Epidemic disease continued ravaging populations throughout this period. Smallpox returned periodically, each outbreak killing thousands. Other diseases, including measles, typhus, and influenza, swept through communities with devastating regularity. The demographic collapse created labor shortages that Spanish authorities tried to address through various mechanisms, all involving increased pressure on surviving indigenous populations. Communities developed strategies for coping with epidemic disease. During outbreaks, they isolated sick individuals, suspended public gatherings, and performed rituals seeking divine intervention. These responses combined practical public health measures with religious practices, reflecting both indigenous traditions and Catholic influences. The death toll from disease was so severe that it fundamentally altered colonial society. Spanish plans for exploiting indigenous labor founded as the labor force disappeared. This demographic catastrophe forced adjustments in colonial administration, labor systems, and settlement patterns. It also meant that indigenous cultural transmission was interrupted as elders died before passing on knowledge to younger generations. Communities tried preserving knowledge by creating written records. Indigenous scribes wrote codices documenting history, genealogy, and land claims. These documents served practical purposes, establishing property rights and maintaining community memory. They were created using European materials, alphabetic writing, and sometimes Spanish language, yet they preserved indigenous perspectives and information. Religious practice became increasingly syncretic, blending Catholic and indigenous elements in ways that Spanish priests sometimes tolerated and sometimes opposed. Indigenous people attended Mass, received sacraments, and observed Catholic holy days. They also maintained shrines in remote locations, performed ceremonies linked to agricultural cycles, and told stories about deities and sacred places. This religious multiplicity wasn't necessarily conscious resistance. For many, it was simply how religion worked, a complex system drawing on multiple traditions. Spanish authorities periodically launched campaigns to extirpate idolatry, investigating indigenous religious practices and punishing those who maintained traditional worship. These campaigns involved interrogations, confiscation of religious objects, and public punishments. They created climates of fear and surveillance, but never successfully eliminated indigenous religious traditions. Communities learned to practice discreetly, hiding ceremonies from Spanish observation. The physical landscape continued transforming. Spanish ranching operations expanded with cattle, sheep, and horses, grazing on lands that had been agricultural fields or forests. This ecological transformation displaced indigenous agriculture and altered local ecosystems. Livestock trampled fields, consumed crops, and degraded water sources. Indigenous communities protested these encroachments, but rarely succeeded in stopping them. The emergence of a mixed economy reflected colonial realities. Spanish enterprises needed indigenous labor and knowledge. Indigenous communities needed access to Spanish goods, markets, and legal systems. This mutual dependence created complex relationships that were simultaneously exploitative and collaborative. Indigenous artisans found niches in the colonial economy. They produced textiles, pottery, metalwork, and other crafts for Spanish markets. Some crafts adapted Spanish techniques or incorporated European materials, creating hybrid forms that blended traditions. These artisans operated within Spanish commercial systems, selling through markets and shops controlled by Spanish merchants who took most profits. Urban centers developed distinct social hierarchies. Spanish elites occupied the center, near plazas and churches. Indigenous neighborhoods surrounded these cores, organized by community of origin. Africans, both enslaved and free, lived in various parts of cities, sometimes in separate quarters, sometimes integrated into indigenous or Spanish households. Castas, people of mixed ancestry, occupied intermediate positions, neither fully Spanish nor fully indigenous. These urban hierarchies were enforced through law and custom. Spanish authorities issued regulations governing dress, occupation, and residence. Indigenous people were forbidden from riding horses, carrying weapons, or wearing Spanish clothing. These restrictions marked social boundaries and reinforced racial categories. Enforcement was inconsistent, but the regulations established clear principles about who belonged where in colonial society. Indigenous governors and town councils managed local affairs within parameters set by Spanish authorities. They collected tribute, organized labor drafts, maintained churches, and adjudicated minor disputes. These positions provided limited power and significant responsibility. Indigenous officials mediated between their communities and Spanish authorities, a position requiring careful navigation of competing demands and loyalties. Tribute systems remained the primary mechanism extracting wealth from indigenous communities. Tribute was assessed in goods, labor, and increasingly in silver. Communities struggled to meet these demands, especially as populations continued declining. Tribute collection created opportunities for corruption, as Spanish officials and indigenous intermediaries both took cuts. The burden fell heaviest on common people who produced the goods and performed the labor. Labor systems evolved beyond encomienda. The repartimiento system assigned indigenous workers to Spanish enterprises for fixed periods. Workers were theoretically paid wages and returned home after their service period. In practice, conditions were often harsh, wages inadequate, and workers sometimes retained beyond agreed terms. Spanish employers preferred coerced labor over wage labor because it was cheaper and more reliable. Mining continued demanding enormous labor. Silver mines in Zacatecas, Guanajuato, and other regions required thousands of workers. Indigenous communities sent workers to mines through repartimiento drafts. Mining work was dangerous, exhausting, and unhealthy. Many workers died from accidents, overwork, or disease. Communities tried to limit their members' exposure to mining labor, but Spanish demands were relentless. Agricultural production increasingly oriented towards Spanish markets and consumption patterns. Wheat cultivation expanded to supply Spanish settlers who preferred wheat bread over maize tortillas. Sugarcane plantations developed in warm lowland areas. Cattle ranching spread across vast territories. These enterprises displaced indigenous agriculture and altered landscapes, creating new ecological arrangements that favored Spanish economic interests. Indigenous agriculture persisted, but adapted to colonial pressures. Communities continued cultivating maize, beans, squash, and chili peppers for their own consumption. They also grew crops for tribute payments and market sales. Agricultural techniques combined traditional practices with introduced tools and crops. Plows pulled by oxen appeared in some areas. Fruit trees from Europe and Asia were planted in indigenous gardens. Market systems linked indigenous producers to Spanish consumers and commercial networks. Indigenous farmers sold produce in urban markets. Artisans sold crafts. Traders moved goods between regions. These market relationships created economic connections across ethnic boundaries, even as social and political hierarchies remained rigid. Spanish merchants dominated profitable long-distance trade, while indigenous traders handled local commerce. The Catholic Church consolidated its institutional presence. Parishes replaced the temporary missions of early evangelization. Priests lived in indigenous communities, conducting services, administering sacraments, and supervising religious life. Church construction accelerated, with permanent stone churches replacing earlier temporary structures. These buildings dominated community centers, physically embodying Catholic authority. Religious instruction continued through various mechanisms. Catechism classes taught Catholic doctrine. Confessionals provided opportunities for priests to investigate indigenous beliefs and practices. Festivals and processions reinforced Catholic teachings through ritual performance. Indigenous people participated in these activities with varying degrees of conviction, some genuinely embracing Catholicism, others merely conforming to avoid punishment. Cofradías, religious brotherhoods, became important institutions in indigenous communities. These organizations maintained chapels, organized festivals, and provided mutual aid to members. They operated under church supervision, but were managed by indigenous members. Cofradías created spaces where indigenous people exercised limited autonomy within colonial religious structures, deciding how to celebrate saints' days and manage collective resources. Education remained limited but expanded slowly. Some indigenous boys attended schools operated by religious orders, learning reading, writing, and Catholic doctrine. These schools primarily served elite families, preparing sons of indigenous nobles for positions as scribes, interpreters, and local officials. Education in European knowledge systems created cultural intermediaries who could navigate both indigenous and Spanish worlds. Women's roles continued evolving under colonial pressures. Indigenous women worked as servants in Spanish households, vendors in markets, and producers of textiles and food. Some became wives or concubines of Spanish men, a relationship that offered certain protections, but also subordination. Elite indigenous women sometimes maintained property rights and social status through strategic marriages and legal advocacy. The legal system provided limited avenues for indigenous advocacy. Royal courts heard cases involving indigenous plaintiffs, adjudicating disputes over land, labour, and tribute. Indigenous communities and individuals brought cases against Spanish officials and settlers, sometimes winning judgments in their favour. These legal victories were small and often difficult to enforce, but they demonstrated that Spanish law, at least theoretically, recognised indigenous rights. Land disputes multiplied as Spanish settlement expanded. Communities defended their territories through legal documentation, presenting titulos and maps as evidence of ownership. Spanish settlers countered with their own claims, often backed by powerful patrons. Litigation could drag on for decades, consuming community resources and energy. Regardless of legal outcomes, Spanish settlement continued encroaching on indigenous lands. Rebellions, though rare, occurred when colonial pressures became unbearable. In some regions, indigenous groups rose against Spanish rule, attacking settlements, killing officials, and briefly reasserting autonomy. Spanish authorities responded with military force, crushing rebellions and punishing participants. These uprisings rarely succeeded in their immediate goals, but demonstrated continuing resistance to colonial domination. More common than open rebellion was everyday resistance. Communities delayed tribute payments, withheld labour, harboured fugitives, and protected prohibited religious practices. This resistance operated through non-confrontational means, avoiding direct challenges to Spanish authority while quietly undermining colonial systems. Spanish officials recognized this pattern and responded with surveillance and punishment, but could never completely eliminate it. Cultural practices continued adapting and surviving. Indigenous languages remained dominant in many communities, despite Spanish pressure to adopt Spanish. Nahuatl remained a lingua franca in central Mexico. Music, dance, and storytelling preserved memories and traditions. These cultural practices occurred in spaces beyond Spanish observation, in fields and homes, and remote ceremonial sites. Alphabetic writing became a tool for indigenous cultural preservation. Scribes recorded community histories, genealogies, and traditions in Nahuatl using Latin script. These texts served legal purposes, but also preserved knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. They documented pre-Hispanic history, recorded noble lineages, and maintained memory of events and people important to communities. Artistic production reflected colonial realities. Indigenous artists created Christian religious art, decorating churches with paintings and sculptures of saints and biblical scenes. These works combined European iconography with indigenous artistic techniques, creating distinctive styles. Artists also produced secular works for Spanish patrons, including maps, manuscripts, and decorative objects that demonstrated technical skill while serving colonial purposes. Architecture evolved as communities rebuilt after the demographic and political catastrophes of early colonization. Churches dominated town centers, but residential architecture retained indigenous characteristics. Houses were built using traditional materials and methods, organized around courtyards, and adapted to local climates. This architectural continuity provided physical connection to pre-Hispanic traditions, even as the broader built environment transformed. Festivals blended Catholic and indigenous elements in elaborate public performances. Communities celebrated saints' days with processions, music, dance, and feasting. These celebrations incorporated indigenous costumes, choreography, and symbolic elements that carried meanings beyond Catholic liturgy. Spanish authorities tolerated this syncretism as long as it didn't threaten religious orthodoxy, creating spaces where indigenous cultural expression could survive within colonial frameworks. Food culture maintained strong indigenous foundations despite Spanish influences. Maize remained the dietary staple for most indigenous people. Tortillas, tamales, and other traditional foods continued being prepared using ancient techniques. Spanish ingredients like wheat, rice, and domestic animals were incorporated into indigenous cuisine, creating new dishes that combined traditions. This culinary fusion reflected broader patterns of cultural adaptation and persistence. Healing practices combined indigenous herbal medicine with Catholic prayers and rituals. Indigenous healers, called curanderos, treated illness using plants, massage, and ceremony. They also incorporated Catholic elements, calling on saints for healing power and using holy water in treatments. Spanish authorities viewed these practitioners with suspicion, sometimes prosecuting them for witchcraft, but communities continued relying on their services. The colonial economy gradually stabilized after the chaotic early decades. Silver production increased as mining operations expanded and techniques improved. Agricultural output grew as Spanish estates developed and indigenous communities adapted to colonial demands. Trade networks connected New Spain to Spain and to other Spanish colonies, creating commercial flows that enriched Spanish merchants and crown, while extracting wealth from indigenous producers. Social stratification solidified into a system that would persist for centuries. Peninsulares, Spanish-born settlers, occupied the highest social positions. Criollos, people of Spanish descent born in the Americas, ranked below Peninsulares, but above others. Indigenous people occupied intermediate positions, with nobles retaining some privileges, while commoners bore the heaviest burdens. Africans and castas occupied various positions depending on legal status and ancestry. This racial hierarchy was codified in law and enforced through custom. Marriage between groups was regulated, occupations were restricted by race, and social interactions followed prescribed patterns. The system was never completely rigid. People moved between categories through marriage, legal reclassification, and economic success. But the general pattern was clear. Spanish ancestry conferred privilege. Indigenous and African ancestry conferred subordination. Communities developed strategies for maintaining cohesion despite colonial pressures. They enforced internal discipline, punished members who betrayed community interests, and rewarded those who served collective needs. Community identity became increasingly important as indigenous people navigated colonial systems that threatened to dissolve traditional bonds and identities. Religious life continued evolving as Catholicism became more deeply embedded in indigenous communities. Second and third generations born after the conquest knew Christianity as their primary religious framework. They still maintained connections to indigenous traditions, but these were increasingly filtered through Catholic structures and vocabulary. Saints' names replaced deity names. Christian symbolism absorbed indigenous meanings, and Catholic festivals incorporated indigenous practices. The Church's institutional presence expanded with the establishment of the Inquisition in New Spain in 1571. This institution investigated heresy, prosecuted prohibited beliefs and practices, and enforced religious orthodoxy. Indigenous people were theoretically exempt from Inquisition jurisdiction because they were considered new Christians still learning the faith. In practice, the Inquisition's presence created an atmosphere of religious surveillance that affected everyone. Economic relationships between indigenous communities and Spanish enterprises became more formalized and routinized. Labor drafts followed regular schedules. Tribute collection occurred at predictable intervals. Market days established commercial rhythms. These patterns created stability that benefited Spanish interests by ensuring reliable access to indigenous labor and production, while giving communities some predictability in managing colonial demands. Writing systems continued evolving as indigenous scribes became more proficient in alphabetic writing and Spanish legal language. They produced increasingly sophisticated documents defending community interests in colonial courts. These texts demonstrated how indigenous people learned to manipulate Spanish legal systems, using colonial tools to protect indigenous rights and interests. The generation gap widened between elders who remembered pre-Hispanic times and youth who knew only colonial reality. This gap created tensions within communities as different generations had different relationships to the past and different strategies for navigating the present. Elders tried preserving memory and tradition. Youth focused on adapting to colonial systems and opportunities. By mid-century, New Spain had achieved a certain equilibrium, though one built on exploitation and inequality. Spanish institutions functioned effectively, extracting wealth and labor from indigenous populations while maintaining sufficient order to prevent collapse. Indigenous communities had developed survival strategies that allowed cultural continuity despite colonial pressures. This system would persist, with modifications, for nearly 3 centuries, until independence movements finally dismantled formal colonial rule. But the patterns established in these early decades of exploitation and resistance, adaptation and persistence would shape Mexican society long after colonial institutions disappeared. The colonial order that settled over New Spain by mid-century was not static. It evolved continuously as generations passed and memories faded. Children born in the 1540s and 1550s grew up knowing only Spanish rule. For them, the Aztec Empire was legend, not lived experience. Their parents might remember the conquest, but these younger people inhabited a world fundamentally transformed. Indigenous nobility found itself in an increasingly precarious position. Spanish authorities initially recognized noble titles and privileges, using them to maintain order and facilitate tribute collection. But as colonial institutions matured, the crown grew less dependent on indigenous intermediaries. Spanish bureaucrats replaced native nobles in many administrative roles. Tribute collection shifted from indigenous hands to Spanish officials. The nobility's utility diminished, and with it, their status. Some noble families adapted by embracing Spanish culture completely. They learned perfect Castilian, adopted European dress, married into Spanish families when possible, and presented themselves as loyal colonial subjects. This strategy preserved wealth and influence for some lineages. Others clung to indigenous identity and practices, maintaining traditional authority within their communities even as their power in the broader colonial system eroded. The legal system continued developing mechanisms for managing indigenous populations. Royal decrees multiplied, creating complex regulations governing every aspect of indigenous life: where people could live, what they could own, how they could travel, whom they could sue. The law became a labyrinth that required expert navigation. Indigenous communities employed Spanish lawyers to represent their interests, creating a class of legal professionals who specialized in indigenous affairs. Courts heard countless cases involving land disputes, tribute obligations, labor requirements, and criminal matters. Indigenous people learned to use Spanish legal language and procedures effectively. They cited precedents, invoked royal decrees, and constructed sophisticated legal arguments. The courtroom became a battlefield where communities fought for survival using Spanish weapons and Spanish rules. Economic pressures intensified as Spanish enterprises expanded. Silver mines in Zacatecas and Guanajuato demanded enormous amounts of labor. Agricultural estates grew larger, requiring more workers. Spanish cities expanded, creating demand for construction labor and domestic servants. Every sector of the colonial economy consumed indigenous labor, and the mechanisms for extracting that labor became more efficient and more brutal. The repartimiento system, which distributed indigenous workers among Spanish enterprises, operated with mechanical regularity. Communities provided set numbers of laborers on rotating schedules. Theoretically temporary and compensated, the system in practice resembled forced labor. Workers received minimal payment, often in goods rather than cash. They worked under harsh conditions, with little legal recourse when mistreated. Agricultural production patterns shifted to serve colonial markets. Indigenous communities continued growing traditional crops for their own consumption, but increasing amounts of land were devoted to Spanish crops. Wheat replaced maize in many areas. Cattle ranching expanded across territories that had once been farmland. European livestock, particularly sheep and cattle, transformed landscapes that had supported indigenous agriculture for centuries. Ecological changes accelerated. Deforestation increased as Spanish construction projects consumed timber. Soil erosion worsened in areas converted to grazing. Water systems that had been carefully managed under indigenous control were disrupted by Spanish agricultural practices. The physical landscape itself became a casualty of colonization, reshaped to serve European needs and preferences. Cultural transformation penetrated deeper into indigenous life. Spanish became increasingly necessary for anyone navigating colonial systems. Indigenous languages remained dominant in many communities, but bilingualism became essential for dealing with officials, courts, and markets. Language shift began slowly, initially affecting only those who regularly interacted with Spanish institutions. But over generations, Spanish spread wider, carrying with it European concepts and categories that gradually altered indigenous thought patterns. Education systems reinforced cultural change. Schools established by religious orders taught Spanish language, Catholic doctrine, and European cultural norms. Indigenous children learned to read and write in Spanish, studied Christian texts, and absorbed messages about the superiority of European civilization. These institutions explicitly aimed to transform indigenous people into Spanish Christians, erasing indigenous identity in favor of colonial conformity. Resistance took increasingly subtle forms as overt rebellion became impossible. Communities developed covert strategies for preserving traditions and maintaining autonomy. They held ceremonies in remote locations away from Spanish eyes. They disguised indigenous practices as Christian rituals. They maintained oral traditions that transmitted prohibited knowledge from generation to generation. This underground cultural life sustained connections to the past, even as the surface appearance of communities became increasingly Spanish. Artistic production reflected cultural blending. Indigenous craftsmen working in European styles incorporated traditional motifs and techniques. Churches built by indigenous laborers featured Christian iconography rendered in indigenous artistic traditions. Murals combined European compositional structures with indigenous color palettes and symbolic systems. These hybrid artistic forms created something genuinely new, neither purely indigenous nor purely Spanish. Musical traditions merged as well. Indigenous instruments appeared in Catholic liturgical music. European melodies were adapted to indigenous scales and rhythms. Sung masses incorporated linguistic patterns from Nahuatl and other indigenous languages. This musical synthesis created distinctly Mexican forms of religious expression that would characterize colonial culture for centuries. Textile production demonstrated similar patterns of cultural mixing. Indigenous weavers mastered European techniques while maintaining traditional designs. Spanish clothing styles were executed in indigenous fabrics using indigenous methods. The resulting textiles serve both indigenous and Spanish markets, appealing to different groups for different reasons. Indigenous people recognized traditional patterns and meanings. Spanish consumers appreciated exotic designs and high-quality craftsmanship. Culinary traditions blended ingredients and techniques from both cultures. Maize remained central to indigenous diets, but wheat bread became increasingly common. European livestock provided new protein sources. Indigenous cooking methods were applied to European ingredients, and European techniques transformed indigenous foods. The resulting cuisine was neither purely indigenous nor purely Spanish, but something distinctly Mexican. Family structures adapted to colonial pressures. The extended kinship networks that had organized indigenous society before conquest remained important. But Spanish legal concepts of marriage and inheritance gradually altered family relationships. Christian marriage replaced indigenous union patterns. Spanish inheritance laws, which favored male primogeniture, conflicted with indigenous practices that divided property more equally among heirs. These conflicts created legal tangles that occupied courts for generations. Gender relations shifted under colonial influence. Spanish patriarchal norms clashed with indigenous patterns that had granted women more autonomy and authority. Women lost access to certain economic activities as Spanish guilds excluded them. They were barred from political roles they had previously held. Their legal status diminished as Spanish law treated them as perpetual minors, requiring male guardianship. Indigenous women thus faced double colonization, oppressed as indigenous people and as women within both indigenous and Spanish patriarchal systems. Religious life continued evolving as Catholicism became more deeply internalized. Third and fourth generation Christians developed genuine devotion to Catholic saints and practices. They weren't simply conforming to external pressure, they believed. The Virgin of Guadalupe emerged as a powerful symbol that bridged indigenous and Spanish religious sensibilities. Her appearance to an indigenous man, her dark complexion, and the indigenous elements in her iconography made her accessible to indigenous believers while remaining acceptable to Spanish orthodoxy. Cofradías, religious brotherhoods dedicated to particular saints, became important institutions in indigenous communities. These organizations maintained chapels, organized festivals, and provided mutual aid to members. They gave communities some control over religious life and created spaces for indigenous leadership within the colonial religious structure. Cofradías collected funds, managed property, and exercised authority that the church hierarchy couldn't completely control. Mining operations expanded dramatically as new silver deposits were discovered. The mines at Potosí in Peru and Zacatecas in New Spain produced unprecedented wealth that flowed back to Spain and fueled European economic growth. But this wealth was built on indigenous labor, extracted through systems that bordered on slavery. Despite legal protections that theoretically limited working conditions and required payment, mine workers lived and died in brutal circumstances. The meter system in Peru and similar arrangements in New Spain forced communities to provide workers for the mines. Men labored in dangerous conditions deep underground, exposed to toxic fumes and constant risk of collapse. Many never returned home. The demographic impact on communities forced to provide mine workers was catastrophic. Villages lost their young men, disrupting social reproduction and leaving communities unable to sustain themselves. Urban areas grew as Spanish population increased through immigration and natural increase. Mexico City, built literally on top of Tenochtitlan's ruins, became one of the largest cities in the Spanish Empire. Its population was mixed, including Spaniards, indigenous people, Africans, and increasingly large numbers of people of mixed ancestry. The city's physical layout reflected colonial hierarchies, with Spaniards occupying the central core and indigenous and mixed populations pushed to the periphery. Social categories multiplied as racial mixing produced increasingly complex ancestry patterns. The Sistema de Castas attempted to classify everyone according to their racial heritage. Detailed categories emerged to describe every possible combination of Spanish, indigenous, and African ancestry. These categories determined legal status, occupational opportunities, and social position. The obsession with racial classification revealed deep anxieties about social order and the difficulty of maintaining clear boundaries in a mixed society. Education and literacy expanded slowly but significantly. By mid-century, a small but growing number of indigenous people could read and write in both Spanish and indigenous languages. They produced documents ranging from mundane administrative records to sophisticated historical and literary works. These indigenous intellectuals preserved knowledge, defended community interests, and created a written record that allows us to understand the conquest and colonization from indigenous perspectives. The Spanish crown continued refining its policies toward indigenous populations. New laws passed in 1542 theoretically abolished indigenous slavery and limited encomienda abuses, but implementation was weak and resistance from colonists strong. Reform efforts demonstrated that the Crown recognized problems in the colonial system, but lacked the power or will to fundamentally change it. Colonial society had developed its own momentum that resisted control from distant Spain. As the 16th century reached its midpoint, the conquest was complete, but its consequences were still unfolding. The Aztec Empire was gone, replaced by a colonial system that would endure for nearly 3 centuries. But indigenous people had not disappeared. They had survived, adapted, and found ways to preserve elements of their culture and identity despite overwhelming pressure to assimilate. The fall of the Aztec Empire was not a single event, but a process that extended across decades. It began with Spanish arrival in 1519 and continued through military conquest, demographic collapse, and systematic cultural destruction. By 1550, the transformation was largely complete, but its effects would reverberate through Mexican history forever. The empire that had dominated central Mexico for a century vanished, but its legacy persisted in language, customs, art, and memory. Indigenous people remained, carrying forward traditions and identities forged in resistance to conquest. The story of the Aztec Empire's fall is ultimately a story of survival, of cultures that endured despite everything arrayed against them. The Aztec Empire did not end with a single blow. It unraveled slowly, violently, across generations. The military conquest took 2 years. The cultural transformation took decades. The demographic collapse stretched across a century. What fell in 1521 was not just a political system, but an entire world, a way of organizing society, understanding the cosmos, and relating to the divine. By 1550, the physical city of Tenochtitlan had vanished beneath Mexico City's streets. The great temples were rubble, their stones repurposed for churches and colonial buildings. The canals were filled in. The causeways widened into Spanish roads. The lake itself was shrinking, its water diverted for Spanish agriculture. The landscape that had sustained Aztec civilization for generations was being systematically erased. The political structures that had governed millions dissolved completely. The Tlatoani, the emperor who had ruled as a near-divine figure, no longer existed. The Triple Alliance that had coordinated the empire's military and diplomatic efforts was abolished. The tributary system that had channeled wealth to Tenochtitlan was redirected to Spanish coffers. The administrative apparatus that had managed this complex state was dismantled and replaced with Spanish bureaucracy. Indigenous nobility survived, but in diminished form. Some families maintained wealth and local authority by collaborating with Spanish rule. They learned Spanish, converted to Catholicism, and presented themselves as loyal colonial subjects. Others retreated into their communities, preserving what authority they could while avoiding Spanish attention. The nobility that had once commanded armies and governed provinces found itself reduced to managing villages and collecting tribute for foreign masters. The religious transformation was perhaps most profound. The gods who had received offerings for centuries were declared demons. The priests who had maintained cosmic order were hunted down or converted. The ceremonies that had structured the year were banned as idolatry. The sacred calendar that had governed Aztec life for generations was replaced with the Christian liturgical year. Everything that had given meaning to Aztec existence was systematically attacked and suppressed. Yet religion proved impossible to eradicate completely. Indigenous people found ways to preserve their beliefs within Catholic forms. They identified saints with their old deities, maintained shrines in hidden locations, and performed ceremonies that looked Christian but carried older meanings. This religious resistance was quiet, persistent, and largely successful in preserving connections to pre-conquest spirituality. Language became a refuge for indigenous identity. Spanish authorities needed Nahuatl to communicate with their subjects, which meant the language couldn't be banned entirely. Nahuatl remained the primary language for most indigenous people throughout the colonial period. It adapted to colonial realities, absorbing Spanish loanwords while maintaining its grammatical structure and expressive power. In speaking Nahuatl, indigenous people maintained connections to their ancestors and to ways of thinking that predated Spanish arrival. The demographic catastrophe exceeded anything that military conquest alone could have achieved. Disease killed more people than Spanish swords ever could. Smallpox, measles, typhus, and other epidemics swept through indigenous populations with devastating regularity. By 1600, central Mexico's indigenous population had declined by perhaps 90% from pre-conquest levels. Entire communities disappeared. Languages died with their last speakers. Knowledge accumulated over generations vanished when elders died before passing it on. This demographic collapse reshaped everything. Villages merged or abandoned their settlements. Agricultural terraces fell into disuse. Irrigation systems crumbled. The landscape itself began reverting to wilderness in areas that had supported dense populations for centuries. The human presence that had shaped central Mexico's environment for millennia suddenly contracted, leaving behind ruins and memories. Spanish colonialism created a new social order built on racial hierarchy. Spanish birth conferred privilege and authority. Indigenous ancestry meant subordination and exploitation. African slavery added another layer of oppression. The Sistema de Castas attempted to classify everyone according to racial mixture, creating elaborate categories that determined legal status and social position. This racial obsession revealed deep anxieties about maintaining colonial order in a society where ethnic boundaries were constantly blurred through mixing. Economic exploitation took multiple forms, all extracting wealth and labor from indigenous populations. Tribute obligations continued under Spanish rule, redirected from Aztec coffers to Spanish authorities. Labor drafts pulled workers into mines, agricultural estates, and construction projects. The encomienda system granted Spanish colonists rights to indigenous labor that resembled slavery despite theoretical protections. Every sector of the colonial economy depended on indigenous work, yet indigenous people received minimal compensation and no meaningful control over their own labor. Resistance persisted despite overwhelming Spanish power. Communities hid resources to minimize tribute payments. Workers labored slowly when supervised by Spaniards. People fled to remote areas to escape labor drafts. Communities filed lawsuits challenging Spanish abuses, using colonial legal systems against colonizers. This resistance was rarely dramatic or heroic, but it was constant and collectively significant. It limited Spanish power and preserved spaces for indigenous autonomy. Cultural production adapted to colonial constraints while maintaining indigenous character. Artists created Christian religious art using indigenous techniques and incorporating traditional motifs. Musicians performed Catholic liturgy while preserving indigenous musical forms. Weavers produced textiles that satisfied Spanish markets while maintaining traditional designs. These hybrid cultural forms were neither purely indigenous nor purely Spanish, but something new, forged in the crucible of colonialism. Written records preserved memory and defended rights. Indigenous scribes produced documents in Nahuatl, using alphabetic writing, recording histories, genealogies, and land claims. These texts served practical purposes in colonial courts while maintaining connections to the past. They documented pre-conquest events, preserved oral traditions, and asserted indigenous identity. Writing became a tool for survival, allowing communities to defend themselves using Spanish legal mechanisms while maintaining indigenous perspectives and priorities. The generation born after 1530 inherited a transformed world. They knew Spanish colonialism as simply reality, the way things were. Yet they also inherited languages, traditions, and identities from the pre-conquest past. This generation had to navigate between two worlds, neither fully indigenous in the old sense, nor fully Spanish. They developed hybrid identities that acknowledged colonial reality while maintaining connections to indigenous heritage. Education created indigenous intellectuals who could operate in both Spanish and indigenous cultural contexts. Some attended schools operated by religious orders, learning Latin, Spanish, and Catholic theology. They became scribes, interpreters, and local officials, serving as intermediaries between Spanish authorities and indigenous communities. These educated indigenous people preserved knowledge, defended community interests, and created written records that allow us to understand the conquest from indigenous perspectives. The colonial order that emerged by mid-century would persist for nearly 3 centuries. Spanish institutions extracted wealth and labor while maintaining sufficient order to prevent collapse. Indigenous communities developed survival strategies that allowed cultural continuity despite relentless pressure to assimilate. This system was built on exploitation and inequality, but it also created spaces where indigenous people maintained autonomy and identity. The Aztec Empire's fall cannot be understood as a simple military defeat. It was a multifaceted catastrophe involving military conquest, demographic collapse, economic exploitation, cultural suppression, and religious transformation. Each element reinforced the others, creating a total assault on indigenous society. Yet indigenous people survived. They adapted, resisted, and preserved elements of their culture, despite everything arrayed against them. The legacy of the Aztec Empire persisted in complex ways. The physical ruins of Tenochtitlan lay beneath Mexico City, occasionally revealed by construction projects. The stones themselves remembered, even when official history tried to forget. Indigenous people passed down stories about their ancestors, maintaining oral traditions that Spanish authorities couldn't completely suppress. Nahuatl remained a living language, carrying within it concepts and categories that predated colonialism. In the centuries after conquest, the Aztec past became a symbol with multiple meanings. For Spanish authorities, it represented paganism and barbarism that justified colonization. For indigenous people, it was proof of their ancestors' achievements and a source of pride. For emerging Mexican nationalism, it became part of a usable past that distinguished Mexico from Spain. The Aztec Empire was gone, but arguments about what it meant continued. Archaeological discoveries would eventually reveal the sophistication of Aztec civilization to scholars who had dismissed indigenous Americans as primitive. The Aztec sunstone, buried beneath Mexico City's Central Plaza after the conquest, was rediscovered in 1790 and became a symbol of Mexico's indigenous heritage. Excavations at the Templo Mayor in the 20th century uncovered offerings, sculptures, and architectural remains that demonstrated the empire's wealth and complexity. Modern Mexico grapples with the Aztec legacy in complicated ways. Indigenous people remain marginalized despite constitutional protections. Nahuatl is spoken by over 1 million people but lacks official status in many contexts. Archaeological sites attract tourists, but nearby indigenous communities struggle with poverty. The Aztec past is celebrated in museums and textbooks, while living indigenous cultures face discrimination and neglect. The fall of the Aztec Empire reveals fundamental truths about conquest and colonialism. Military technology provides advantages but doesn't determine outcomes alone. Disease kills more effectively than weapons. Cultural transformation takes generations. Resistance persists even under overwhelming oppression. Identity endures despite efforts to erase it. These lessons extend beyond the Aztec case to colonial encounters worldwide. What makes the Aztec Empire's fall distinctive is how completely its political and religious structures were dismantled while its people survived. Other conquered civilizations maintained some institutional continuity. The Aztecs did not. Their empire was abolished, their religion suppressed, their capital destroyed. Yet Nahuatl-speaking communities maintained their identity across centuries of colonial rule and continue existing today. This survival demonstrates the resilience of indigenous peoples and the limits of colonial power. Spanish authorities could conquer militarily, exploit economically, and suppress culturally, but they couldn't eliminate indigenous identity or erase indigenous memory. The persistence of Nahuatl language, indigenous communities, and connections to the pre-conquest past testifies to the strength of cultural identity and the incomplete nature of colonial domination. The Aztec Empire fell because it faced challenges it couldn't overcome. Spanish military technology provided advantages in key battles. Disease devastated populations and disrupted social structures. Political fragmentation allowed Cortes to find indigenous allies. Leadership failures at critical moments undermined resistance. Economic and social systems couldn't adapt quickly enough to survive the shock of contact. No single factor caused the collapse. All worked together to produce catastrophe. Yet the story doesn't end with conquest. The people who built Tenochtitlan, who developed sophisticated agriculture and created monumental architecture, who organized complex tributary systems and produced remarkable art, those people persisted. They suffered terribly. They lost much. But they survived and adapted and maintained connections to their past, despite relentless pressure to forget. The fall of the Aztec Empire was a tragedy of immense proportions. Millions died. A sophisticated civilization was dismantled. Knowledge accumulated over generations was lost, but it was not a complete ending. Indigenous Mexico survived, transformed but unbroken. The Aztec Empire fell, but the Nahua people endured. That endurance, that refusal to disappear despite everything, may be the most important part of this story. Not the fall itself, but what came after. Not the conquest, but the survival. Not the end, but the persistence. Hundreds of years later, when archaeologists began excavating Tenochtitlan's ruins, they found offerings carefully buried by Aztec priests. Jade figures, obsidian blades, coral, shells from distant seas. These objects had been placed with ritual precision, meant to endure forever. They did endure, outlasting the empire that created them. In a sense, those buried offerings represent the larger story. The Aztec Empire fell, but pieces of it remained, hidden beneath colonial structures, waiting to be remembered. The conquest destroyed institutions but couldn't erase memory. It killed millions but couldn't eliminate identity. It imposed new systems but couldn't prevent adaptation and resistance. The fall of the Aztec Empire was total in some ways. and incomplete in others. Understanding that complexity, that mixture of catastrophic loss and remarkable survival, brings us closer to grasping what actually happened when two worlds collided in central Mexico 5 centuries ago.